Chapter 1 of That Affair at Portstead Manor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. Chapter 1. All on Account of a Necklace. The chances are that had the Honorable Archibald Clavering suspected what adventures would befall him at Portstead Manor, and what a sorry figure he would present in most of them, he would never have left his correct bachelor chambers in Mayfair to join Lady Ursula's house party, held in the ancestral home of the Sylvesters. Portstead Manor was one of the finest old Elizabethan houses in England, a great, rambling, irregular structure of carven oak and painted plaster, with towers and turrets, gabled roofs, ivy-festooned chimneys, and quaintly projecting upper stories. Round about the mansion stretched lawns and terraces and wonderful gardens, encircled by a vast park of noble old trees, in the midst of which was a large lake where the limpid-eyed deer came to drink. Beyond were acres of rich meadowlands, bordered by dense, dark woods. An abode of historic interest and placid charm was Portstead Manor, and the last place in the world where one would expect to meet mystery and tragedy. It all began with Lady Pevensey insisting upon sending to town for a priceless family heirloom in the shape of a magnificent diamond necklace. With this she meant to dazzle the eyes of Portstead gentry at the first ball held there since the manor was given to Lady Ursula by her brother at the time he came into his title. That was over 10 years ago. When Lady Ursula remonstrated with her guest for running such a risk so needlessly, Lady Pevensey replied that she should feel perfectly safe with the necklace since Mr. Clavering was of the party. Now the Honorable Archibald was a disciple of Sherlock Holmes in an amateur and theoretic way. That is, he understood that remarkable person's methods, but had never had opportunity to put them into practice. This tribute to his latent detective powers flattered him, and moreover, as he was plagued by a tender sentiment for the payer of it, he was at once set on his mettle and assured Lady Pevensey that she could wear the necklace with absolute security. "So good of you, dear Mr. Clavering," she exclaimed, with a gushing enthusiasm that advancing years, she owned to 45, could not quench. "Otherwise I should almost feel obliged to have a detective down to watch it. It is really a great responsibility." The necklace arrived on the afternoon of the day the ball was to be held. It was guarded on the journey by Lady Pevensey's family solicitor and her companion, Mary Grey. Lady Pevensey apologized to her hostess for introducing Mary Grey into the household, but declared that the girl was indispensable to her. "Why, I did not know that you had a companion," remarked Lady Ursula in surprise. "Oh, I haven't had her long," and Lady Pevensey changed the subject. Now that the necklace had arrived, Mr. Clavering felt to the full the responsibility of his position as guardian of its safety. He saw it borne upstairs in impressive state by Lady Pevensey, attended by Mary Grey, and he then decided, in the bare event of anything untoward happening, that it would be just as well for him to become somewhat acquainted with the habits of the household. In view of what did happen, he later took no little credit to himself for this foresight. His fellow guests he passed by with scarcely a thought. They were well known to him, and let it be confessed, Mr. Clavering had the failing of most amateur detectives. He could not see beyond preconceived opinions. Trouble, then, if there should be any, must come from the servants. The staff of servants was remarkably small for so large a house as Portstead, but then it was a distinct innovation for the manor to be open to guests. Lady Ursula had always kept her town house for such gatherings, and her country residence merely, as Lady Pevensey put it, as a shelter for broken-down old servants. She had only opened it now at the urgency of her brother. The Earl of Portstead, before leaving for what was believed to be a secret diplomatic mission, although he called it a pleasure trip down the Nile, had wished to spend a few days with friends at Portstead Manor. His sister had yielded to his wishes. She generally did. On this occasion she had increased the staff of servants by a butler, 3 footmen, and 2 under-housemaids. The others were real old family pensioners, and, from what the head gardener told Mr. Clavering, resented the intrusion of guests and, more than all, of the new servants. Mr. Clavering also learned from the gardener that the new butler had departed that morning after 2 days' service, and without giving notice. That accounted, then, for his absence at luncheon, and for Lady Ursula's worried and distraught manner. Mr. Clavering had taken particular notice of Thompson, the butler. There was a smouldering fire in the fellow's black eyes which belied the impassivity of the British servant, and he obviously chafed at receiving orders. "Evidently a man who has seen better days," was Mr. Clavering's inward comment. Moreover, there was a hint of something familiar in the thin, dark, frowning visage of Thompson. Where and under what circumstances had he met this man before? After dinner, and before the Portstead gentry began to arrive for the ball, Mr. Clavering went down the circular stairs from the west wing into the great vaulted library for a half-hour's contemplation. This somberly splendid apartment, with its deep leaded windows, its massive carven furniture, and its darkly wainscoted walls lined with bookshelves reaching to the ceiling, had not been prepared for the coming guests, and was illuminated only by a few softly burning tapers, whose shadowed light had a soothing effect upon Mr. Clavering's excited nerves. Although he would not admit it even to himself, his responsibility was beginning to weigh upon him. In books, at least, diamond necklaces had such a deucedly unpleasant way of disappearing. He had several such cases in mind, and was laboriously recalling the manner of their recovery, when Mary Gray glided into the room, and, passing quickly to the outer door, went down into the gardens. Mr. Clavering looked after her with interest. She was a young woman of perhaps 28 or 9, tall and slender, with brown hair simply coiled in her neck, large brown eyes, and a very pale face. She wore a simple gown of soft, clinging gray. Indeed, simplicity was the keynote of her appearance. A studied simplicity, Mr. Clavering decided, but he mentally pronounced her attractive, and was about to stroll into the gardens. The moon was just silvering the trees of the park, when Lady Pevensey rushed down the circular stairs in a state of violent hysterics, so violent that her negligee was flying open and her switch, loosened at one end, bobbing wildly over her powdered nose. "The necklace, Mr. Clavering!" she fairly screamed. "The necklace has been stolen!" "What?" he gasped, leaping to his feet. His great opportunity had suddenly come. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Clavering takes the field. Lady Ursula had followed Lady Pevensey down the stairs. Her face was quite as white as her guest's. "But it cannot be stolen," she was persisting, with an hysterical pitch to her well-bred voice. "You must have mislaid it." "One does not mislay diamond necklaces worth a king's ransom," retorted Lady Pevensey angrily. "I tell you it has been stolen. I locked it in my dressing-table drawer. Mary Gray and Parkins watched me do it. Then I put the key inside. Well, I tied it around my neck. Parkins went to prepare my bath, and Mary Gray went downstairs, into the gardens, I think. She had a headache, so she said. I was sitting with my eyes glued on the dressing-table drawer. I had a presentiment something was going to happen to that necklace, when there came a knock on the door. I opened it, but there was nobody there, just your note lying on the floor." Lady Ursula stared at her in blank amazement. "My note? What on earth are you talking about?" "Talking about? Have you lost your memory?" snapped Lady Pevensey, with a vehemence worthy of a Billingsgate fishwife. "You seem not only to have forgotten the important matter you had to tell me, but now you don't even remember your note, asking me to come at once to your dressing-room." Lady Ursula's amazement deepened. "But I wrote you no note," she protested. Here Mr. Clavering, with a professional air, stepped between the two excited ladies. "There appears to be a double mystery here. Have you this note, Lady Pevensey?" She held out a crumpled bit of paper. "But I don't care anything about this," she cried petulantly. "I want my necklace found. Where's Mary Gray?" Then Lady Ursula did a strange thing. Before Mr. Clavering could open the note, she snatched it from his hand and tore it into threads. "Well, really," he began, bristling with indignation, "you have very likely destroyed a valuable clue." Lady Pevensey whirled upon him with increasing hysteria. "Archibald Clavering, don't stand there talking of clues that you don't know anything about. Do something. Find Mary Gray if you can't do any more." With ominous dignity, Mr. Clavering advanced to the garden door. "Forgive me, Mr. Clavering," burst forth Lady Ursula impulsively. "I did not know what I was doing. The loss of the necklace has completely upset me." "Pray don't mention it, Lady Ursula," he returned stiffly. "You are not the only one who is upset." His glance, as it rested on Lady Pevensey, spoke volumes. At that moment, Mary Gray stepped through the doorway. There was a slight flush on her pale face, and her eyes were very brilliant. Lady Pevensey ran towards her. "The necklace has been stolen!" she proclaimed with hysterical wrath. Mary Gray stopped short, staring at her. "Do you hear?" demanded Lady Pevensey shrilly. "The necklace has been stolen!" "I hear you, Lady Pevensey," replied Mary Gray in her quiet voice, and brushing by her, went swiftly up the stairs. "Well, of all the—" gasped Lady Pevensey, but Mr. Clavering interrupted with a question. His mind had been working quickly. He scented a clue. "Did you go to Lady Ursula's dressing room?" "Certainly, but she was not there. I thought it was strange and hurried back to my own room, thinking I might have misread the letter. I found the dressing-table drawer open and the necklace gone." "Had the lock been forced?" he asked eagerly. "Of course it had. Do you think the necklace walked through the keyhole?" Mr. Clavering grew red in an effort to swallow his indignation. "At just what time was this?" he persisted. But Lady Pevensey's loss had put her in a most abominable temper. "For heaven's sake, don't ask such silly questions. Of course it wasn't more than 10 minutes ago." "If I am to assist you in the recovery of your necklace, Lady Pevensey," observed Mr. Clavering in his stiffest manner, "it will be necessary for me to ask you certain questions." "To tell you the truth, Mr. Clavering," she flamed, with quite brutal frankness, "I hardly think you will be of the slightest assistance in recovering the necklace." Wherewith she fled up the stairs, sobbing dismally. Mr. Clavering was now fairly apoplectic. Lady Ursula laid a soothing hand on his arm. "Don't notice her, Mr. Clavering. She is too unstrung to realize what she is saying. When she is calmer, I am sure she will not only beg your pardon, but ask your assistance in recovering the necklace. She really has a high opinion of your detective powers," she added, in what was perhaps more a spirit of kindliness than of conviction. But Mr. Clavering did not take it in this way. He brightened perceptibly. "You think so?" "Did she not say as much before us all?" Lady Ursula evaded with a faint smile. "So she did," he assented, and his self-esteem, restored, began to follow the clue again by questioning Lady Ursula as to where she was when Lady Pevensey went to her room. "With my brother," she answered vaguely. "I should like to know if your maid was in the room then," pondered Mr. Clavering. "My maid?" A startled look flashed over her features. "I don't know, I am sure. It is quite likely. I left her there when I went to my brother." "Is your maid a reliable person?" "Rose reliable?" she echoed slowly. Her eyes darkened, and it seemed to Mr. Clavering that her beautiful face hardened. "Rose is reliable, in the ordinary sense of the word," she said at length, in a cold voice. "She would not steal. I have never missed so much as a handkerchief in the 3 years that she has been with me. Surely you do not suspect her?" "In a case like this it is well to suspect everyone, till they are proved innocent," observed Mr. Clavering, with the wisdom born of long study. "If you do not object, I should like to question this girl." "Oh, I do not object," yet there was a curious note of constraint in her voice. Ringing, she requested that Rose be sent down to the library. The footman was gone some time. When he returned, his impassivity was manifestly shaken. "Rose is not to be found, my lady." "You mean she is not in my room?" "She is not in the house, my lady," dropping an H in his agitation. "Ah," murmured Mr. Clavering significantly. "Rose gone!" ejaculated Lady Ursula in a tone of horror, and rushed excitedly up the stairs. Mr. Clavering hastened after, but instead of following her to her room, turned into the east wing and went on to Lady Pevensey's. Observing that the door was open, he approached and asked rather timidly if he might enter and see if there were any clues to be discovered. Lady Pevensey had recovered her temper, also settled her switch, so she not only granted him permission to search for clues, but even murmured an apology for her former tartness. Mr. Clavering accepted it magnanimously, and remarked with gallantry that he should never rest till he saw the necklace sparkling about her throat. As he entered the room, Mary Gray passed out. Their eyes met, and the expression in hers was baffling, a half-mocking defiance, so he read it. A curious young woman, he mused, and made up his mind to observe her more closely. To his chagrin, he was able to discover no clues in the room, nothing in any way bearing upon the mystery, save the open and empty dressing-table drawer. The lock had been neatly forced by some burglar's implement, which was missing. As the diamond-paned windows looked down upon the terrace, with a sheer drop of 30 feet, the thief must have entered by the door. In fact, he was probably concealed in the hall or some nearby chamber, waiting his chance, for although to reach the west wing, where was Lady Ursula's room, Lady Pevensey had been obliged to traverse the long main corridor, she declared that she had not been gone over 10 minutes at the most. In lieu of questioning Rose, Mr. Clavering insisted upon interviewing Lady Pevensey's elderly maid Parkins, but to all appearance she was as innocent of the theft as her mistress. Moreover, it was to her that Lady Pevensey had first announced her loss, and she had found her diligently preparing the bath. So Mr. Clavering, perforce, mentally crossed Parkins off the list of suspects, but underscored the name of Mary Gray. "Did you," he inquired of Lady Pevensey, "notice when you stepped into the hall that any door near yours was ajar?" "Mercy me," she shivered. "Do you think that the thief was hiding in one of the guest rooms, watching for me to go out?" "It is quite likely," he responded impressively. Lady Pevensey was duly appalled, and Mr. Clavering found difficulty in calming her sufficiently so that she might answer his question. He finally learned that she had observed one door ajar, the one directly opposite hers, Lord Meldrum's. "But he was there himself," she asserted excitedly. "He looked up as I opened my door. When I came back, his was shut. It has been shut ever since." Mr. Clavering felt that he must abandon the clue of doors ajar. It was hardly possible to suspect Lord Meldrum, reputed one of the wealthiest peers in the kingdom, of connivance in the theft of the necklace. So he went back to the evolving of his first clue. Lady Ursula's maid had not disappeared without cause, and it was altogether probable that she was the deliverer of the decoy note, if not the actual thief. Suddenly he remembered that the torn shreds of that note were even now lying upon the library floor, where Lady Ursula's nervous fingers had flung them. The piecing together of those torn shreds might be his first step in the unraveling of this mystery. But when he reached the library, not a scrap of the note was to be found. He even got down on his knees in his immaculate evening clothes and peered under every article of furniture in the vain hope that a breeze from the open garden door had blown the bits of paper about. "Have you lost something, Mr. Clavering?" suddenly asked a soft voice, with just the faintest suggestion of mockery. Mr. Clavering hastily raised his flushed and perspiring face from the dusty depths beneath the escritoire. Mary Gray stood smiling in the garden doorway. As she repeated her question, Mr. Clavering rose to his feet with what dignity he could, and with his handkerchief carefully flecked the dust from the knees of his trousers. He was aware that his position had been a very ungraceful one for a man of his standing and years, and it pleased him still less that this cool, self-possessed young woman, whose every glance at once angered and attracted him, should have discovered him at such a disadvantage. Worse than all, his hitherto always immaculate collar was actually wilted under the stress of his detective zeal. Archibald Clavering, the acknowledged Beau Brummel of the Portsmouth Manor house party, for the first time in his life blushed at himself. One thing only comforted him. Lady Pevensey was not there. To hide his embarrassment he assumed a pompously stern air. "I was searching, Miss Gray, for a letter which I had reason to believe I left here." "Under the escritoire?" she queried sweetly. Mr. Clavering was a gentleman, and he restrained himself. "Letters have been known to drop," he returned, acidly dignified. "Quite so," she assented, and with another smile was gone. Mr. Clavering walked rapidly to the bell-rope, and when the footman appeared, once again his impassive self, he bade him find out if any of the maids had recently removed torn bits of paper from the library floor. The report of the inquiry was that no one of the maids had entered the library since dinner. Mr. Clavering was not surprised. Decidedly, Mary Gray required watching. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Where had Meldrum been? The ball was not a success. Lady Ursula, always so gracious a hostess, was abstracted and nervous. Her brother's chilling remoteness of manner had never been more noticeable. Lady Pevensey remained in her room, nursing a sick headache, while Lord Meldrum had suddenly been called to the city, though the time of his departure and the reason for it formed another of the mysteries that troubled Mr. Clavering. He was simply gone, and would be back before the ball ended. That was all the explanation Lady Ursula vouchsafed. That it did not satisfy her brother was apparent, and Mr. Clavering suspected that politics, in which the Earl of Portstead and Meldrum held radically different opinions, were at the bottom of this sudden absence. Mr. Clavering was one of those who did not believe that Portstead's impending trip to Egypt was solely for pleasure. Portstead had never been one to set aside time for pleasure. Work, untiring and ceaseless, was his principle of life, and he had an open contempt for those who thought otherwise. Nothing short of a complete breakdown had sent him to the Manor for a few days' rest before sailing. Mr. Clavering knew that Meldrum looked with little favor on Portstead's Egyptian trip, and if it were the government matter he believed it to be, Meldrum would naturally oppose it. The fact that Portstead had brought his secretary to the Manor and intended taking him to Egypt strengthened Mr. Clavering's belief. Moreover, he noticed that the cold politeness with which Portstead and Meldrum treated one another when they were brought together socially was now verging on open hostility. There seemed also a growing breach between Portstead and his sister. The Earl had always frowned on her friendship with Meldrum, who had frankly been in love with her for years. She was generally believed to return his affection, and the only apparent obstacle to their marriage was Portstead's opposition. Lady Ursula had long been strangely submissive to her brother's wishes, though as a girl she had been too high-spirited to brook restraint even from her father, who had died while she was traveling on the continent, without expressing a wish that his only daughter should come to his bedside. A hard old man had the late Earl been, and his heir was singularly like him in his cold and rigid morality, which made him so severe a judge of the faults of others, notably those of his brother, Robert Sylvester, who had been going the pace for some years now. Altogether, the air of the Manor was charged with unpleasantness which affected everyone, and the ball ended early, to the relief of all. Meldrum had not yet returned. Lady Pevensey, in a very despondent mood, came downstairs with Mary Grey when the last guest had departed. Portstead called a sort of court of inquiry in the sombre great library to determine the best means of recovering the necklace. He strongly advised telegraphing to Scotland Yard for a detective, and expressed surprise and disapproval that it had not already been done. Mr. Clavering felt highly indignant at this advice. Portstead evidently did not in the least appreciate his efforts or have faith in his ability. Mr. Clavering had never been drawn to Portstead. The Earl had always let him clearly understand that he regarded his life of bachelor ease on a comfortable income as a mere butterfly existence, without aim or excuse for being. While Lady Pevensey was appealing to Lady Ursula as to whether she should or should not send to Scotland Yard, Mary Grey unexpectedly spoke a word in Mr. Clavering's favor. "Why should Lady Pevensey need a detective when Mr. Clavering is here, and trying his utmost to recover the necklace? Do you not agree with me, Lady Pevensey?" She looked at her earnestly as she spoke. Why, yes, of course," Lady Pevensey answered flurriedly. Flattered though Mr. Clavering was, he yet had enough of the true detective in him to watch how the others received Mary Grey's unsolicited and rather officious advice. Lady Ursula showed barely concealed relief, and her brother, after a quick glance had passed between them, something approaching the same, while Lady Pevensey, usually with such positive ideas of her own, received it with unquestioning submissiveness. It would almost seem that Mary Grey had some secret hold over her, for once before, earlier in the evening, Mr. Clavering had observed the girl override her opinions in highly authoritative manner. "If I were you, Aunt Louisa," spoke up pretty, fair-haired Elsie Baring, who had once been reportedly engaged to Robert Sylvester, "I should send for that woman detective, Mercedes Quero. All London is talking about her since the Dexter case. I am sure that Mr. Clavering," she added mischievously, "would not mind working in conjunction with her." "Not at all," he replied rather stiffly, "if Lady Pevensey thinks it advisable to send for her." Lady Pevensey opened her mouth as though to say something, but catching Mary Grey's eye, preserved silence. "I have no confidence in a woman detective," remarked Lord Portstead in his decisive manner. "Women are not at all suited to detective work. They are illogical and carried away by sentiment." "Pray spare us an enumeration of women's failings, Cecil," interrupted Lady Ursula wearily. Portstead transfixed her with his cold grey eye. "You, Ursula, have frequently proven the truth of my criticism of women." Lady Ursula, flushing angrily, precipitately left the room, muttering something under her breath. "Ungenerous," it sounded like to Mr. Clavering. "Come, Mr. Clavering, can you not defend us poor women?" exclaimed Mrs. Neville West, shaking her fan reprovingly at Lord Portstead, who stood looking after his sister with grimly set face. "I could do nothing other than defend you, my dear madam," he returned, with a hint of early Victorian gallantry, "because I know nothing but good of you." But neither this nor Mrs. Neville West's sallies could remove the constraint Portstead had caused, and all, save Mr. Clavering, were glad to escape to their rooms. He was too full of clues to think of sleep. Sitting down in the library, he went over what he had in hand. He eliminated from his list of suspects all the servants save the runaway Rose. The butler had been gone several hours before the necklace had even been brought into the house, so he need not be considered. It was a thing impossible to suspect any of his fellow guests, all people of the best standing. Lady Pevensy's nephew and niece, Walter and Elsie Baring, Colonel Darrell, a hero of the first Egyptian campaign, and his wife, Mrs. Neville West, and her ward, Beatrice Knollys, Sir Gerald Leslie, an admirer of Elsie Baring, and Lord Meldrum. Strange what had sent Lord Meldrum away in such haste. Meldrum, ridiculous. Politics, of course. But politics or not, he was an unconscionably long time in returning. Now that Mr. Clavering thought of it, he remembered to have heard the whistle of the last train from the city a good hour ago. Where was Meldrum? Unable to answer this question, and angered by the persistence with which it recurred to his mind, he fixed his thoughts on Mary Grey. Mary Grey with the elusive eyes and mocking smile. If she had picked up the torn note as he believed, she had done so with deliberate purpose. What that purpose was, it was for him to find out. From Mary Grey his thoughts wandered to Lady Ursula's missing maid. He had gone to no little pains in questioning the servants in regard to her, but had learned little save that Rose, whom he remembered as an extremely pretty girl with light hair, was not a favorite with the other servants, especially the women, who pronounced her a designing minx, and declared that she gave herself the airs of a lady. The servants were divided in opinion as to whether she had taken the necklace, the consensus of opinion seeming to be that she had simply left the manor in order to join some mysterious lover who, according to her own accounts, had promised to make her a lady. But when Mr. Clavering pressed for particulars concerning this man, the servants, one and all, became singularly uncommunicative. Either they did not know who he was, or for some reason were unwilling to tell. Mr. Clavering judged the latter supposition to be the case. At all events, Rose's flight had evidently been premeditated, for a search through her room revealed the fact that she had taken with her a traveling bag and clothing. None of the servants could give any clue as to when she had gone or where she would be likely to go. While Mr. Clavering was puzzling over his vague suspicions, he heard a cautious fumbling at the garden door. He turned quickly in his chair. A tall, magnificently proportioned, fair-haired man was entering. "Meldrum!" he cried, rising to his feet. The lights were burning low in the library, and the newcomer had not at first seen Mr. Clavering, who had been sitting with his back to the garden door, sunk in the depths of a big morocco chair. But as the light from the candelabra under which he stood revealed his short, somewhat rotund figure, almost bald head, and round, freshly colored face, surprise, and more, dismay, showed itself on Meldrum's handsome countenance. He made an effort to recover himself. "Why, hello, Clavering," he said in his hearty voice. "What keeps you up so late?" Mr. Clavering's ugly suspicion grew. Why must Meldrum come creeping in like a... Nonsense! He indignantly rejected the thought. "Oh, we all feel greatly concerned over the theft of Lady Pevensy's necklace," he answered as easily as he could, but watched the effect of his words on Meldrum. "I was sitting here having a quiet, cogitation." "Has Lady Pevensy sent yet to Scotland Yard?" asked Meldrum with concern. "Not yet," replied Mr. Clavering guardedly. He did not like this question coming so abruptly from Meldrum. "I thought you had missed the last train," he remarked. "I heard it over an hour ago." "The last train?" repeated Meldrum vaguely. A quick flush covered his whole face. This blond giant, typical of his race, looked then for all the world like a guilty schoolboy. "Oh, I caught it," he said hurriedly. "I walked from the station. There was no carriage. It's a longish walk, especially at night," he finished lamely. Lord Meldrum was not good at lying. He was as conscious of the fact as Mr. Clavering. He paused, one foot on the stairs. "Coming up, Clavering?" "When I am through my, cogitation." Meldrum smiled, showing 2 rows of perfect white teeth. His smile gave him an almost boyish appearance. "Don't overtax your cogitating apparatus, Clavering, old fellow," he said affectionately. "Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes." Mr. Clavering sat staring after him. He said that he had walked from the station, but the road from the station was dry and dusty. Meldrum's boots were covered with boggy mud. Where could he have been? End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Clavering has a night of adventure. Mr. Clavering went up to bed, but not to sleep. It was the beginning of a series of sleepless nights for him and all at Portstead Manor. He found himself weary and yet wakeful, obsessed by unwelcome suspicions, and tossing restlessly from side to side in vain search for the sleep that would not come. Far away a chiming clock struck 1, but otherwise a deathly hush held the old house. Suddenly came a sound to his ear, muffled, though resonant and unmistakable, a woman's sob, the heavy, strangling gasp of one in the throes of anguish or despair. Mr. Clavering sat up in bed and listened intently. The noise could not have been far away, and was probably in the west wing near his room. It could not have come from Lady Pevensey, for she slept in the east wing. The only women whose rooms were near his were Lady Ursula and Elsie Baring. He did not think it could be Elsie Baring whose sob he had heard. If it were Lady Ursula, was Meldrum the cause? How that suspicion would obtrude itself! He waited, nerves tense, but the sob was not repeated, and he was about to lay down again when there fell on his ear another sound, faint but distinct, a peculiar sound, a tap, tap, tapping. It was a rhythmic noise, and growing louder. What was it? Where did it come from? Apparently from the floor above, and it was not unlike a ghostly rapping. Certainly it sounded ghostly at that hour of the night. But Mr. Clavering was a materialist, and he was about to get up and investigate, when there came a clattering and a thud, followed by a piercing scream, which caused him to leap from the bed. Before he could don his dressing gown, he heard a door near his open and close, and someone running down the hall. Struggling with his dressing gown, which seemed to have no armholes, he hurried down the dark corridor in the direction whence the noise had come. He heard other doors opening, and excited voices crying out to know what the matter was. At the foot of a flight of stairs leading up to the unused north wing, he saw a woman standing, looking upward. The moonlight, flooding through an uncurtained window, shone upon the gold-red hair and white, shocked face of Lady Ursula. She was still in her ball gown. "Oh, Mr. Clavering!" she cried breathlessly, as he advanced toward her with solicitude. "Have I roused the entire household? It was so dark I lost my footing, and fell the whole flight. I think I have sprained my ankle." She sank down weakly on the bottom stair, and buried her face in her hands, shuddering. Mr. Clavering looked at her perplexedly. What could she have been doing after midnight in the north wing, a portion of the manor which she had told her guests was unfinished and had once been used for storage, but had now not been opened for years? He had little time for speculation. Guests and servants in all stages of disarray were flocking to the stairs. Lady Pevensey, in a marvelous headgear of the genus boudoir cap, and with her face swathed in a big motor veil, brought up the rear, excitedly demanding if the thief had been captured. Lord Meldrum, his face full of concern, pushed through the circle about Lady Ursula. "Did you fall down the stairs? Are you hurt?" "Just a little. My ankle," she said faintly. Mr. Clavering noticed with surprise that Meldrum was fully dressed as he had seen him last, even to the mud-soaked boots that had roused his suspicions. Portstead, too, had evidently not been to bed, though he had exchanged his evening suit for a lounging robe. He looked haggard and careworn, and evinced more displeasure than solicitude over his sister's fall. Mr. Clavering wondered why he did not inquire what she was doing in the north wing at that hour, but it apparently did not interest him. It was Elsie Baring who put this not unnatural question. Lady Ursula made some confused explanation that no one could understand, and hastily accepted Meldrum's proffered arm to assist her to her room. As she limped past Mr. Clavering, leaning on Meldrum, perhaps more than was needful, he saw that her eyes were red and swollen. It was she, then, whose sob he had heard. But this being the case, how could it have been she who fell down the stairs? He had heard no door open till the fall and scream, and he was sure that the person who ran down the hall in response to it was a woman. The steps were light, and there had been a swish of skirts. Presumably this was Lady Ursula, but if so, who had fallen down the stairs? At that moment Mr. Clavering received a shock. Lady Pevensy's veil came unwound, and he was then and there initiated into certain secrets of that lady's night toilet. Being a gentleman of extreme delicacy of feeling, he immediately looked away and hurried to his room. As he approached Lady Ursula's, he saw Mary Grey in the doorway. She was offering to bathe and bind Lady Ursula's ankle in the absence of Rose. She would not hear to a refusal, and having enlisted Lord Meldrum on her side, proceeded to remove Lady Ursula's satin slipper, plainly against her wishes. Mr. Clavering went on to his own room to ponder over Lady Ursula's parting words to Meldrum, said in earnest, pleading tones, "Please go to bed now, Wilfred. What is can't be helped." When Mr. Clavering lighted his lamp, he could never think clearly in the darkness, he received a second shock. He found that in his excitement he had forgotten to put on his slippers, and had gone about the house in his bare feet. That accounted then for Mary Grey's amused glances, and for Beatrice Knowley's ill-suppressed giggles. He wondered if he would ever have the courage to face the ladies in the morning, especially Mary Grey. To a man of Mr. Clavering's nature, immaculately and fussily correct, no loss was so great as the loss of dignity. For the second time in his life he blushed at himself. So far his detective work had brought him only embarrassment. But would he get at the heart of the mystery yet and win Lady Pevensy's approval, if not more? It was some comfort to remember that she, too, had appeared at disadvantage, though the recollection of what the veil covered, or should have kept covered, still jarred on his aesthetic temperament. However, perhaps she did not every night put on those hideous plasters. Just then he heard Lady Ursula's door open. Mary Grey must have finished her ministrations. He listened for her to pass his room, as she must do to return to the east wing where she slept. Instead, the steps went down the hall in the opposite direction, toward the stairs to the north wing. Strange what should take her back there. It came into his mind that it might have been she who fell down the stairs. He decided to investigate. He went through the halls on tiptoe and without a lamp, wishing to come upon her unawares. As he drew near the stairs, he saw tiny lights flashing up and down them, and the sound as of someone creeping upward. He stole forward with added caution, scarcely drawing his breath. He was certainly on the track of an important clue. "Won't you hold the flashlight for me, Mr. Clavering?" suddenly spoke up Mary Grey in the most matter-of-fact tone. Mr. Clavering gasped. So she was actually going to brazen it out, the minx! "It's not dangerous, Mr. Clavering," she said softly. Again he had the disagreeable sensation that she was making sport of him. It was not to be endured. "Miss Grey," he returned very stiffly, "I think that your presence here at this hour requires explanation. If you are unwilling to explain to me, I must insist on your doing so to Lady Ursula." "Don't you think, Mr. Clavering," she asked without a trace of anger, "that Lady Ursula owes her guests an explanation? A true explanation of the fall and scream that roused us from our sleep?" "Lady Ursula gave an explanation." "Yes, but did you believe it?" "Miss Grey," said Mr. Clavering severely, "I did not follow you here to answer questions, but to put them." Mary Grey bent toward him over the balustrade. "Mr. Clavering, you aspire to be a second Sherlock Holmes, but you are on the wrong clue, decidedly. It is not I who stole the necklace, or even fell down the stairs." Mr. Clavering resented this reading of his thoughts. Moreover, it seemed to him suspicious. "I have not accused you of being the thief, Miss Grey, but I repeat that your presence here requires explanation." "Hold the flashlight and you shall have the explanation," she answered quickly. Mr. Clavering, his astonishment deepening, took the light. Flash it, she said impatiently. There, do you see on this stair and the one above, on every one except the upper, a long scar, a fresh scar? He followed her pointing finger. I see it, he responded eagerly. What do you make of it? His eyes sought hers, no longer mocking, but earnest, brilliant. The clattering noise, he exclaimed. Ah, there was a clattering noise? She demanded breathlessly. My room was so far away I could not be sure. That explains the scar. Mr. Clavering, the person who fell down the stairs, carried a stout stick or cane, and it was not Lady Ursula. She lied about her ankle. It was not sprained or bruised in the slightest. Mr. Clavering was hardly surprised, but he was bewildered. He could not yet feel much faith in Mary Grey. At best, she was a person of mystery. Again she seemed to read his thoughts. I have as much interest as you in discovering the thief, she said earnestly. As Lady Pevensy's hired companion, I am naturally placed in a very unpleasant position by the theft of the necklace. It was all very plausible, but Mr. Clavering's doubts remained. You do not trust me, she said with a queer little sigh. He did not deny the imputation, but resorted again to questioning. Do you think that the person who fell down the stairs is in the north wing now? Mary Grey put her head on one side and appeared to be listening. I think, she answered in crisp, quick tones, that somebody is trying to enter the library who may not be wanted there. Mr. Clavering listened tensely. He heard it, too, the sound of a key stealthily turning in the lock. The circular stairs leading down to the library were but a few feet away. He hastened toward them. Remember that you are unarmed, whispered Mary Grey. He had indeed forgotten. While he hesitated, steps, heavy and rather unsteady, were heard crossing the library. He's coming up, whispered Mary Grey, pulling Mr. Clavering back against the wall. He surely was coming up, slowly and stumblingly. Mr. Clavering, casting about him for some means of defense, ruthlessly snatched down a curtain of rare old tapestry hanging above him. Peering down from the dark hall, he could see the man now, a shadowy, slender figure with top hat at rakish tilt. As he mounted the last spiral of the stairway, Mr. Clavering swooped upon him, flinging the tapestry about his head. The intruder gasped and struggled to free himself from the enveloping folds, but only succeeded in winding them tighter. Mr. Clavering threw both arms about his prisoner and bore him to the floor. Now then, who are you, sir? He demanded sternly. Hang it all, do you want to suffocate a fellow? Growled a muffled voice from the tapestry. I'm Mr. Robert Sylvester. Who the devil are you? End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Robert Sylvester. Mr. Clavering went back to bed after his capture of Robert Sylvester, and remained there until called by his valet. By breakfast time, Robert had slept off his unsteadiness of gait, and before the meal was over, sauntered nonchalantly into the room. The manner of his arrival was known to all, but apparently Mr. Clavering felt more embarrassed over it than did he. Robert's chief concern seemed to be to ingratiate himself with his brother, who plainly resented this addition to the house party. Lady Ursula was manifestly very fond of her scapegrace younger brother, though somewhat disconcerted by his coming. He appeared fond of her, too, in a careless, boyish fashion, and there came an angry flash in his eye when Portstead directed some sarcastic remark to her. A similar flash leaped into Meldrum's eyes, and he brought his clenched hand down upon the table. There was a marked resemblance between Lady Ursula and Robert. Both had fair hair shading to red, dark eyes, and clear-cut, delicate features. But in the case of Robert, the mouth was loose, the chin weak, and the complexion becoming pasty. Yet, in spite of these defects, there was much that was attractive in his face. If it lacked the ascetic strength of Portstead's, it lacked also its repellent hardness. Elsie Baring was visibly confused by Robert's presence, and piqued by the nonchalance of his greeting. But to judge from the way his glance constantly traveled back to her, his nonchalance was assumed. He expressed a proper sympathy over Lady Pevensy's loss, and Mr. Clavering wondered why Portstead's keen, cold eye rested so sharply on him. Altogether, it was an uncomfortable meal. Mr. Clavering noticed that Lady Ursula still kept up the fiction of a sprained ankle, and being unwilling to suspect her of worse motives, persuaded himself that it might be mainly for the sake of bringing out the protective tenderness of Meldrum's nature. He insisted upon fairly carrying her to the terrace, and ensconcing her in the most comfortable chair, banked with innumerable cushions. He gave up a game of bowls with Colonel Darrell and Sir Gerald Leslie, always his favorite sport, to sit by her and amuse her. It was good to see how his blue eyes, rather severe and determined, softened when they met hers, and how the bronzed pink of his complexion deepened. There, thought Mr. Clavering, are two people who might be happy if... If what? He glanced towards the tall, spare frame of Portstead, who was regarding them disapprovingly. Why should he be the arbiter of his sister's destiny? Why should he assume toward her the authority of a master, rather than the affection of a brother? Portstead was an excellent fellow, of course, but he was immensely unpleasant to live with. Small wonder he had never found a woman willing to link her life to his. But, pondered Mr. Clavering, did he know any reason outside of politics why Meldrum should not marry his sister? Anything against Meldrum? It was unanswerable. Mr. Clavering still felt a little fearful of meeting the railleries of the ladies, and wandered away by himself, spending the morning in fruitless search for clues. At luncheon, Robert Sylvester asked his brother for a few minutes' private conversation, but Portstead answered curtly that he and his secretary were occupied with state papers, and that he would not be at liberty to attend to personal matters until late in the evening. Robert cast a furtive, hopeless glance at his sister, who shook her head as hopelessly. "I should be glad, Lord Meldrum," remarked Portstead in cold, distinct tones at the conclusion of the meal, "if you could come to the library tonight at 10. I do not expect that I shall be free until then. There are certain matters which you and I must come to agreement upon." "Cecil!" cried his sister imploringly. "I have decided," he responded, with an air of finality. There was dumb misery in Lady Ursula's eyes, but she said nothing more. That afternoon the library was closed to the guests, and Mr. Clavering, in his wanderings about the garden, saw through the leaded glass door of the library Lord Portstead and his secretary hard at work upon a pile of official-looking documents. "Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Clavering," queried a soft voice at his ear, "that Lord Portstead is somewhat of a tyrant to his sister?" Mr. Clavering turned to survey Mary Grey displeasedly. "I do not think it proper to discuss my host and hostess," he replied with emphasis. "No, of course not," she murmured contritely. "You know best what is proper." But again there was that inscrutable light in her eyes that made him so uncomfortable. What a way she had of stealing about, and what a strange taste always to dress in gray. There was something uncanny about her. "Mr. Clavering," resumed the soft voice with its hint of mockery, "Lady Pevensey is getting impatient for you to discover the thief, or at least some clue to his identity. She will give you 3 more days in which to investigate, and then she really thinks that she will send for that woman detective, Mercedes Quero, of whom Miss Baring spoke." Mr. Clavering was at once on his mettle. 3 days should be ample time for my investigations, but I must beg Lady Pevensey to remember that the necklace was not missing until last night. I hardly think that even this famed Mercedes Quero could have recovered it in so short a time. "Oh, I am sure she could not," returned Mary Grey, with perhaps a little too much warmth to be wholly sincere. "In fact, I told Lady Pevensey so, and advised her to give you 3 days more." Mr. Clavering reddened. This girl was actually patronizing him. Oh, but this was too much. She must be shown her place. "That was kind of you, Miss Grey," he remarked pompously, "but I scarcely think that your, intervention was necessary. Lady Pevensey would possibly have come to the same decision herself." "Oh, I fear not," she gently demurred. Mr. Clavering bestowed upon her an exceedingly haughty, aristocratic stare, and was rewarded by a piquant, and yes, irresistible smile. He was furious with himself for yielding to it. "Mr. Clavering, let us be friends," she exclaimed impulsively. "Let us work together. We both have strong motives for wishing to discover the thief. Why should we not join forces?" But Mr. Clavering had withdrawn into his shell. He was not going to allow this young woman to beguile him with her soft, sly ways. "You will pardon me, Miss Grey," he replied with dignity, "but in a matter of this kind I prefer to work alone." She was not at all crestfallen, but flashed another smile at him, absolutely without pique. "You are quite right, Mr. Clavering," she agreed sweetly. "By working alone, we shall be better able to form independent conclusions. Of course, you have accounted by now for the disappearance of the person who fell downstairs? Probably you have investigated the north wing?" Well, no, he hadn't. Before he could explain that he felt a natural delicacy in poking about a section of the house obviously closed to guests, Mary Gray had slipped away into the park. Mr. Clavering pondered long over his conversation with this strange young woman. Was she honest, or was she not? Was it his duty, as she had suggested, to investigate the north wing? He hardly thought so. It need not be that the person who fell down the stairs was the thief. A light suddenly broke in upon him. Mary Gray wished him to believe so. But why should she wish it? Why indeed, save to divert suspicion from herself? He made up his mind, then and there, that he would abandon his absurd distrust of Meldrum and devote himself to studying Mary Gray. With this resolution, he went to dress for dinner. This meal was even more markedly unpleasant than the preceding. The dining hall, seen by the subdued light of shaded lamps, was a place of shadow and gloom. A long, lofty apartment, heavily raftered by huge beams of black oak that hung like a pall above one's head. Here one's voice would involuntarily become hushed, and one's spirit oppressed even without the constraining presence of Portstead. The Earl had allowed himself a recess from his labors. He had rigid ideas of what was owing to his guests, but the younger people, at least, felt that his presence was a courtesy with which they would have been willing to dispense. Robert's ingratiating manner was gone, and he appeared sulkily defiant, deliberately introducing topics that he knew were offensive to his brother. In vain, Lady Ursula sought to turn the conversation. From racing and ballet dancers, Robert drifted to Sir Julian Travers, the sporting baronet, whose name had long been taboo in polite circles. Travers, who had dissipated his own and his mother's fortune, and had finally fled England to escape the consequences of a spectacular forgery, was Portstead's pet aversion. Robert's unfortunate introduction of Travers' name gave the Earl opportunity to dilate upon the heinousness of his crimes, and thence to draw a parallel between his life and Robert's aimless, spendthrift one. Robert retaliated by a contemptuous remark, cuttingly personal, that whipped the color into Portstead's bloodless cheeks. He controlled himself, however, and steadily observed that there was a train leaving for London at 8:30, and that there would be a carriage at his brother's disposal at 7:45. Robert responded by an oath that caused Lady Pevensey to clasp her jeweled hands over her ears in horror, and Elsie Baring to flush painfully. "You think you're a demigod or the Lord Almighty himself because you have come into the money and title," shouted Robert, shaking his fist in his brother's face in an access of unbridled fury. "But to have isn't to hold. Just you remember that, you cold-blooded, domineering saint." With this, he rushed from the room. That was the last seen of him for many anxious hours. There was a half-hearted attempt at playing bridge in the evening, but when at 10 o'clock Meldrum excused himself to keep his appointment with Portstead, all were glad to avail themselves of the opportunity to escape to their rooms. Mr. Clavering observed that Lady Ursula's eyes followed Meldrum anxiously, almost fearfully, and he suspected that the interview in the library would be a stormy one. Mr. Clavering was far from satisfied with his detective efforts so far. He had really expected better of himself. But one thing at least he had discovered. Lady Pevensey had reluctantly admitted that Mary Gray had come to her practically unrecommended. Apparently she was a person of mysterious antecedents. Why Lady Pevensey should have taken such a person into her service was not clear to him, but he presumed that she had been attracted by her ladylike appearance. She was undeniably a gentlewoman. He had also learned from the same source that Mary Gray contemplated a trip to London in the morning on some private business. He had decided to go up to the city on the same train. If she had taken the necklace, this would be her chance to dispose of it. He sat up until midnight, listening for a repetition of the weird tapping of the night before, but heard nothing in any way unusual, so decided to go to bed. However, he thought it well, in case of unforeseen happenings, to keep a night lamp burning and his dressing gown and slippers within easy reach. He could not explain why, but there seemed something menacing in the very stillness of the old house. Finally, he dozed off to dream of all manner of impossible clues. At 2 o'clock in the morning he was roused by a pistol shot. It came, apparently, from the floor below. For a moment he found himself unable to move. Then, shaking off the paralysis of terror that held him, he got into his dressing gown and slippers and resolutely stepped into the corridor, bearing the night lamp and armed with his silver-knobbed walking stick. Doors were opening from all parts of the house, and he was greeted by low screams and excited questions. Colonel Darrell pushed by him and sprang down the broad, curving staircase into the great main hall. Mr. Clavering was not sorry to see a pistol gleaming in his hand. The women, guests, and servants, their faces white patches in the darkness, were leaning over the square, balustraded gallery that ran around the top of the great hall, and were peering down into the black gulf below. Mary Gray, however, hastened after Colonel Darrell, showing an astonishing eagerness and lack of fear. Mr. Clavering was ashamed not to follow her, but the night lamp shook in his hand as he went. He was amazed to behold Lady Ursula coming swiftly from the drawing-room, for he could not understand how she had descended the stairs before the others. He had not seen her at all until now, as she stood there before them, hastily wrapped in an evening cloak, and her face blue-white in the moonlight that streamed through the thin, high windows of the hall. "The shot was in here," she cried. "I think it was in the library." Mary Gray was the first to reach the library door. It was locked. There was no light under it. She knocked several times, but received no response. "Cecil!" screamed Lady Ursula, beating against the door. "Cecil!" "Lady Ursula," interposed Colonel Darrell gravely, "we must enter this room. Have I your permission to break down the door?" She nodded mutely. She was on the verge of collapse. "It will not be necessary to break down the door, Colonel Darrell," spoke up Mary Gray quickly. "Simply grasp the knob firmly in both hands and press your knee just below the lock with all your strength. It will yield." Colonel Darrell gave her a peculiar look, but obeyed. Mr. Clavering had a feeling of repulsion toward her as the lock gave with the least possible amount of noise, and the door flew open. He had read of how burglars employed this same trick for forcing locks. How came she to know of it? The huge library lay before them, black-shadowed, awesome. There came a rush of air through the open garden door, and the moonlight flooding in made visible a dim form outstretched upon the floor. While even Colonel Darrell, rough old campaigner that he was, stopped horrified upon the threshold, Mary Gray sprang by him into the room and, dropping to her knees, bent over the still form. "He is dead," she said after a moment in a hushed voice. "Mr. Clavering, bring your lamp here." Colonel Darrell strove to prevent Lady Ursula from entering, but she pressed past him, and snatching the lamp from Mr. Clavering, held it over the upturned face of the dead man. "Cecil! Oh, Cecil!" she moaned, and swaying, was caught in Colonel Darrell's arms. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Clavering invades the north wing. As Colonel Darrell placed Lady Ursula upon the couch, a powerful figure loomed up in the garden doorway. A moment later, Lord Meldrum bounded into the room. He stopped short, staring at the still form on the floor. "My God, is he dead?" burst from his lips. Mary Gray suddenly rose and deliberately flashed the lamp full in Meldrum's face. He was flushed and breathing hard, and his eyes held utter horror and something of consternation, too. Harry Brooks, Portstead's secretary, sprang toward him. "Lord Meldrum," he cried, "there has been more than murder done. The papers with which I have been assisting his lordship have been stolen." Meldrum slowly turned his eyes from the dead Earl to the small, dark, commonplace young man who had been his secretary. "Well?" he said, interrogatively and half-dazedly. "You know the importance of those papers, Lord Meldrum," asserted Harry Brooks, with meaning unmistakable. "You know what gain it would be to the party whose interests are yours if they should get possession of them before they are ready for presentation to the House." Meldrum flushed tremendously, and his brows drew together. "Brooks," he said sharply, "you forget yourself." He went over to Lady Ursula, who was recovering from her faintness. The severity of his expression vanished, and was succeeded by a pitying tenderness as he begged her to return to her room. "I cannot go and leave Cecil there," she shuddered. "Why does not somebody carry him upstairs?" "He cannot be moved until the coroner comes," interposed Mary Gray. "The coroner!" gasped Lady Ursula. "Why, it is suicide, nothing more. You must see that it cannot be worse," she emphasized piteously. "I am afraid we cannot see that, Lady Ursula," returned Mary Grey seriously. "The pistol with which Lord Portstead was killed is not here, but in any case it will be necessary to summon the coroner." Mr. Clavering regarded her with indignation. What she said was perfectly true, but she need not be so cold-blooded about it. Lord Meldrum attempted to draw Lady Ursula from the room, but she shrank from him with a little moan. "Don't touch me!" Meldrum went slowly white. "I beg your pardon," he muttered. "I want to be alone," she cried, catching the amazement on the others' faces. "I am going up to my room. I don't want anyone to come to me till—" she shuddered again, "till it is necessary." Meldrum, his features working, watched her as she tottered from the room. Then he wheeled upon Harry Brooke so fiercely that little secretary recoiled. "If I hear any more of your beastly implications, you will answer for them. Do you understand?" With that he strode from the library, as though fearing to trust himself longer. Mr. Clavering had never before seen the jovial Meldrum in a rage, and he was startled by the slumbering fires that Harry Brooks had aroused. He wished that he had not seen this hidden side of Meldrum's nature. A doctor had already been sent for, and now Colonel Darrell advised that the coroner be immediately notified, and that in the interim a search be made through the gardens. Mr. Clavering gave it as his advice that Mary Grey, who showed a strange and, it seemed to him, unwomanly curiosity in the whole tragic happening, should return to Lady Pevensey, whose hysterical screams were unpleasantly audible. But when the gentleman came back from a vain search through the grounds, Mary Grey was just re-entering the library from the small book-room leading off it, and separated from it only by a heavy curtain of old tapestry. Colonel Darrell had already searched this room before going into the gardens, but had discovered nothing there save old books, stacked about the walls with that precision in which Portstead had delighted. As the room possessed but the one doorway opening from the library, it could offer no clue to the disappearance of the assassin, and Mr. Clavering wondered what Mary Grey had been doing there. She met his reproving eye with provoking unconcern, and even followed him into the hall, where candles had now been lighted. "Mr. Clavering," she murmured coaxingly, after assuring herself that they were alone in the hall, "if you will promise not to look quite so cross, I will show you something that I found, something that should interest you." Mr. Clavering's eagerness overcame his amazement at her impertinence, and he forbore to rebuke her. "What do you make of this?" she asked, opening her handkerchief and disclosing some small, dark particles. Mr. Clavering took down a candle from the silver sconce above him and studied them carefully. "Why, it is mud," he decided at length. "Mud that is just beginning to cake." Mary Grey nodded. "I found this on the library floor." Mr. Clavering stared accusingly at the small cakes of mud. "The person who shot Lord Portstead must have had muddy boots," he declared hoarsely. Mary Grey nodded again. "And yet it has not rained for nearly 2 weeks. There's a neat little problem for you, Mr. Clavering." But he was deaf to the mocking challenge in her voice. His old suspicions were taking shape. How did Meldrum, fully dressed, even to his hat, happen to be outside the garden door at the time the shot occurred? He remembered with a shock that Meldrum's boots on the night before had been covered with much the same dark slimy mud as that which Mary Grey had gathered from the library floor. Were they so covered now? The possibility that they were made him sick at heart, and leaving Mary Grey abruptly, he went upstairs for a solitary reflection. Lady Pevensey, in the same barbarous headgear and big motor veil that he recalled so vividly, accosted him excitedly in the upper hall. Her eyes were wide with terror. "Mr. Clavering!" she exclaimed with shrill impressiveness. "It was no human being that killed Lord Portstead." Mr. Clavering regarded her with anxious concern. There, dear Lady Pevensey," he said soothingly. "If you will only go back to bed and try to sleep, you will feel more composed in the morning." "Archibald Clavering!" she snapped. "Do you mean to insinuate that I am not in my right mind? I tell you this house is haunted. I am convinced of it." Mr. Clavering had heard that it was well to humor the mentally sick, so he asked, "What makes you think so?" Lady Pevensey bent toward him. "Sounds," she whispered. "Sounds in the wall." His concern grew. He wondered if temporary aberration were likely to prove serious. "I think I will call Miss Grey," he said, backing toward the stairs. But Lady Pevensey clutched his arm. "I don't want Mary Grey," she objected with venom. "She is worse than useless. I intend to discharge her in the morning. My nerves are in a frightful state. If it didn't look like deserting Ursula in her trouble, I would leave the house this minute, even if I had to walk to London. Mr. Clavering, I did hear sounds in the wall. Footsteps, just a few minutes before that awful pistol shot. "It was somebody walking in the hall," suggested Mr. Clavering, more excited than he cared to own. "It was not in the hall, it was in the wall," reiterated Lady Pevensey testily. "And there were other sounds, too. There were rappings." "Rappings?" repeated Mr. Clavering, startled. He thought of the peculiar tapping he had heard the night before. "It did not come from the floor above?" he asked tentatively. "It came from the wall of my room," she answered with conviction. He saw that it was useless to attempt to reason her out of her delusion, or persuade her to return to her room, so he took her to Elsie Baring's. The glimpse he had of Elsie Baring's wan face gave him rather of a shock. The grim tragedy down in the library had been very hard on the women. Before going to his own room, he glanced sympathetically toward Lady Ursula's closed door, and was struck by its proximity to the circular stairs leading to the library. It had not occurred to him before that it was almost directly opposite these stairs. Standing by it now, he could hear the grave, low-pitched voice of Colonel Darrell and the tense voice of Harry Brooks, both of whom were keeping vigil with the dead. The shot must have sounded startlingly loud to Lady Ursula. He remembered that the single door in the library at the foot of the circular stairs had been open when Colonel Darrell forced the other door. If her door, too, had been open, she might have heard more than the shot. The thought was not a pleasant one. Mr. Clavering had never before felt such desire to escape from himself and his thoughts. His uneasiness drew him on down the corridor to the stairs leading up to the north wing. He wished he had brought a light. He would have liked to examine again the scar made on them the night before. He was about to go back for his lamp when he heard a sound that held him rooted to the spot. Somewhere in the black region stretching above, a door slammed. There was not a breath of wind to blow it. Somebody must be in the north wing. He did not stop to consider that he was unarmed. His detective zeal was too strong. On tiptoe and rapidly he mounted the stairs to what might have been an Egyptian darkness for all he could see. On the top stair he halted. He had the distinct impression that there was somebody near him. He fancied that he could hear quick breathing. Realizing that by standing there outlined against the lighter hall below, he was but making a target of himself if anyone cared to attack, he took a groping step forward. The next instant something crashed violently into his face. Reeling backward under the blow, he thudded over the stairs, head foremost. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Surmises and suspicions. He landed with a jarring shock and lost count of time and space from that moment until he became vaguely aware of a pair of strong and rough hands that shook him by the shoulder. Next instant he felt himself drifting, rising, dragged along through space, and finally let fall with a cruel jar by those same strong, rough hands upon some hard, unyielding substance which he took to be the floor. Again he lost himself in void, and then, half-conscious, grew dimly irritated at a sudden glare of light beating into his face. Again a hand shook him by the shoulder, but this time gently, though none the less determinately, and the light burned into his eyes persistently. He heard his name called from a distance, and pushing open his heavy lids, stared up into the pale, concerned face of Mary Gray, who was bending over him, candle held aloft. She met his wondering gaze with a little flashing smile of relief. "I was really getting worried, Mr. Clavering." He sat up with caution, and the effort cost him a groan. He feared his head would burst, and the dark wainscoting was all starred with flecks of light. Slowly his vision cleared, and it all came back to him. The slamming of the door in the north wing, the crashing blow, the fall. He looked about him painfully for the stairs down which he had thudded. In an access of bewilderment, he caught at Mary Gray's slim hand. There were no stairs above him, only the corridor stretching straight beyond in the gray dimness of the coming dawn. Before him, in the candlelight, he made out the curve of the circular stairs which led down to the library. How did he come there, was the question that whirled through his throbbing head. Then he remembered those strong, rough hands that had gripped and raised him. He turned accusingly to Mary Gray. She was regarding him with a curious intensity. "Did you carry me here?" he demanded. She rose to her feet, and drawing her slender figure to its full height, glanced down scathingly at Mr. Clavering's undeniable rotundity. "Do I look as though I could carry you anywhere?" He was obliged to admit that she did not. "But someone carried me here from the north wing stairs," he maintained. A light broke over Mary Gray's face. It seemed to him that mirth shone in her eyes. "What sort of gyrations were you performing on the north wing stairs?" she queried. Mr. Clavering pulled himself with difficulty to his feet and steadied himself against the wall, his head whirring like a top and the wainscoting again star-flecked. "Miss Gray," he made answer at length, with a kind of desperate dignity, "I have been taught the painful lesson that the reward of the detective is rarely proportionate to the dangers he incurs." She gave a little low, amused laugh. "So you have been prying in the north wing," she cried. "Investigating, Miss Gray," he corrected. "Well, I wouldn't do it again if I were you," she smiled. In view of the injuries he had sustained, Mr. Clavering thought it hardly likely that he would. He put his hand to his forehead. There was an ugly protuberance jutting over his brows. He was sure that his nose was broken, and there was another even larger swelling on the back of his head. "Am I very badly disfigured?" he inquired anxiously. Mary Gray, to do her justice, this time controlled her twitching lips. "Brown paper soaked in vinegar, I think, might improve your appearance," she parried demurely. Mr. Clavering stiffly rejected the idea of brown paper and vinegar, and was about to remark that arnica would probably be sufficient, when there sounded a ponderous knocking through the manor. It was the doctor and the coroner arriving together. With them was a detective from Scotland Yard. While these officials were making their examinations, Mr. Clavering repaired to his room, and with the solicitous aid of Jenkins, his valet, attempted to remove the marks of his investigation. But the more effort expended, the uglier and bigger grew the swellings. With a sigh, he bade Jenkins desist. He glanced in the mirror and groaned aloud. "Jenkins," he asked sadly, "am I recognizable?" Jenkins coughed discreetly. I shouldn't like to venture an opinion, sir." Just then a servant came with the announcement that the coroner was conducting a preliminary inquiry in the library and desired Mr. Clavering's presence. Mr. Clavering felt that it was a very unpleasant place to conduct the inquiry, and on the way there, passing Lord Portstead's chamber, to which his body had been removed, he was so obsessed by the horror of what had happened that he forgot his disfigurements. He was reminded of them by the gasp of astonishment that arose when he stepped into the library. Conscious that every eye was on the black and yellow protuberance that even he could see, he slunk into a chair behind Lord Meldrum. Mary Gray came in then to say that Lady Pevensey was in a state of hysteria that forbade her being present. Mr. Clavering saw the detective give a little start at the sight of Mary Gray. He noticed also that a faint pink stole into her cheeks, and that the glance she gave him conveyed some message, apparently of appeal. "So," he thought, "she is known to Scotland Yard." He was not surprised, but, well, yes, he did feel vaguely sorry. She was an attractive young woman, after all. Lady Ursula was the last to appear. She did not come as the others had through the main door from the lower hall, but she dragged slowly down the circular stairs, her nerves evidently at the snapping point. Though conventionality decreed that the high-bred woman stifle her emotions under a mask of impassible calm, Lady Ursula had long passed the stage where conventionality could be obeyed. The change that these few hours had wrought in her was pitiful. Her face was intensely pale, but it was the utter hopeless misery and brooding horror in her eyes that struck Mr. Clavering so forcibly. Lord Meldrum sprang forward and placed a chair for her. She took it in silence, giving him a peculiar look, questioning and fearful. It affected him deeply, and he turned away to hide his emotion. The coroner, out of consideration for Lady Ursula's state of collapse, put as few questions as possible to her. In fact, she had little to tell. Worrying over the theft of Lady Pevensey's necklace, she had sat up late, had heard the report of a pistol, and fearing she knew not what, had gone downstairs to investigate. "Did your ladyship go down by these circular stairs?" suddenly interrupted Burton, the detective. Inspector Burton was a youngish man with keen, aggressive eyes and a bulldog set to his jaw. Mr. Clavering, surprised at the question, saw Mary Gray lean forward in her chair and scan Lady Ursula's face. As for Lady Ursula, She gave Burton a quick, startled look and answered hastily, Why, no, I went down the main stairway. Why should you ask?" "Oh," replied Burton easily, unabashed by the coroner's frown at his officiousness. "A servant told me that your room was very near the circular stairs, and I noticed that you just now came down them." Lady Ursula went a shade paler. "When I heard the shot, I came down the main stairs," she reiterated tonelessly. Mr. Clavering gripped the arm of his chair. Was she telling the truth? To go down the main stairway, she must have passed his door, and he was certain that no one had passed it between the time of the shot and his opening of the door. If she had passed it afterwards, how came she downstairs before anyone else, when he had no recollection of seeing her in the halls? She had come out from the drawing-room. Could she have been downstairs before the shot? He felt a cold chill running over him. He tried resolutely to banish the ugly thought, but it refused to be banished. Through a cloud of distorted fancies, he heard the coroner put some questions concerning the discovery of the body. Mary Gray was able to give the best account, cool and concise. He felt that there was something unnatural about her composure, something unwomanly. Not having wide acquaintance with the modern, nerveless young woman, he believed that more or less hysteria was only woman's prerogative upon a harrowing occasion like this. For a woman to be even more composed than the men argued that she must be abnormal and unsexed. The coroner took a few notes upon Mary Gray's testimony, but he seemed anxious to make the next train back to the city. He gave some instructions to Burton, set the public inquest for Tuesday week, and after gravely shaking hands with Lady Ursula, took his departure, accompanied by the doctor. "May I ask your ladyship just one or two more questions?" interposed Burton as she was about to leave the room. Lady Ursula paused, one slippered foot on the circular stairs, almost a hunted look in her eyes. Meldrum went over quickly and stood by her side. Mr. Clavering fancied that she shrank a little. "Can't you see," demanded Meldrum indignantly, "that her ladyship needs rest and quiet? You must not torture her with questions now." But Lady Ursula drew herself up with something of her usual stateliness. She would not give way to weakness before this obtrusive police official. "I am quite well," she said calmly. "What do you wish to ask me, Mr. Burton, I believe?" The detective stepped nearer. "Your ladyship has a younger brother," he said with deliberation. "Has he been notified yet of the tragic happening that has brought him into the title and estates of the late Earl of Portstead?" In spite of herself, Lady Ursula shivered. "Not yet." "I have been told," pursued Burton, "that Mr. Robert Sylvester has been here for a day or so. May I ask where he is now?" Lady Ursula was watching the detective curiously. "I don't know," she admitted faintly. Elsie Baring suddenly pressed forward. "Why should it matter to you, Mr. Burton, where Robert Sylvester is now?" Burton turned his keen, hard eyes upon her. She faced him, trembling, but with a certain defiance in her attitude, and repeated her question. "Why," answered Burton with a drawling enunciation peculiarly at variance with his general aspect of alert aggressiveness, "I simply thought it was Mr. Robert Sylvester's place to be here and help his sister bear up." "That is not what you thought," she contradicted hotly. "But I tell you, you are wrong, wrong." Bursting into tears, she fled from the room. Lady Ursula stared after her sadly, Meldrum in complete dismay. Mr. Clavering began to wish that Meldrum would learn to mask his emotions. One after another they chased across his mobile face, making it an open book for all to read. But what contradictory reading! Burton appeared to find it interesting, for he abruptly shifted his gaze from Elsie Baring's vanishing figure to Meldrum. "Lord Meldrum," he began in his slow, deliberate way. "Miss Gray," his hesitancy over her name struck Mr. Clavering at once. "Miss Gray, in the clear account she gave of the finding of Lord Portstead's body, stated that you came into the library by the garden door, which was open, and that Lord Portstead's secretary shortly afterwards informed you that important government papers were missing." "I informed Lord Meldrum that they were stolen," burst out Harry Brooks explosively. "So you did, Brooks," said Meldrum quietly, but the quick flush that covered his face belied his composure. "And it is my advice that nothing be said yet about the loss of the papers." "Theft of the papers," corrected Harry Brooks fiercely. Meldrum nodded forbearingly. "In any case, it can do no good to take the world into our confidence. A secret search will be far more likely to bear fruit." "Well, I think you're right about that, Lord Meldrum," remarked Burton, and jotted down a few more notes. But Brooks was not satisfied. He seemed to be possessed of vindictiveness toward Meldrum. "If I were a detective," he said significantly, "I should ask Lord Meldrum what he was doing outside the garden door at 2 o'clock in the morning." Lady Ursula caught her breath sharply. Meldrum flushed again, but he showed no anger, rather a sort of tolerant contempt for the secretary. "You are overwrought, Brooks," he said with a touch of class hauteur. "It might be just as well, Lord Meldrum," insinuated Burton softly, "if you would tell us what you were doing out in the garden." Lord Meldrum hesitated. Lady Ursula's eyes sought his fearfully. There was a painful silence. At last Meldrum said, quickly and somewhat incoherently, "I had a late interview in the library with Lord Portstead. I felt unable to sleep after it, and I went out into the garden." "Leaving the door open?" unexpectedly demanded Mary Grey. Meldrum turned toward her in surprise. "I do not remember." Burton was taking notes rapidly now. Brooks edged nearer Lord Meldrum. There was no mistaking his hatred of the blond giant towering above him. "I should like to know if this interview was an unpleasant one?" he asked, with a ring of triumph in his voice. Lady Ursula clutched Meldrum's arm. From his splendid height he looked down upon the little secretary as though he would have crushed him. "That, Brooks, is no affair of yours," he said sternly. Burton closed his memorandum with a snap. "Thank you very much, Lady Ursula, for putting up with me so long. I don't think I've got any more questions to ask just now. I guess I've got enough here." He gave his little book an affectionate slap. "I guess I've got enough here to keep me ruminating for a while." End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. More mystery. The morning passed in gloomy quiet. Mr. Clavering's head was too painful to admit of his following clues or seeking new ones, and he was obliged to leave all the investigating to Burton, who was prowling about the house and grounds with an avidity that was positively ghoulish. From his lozenged windows, Mr. Clavering had occasional glimpses of a gray dress flitting among the trees. He was glad that Mary Grey had not carried out her plan of going up to the city. He would not have felt able to follow her, even if she had taken with her 20 stolen necklaces. In fact, the theft was beginning to pale in comparison with the greater crime. He wondered if there were a connection between them. He sat up with a sudden start that shot circles of pain through his head. There must be a connection. Lady Pevensy's chamber had been the starting point of all the mystery which had ended in tragedy. She had even heard there, a few moments before the shot, footsteps in the wall, so she maintained, and the tapping sound that had so puzzled him. Evidently, the gathered threads of the mystery were to be sought in her rooms rather than in the north wing. Perhaps Mr. Clavering was a little over-eager to accept the belief that no clue was to be found in the north wing. However, viewed in the matter-of-fact daylight, the slamming of a door became less significant. There might have come a sudden gust of wind, and what had crashed into his face might have been a falling piece of furniture, though why it should fall without human agency was not quite clear to him, and at the time he had had the impression that it was a stout chair wielded by a pair of powerful arms that had sent him thudding over the stairs. The same pair of arms, presumably, that had borne him to the top of the circular stairs. But with such a throbbing head as his, it brought him some small comfort to explain away inconsistencies and resolve to confine his investigations, for a while at least, to Lady Pevensy's rooms. He knew that she had declined to enter them again, and he now sent Jenkins to Lady Ursula to inquire if he might not have these rooms, on the plea that he had always been accustomed to a chamber lighted by the morning sun, which was perfectly true. Jenkins brought back word that Lady Ursula was willing, but suggested that there were other empty rooms in the east wing, larger than Lady Pevensy's and equally sunny, and that Mr. Clavering had best make his choice of these. But he directed Jenkins to move his effects at once to Lady Pevensy's rooms, and by noon he was installed there, with head improving and detective zeal renewed. A thorough search of the rooms failed to reveal anything extraordinary about them, except that, in spite of the greater sunlight, they were more somber than those he had quitted. But it was a somberness that Mr. Clavering, who was something of an antiquarian, rejoiced in. With appreciative eye he studied the arched ceiling, panelled in black oak, the broader dark oak panelling of the walls, and the massive wrought fireplace. Were the bright colors restored to the age-dimmed tapestries, he could well have imagined himself back in the days of Elizabeth, when Portstead Manor was new. The furniture, stately and old, furthered the illusion, the only incongruous note being the modern dressing table, from which Lady Pevensy's necklace had been stolen. From the mullioned casement he looked out beyond the gardens and the parkland to the woods that ringed the manor on the east and north, and he was rudely brought back to the present. Those dense, deep woods, might they not afford a hiding place for thief or murderer? At least they were worth investigating. But he was not destined to do so that day. In the afternoon, at Lady Ursula's request, he went up to London to search for Robert Sylvester, whom telegrams had failed to locate. Altogether, Mr. Clavering had never spent a more uncomfortable afternoon. He was constantly dodging acquaintances, for this modern Beau Brummel had no wish to be seen in so battered a plight. As a matter of fact, the trip to London had been nothing short of heroism on his part, but he had been unable to resist the appeal in Lady Ursula's eyes. Burton's leading questions concerning Robert and his continued non-appearance had alarmed her. Mr. Clavering, spurred on by sympathy, tried his best to locate the missing Robert, but all his efforts ended in failure. At Robert's lodgings he could learn nothing save that a very much worried young woman had called there in the morning, and had gone away greatly disturbed at not finding Mr. Sylvester. More questioning elicited from the porter that she was very pretty and smartly dressed, but not what he would call a lady. Mr. Clavering next tried the clubs frequented by London's gilded youth, but learned nothing there save that Robert was supposed to be out of town indefinitely. He even sought out the domicile of a certain professional beauty whose praises Robert had inadvisedly sung at dinner the night before. Miss St. John, however, had heard nothing of him for a week, but it was her belief that he had gone into hiding to escape persistent creditors. So Mr. Clavering was forced to bring back a most unsatisfactory report to Lady Ursula. Burton, who seemed to be everywhere about the manor, contrived to hear the greater part of the account, and he proceeded to make entries in his book with an air of suppressed triumph. Mr. Clavering felt indignant. It was clear enough whom Burton suspected. "Mr. Burton," he said, with an assumption of authority, when Lady Ursula had withdrawn, "you are altogether wrong in trying to fasten this unspeakable crime on Robert Sylvester. I know that he is wild and everything he should not be, but he is a good-hearted boy, and utterly incapable of taking his brother's life." "I should like to agree with you, sir," returned Burton civilly, "but in the face of this, it's a bit hard." He held out a silver-mounted pistol. Mr. Clavering examined it gingerly. On a small plate on the handle, the name Robert Sylvester stared up at him. "Where was this found?" he demanded hoarsely. "Under the cushion of one of the library chairs. If you will look through the chambers, you will see that one of the bullets has been discharged." But Robert Sylvester was not in the manor at the time of the murder," Mr. Clavering set forth in protest. "That will have to be proved," replied Burton ominously. At dinner, Mr. Clavering ate a desultory meal in company with Mary Grey. To his relief, it was served in the breakfast-room instead of the great, gloomy dining-hall. The other guests, with the exception of Lady Pevensey, Elsie Baring, and Lord Meldrum, had returned to their homes. But Lady Pevensey and her niece were hardly less prostrated than their hostess, while Meldrum had gone to the country club in search of Robert. Mary Grey's usual vivacity had vanished, and she seemed plunged in thought. She scarcely spoke until they were rising from the table, when she abruptly asked, "What do you think of Burton as a detective?" "I think he is on the wrong clue decidedly," responded Mr. Clavering with emphasis. "As a matter of fact, I should classify his methods as commonplace and unfruitful. He lacks imagination. He does lack imagination," she assented quickly. "Once he lights on what seems to him a clue, he follows it up like a bloodhound. Mr. Clavering, do you share his suspicions of Robert Sylvester?" "No," he answered, but his voice wavered. "Neither do I," she said, "in spite of the pistol." "He told you of the pistol?" "It was I who found it." Mr. Clavering stared amazedly, but before he could question her, she had left the room. He was too weary to do anything that evening other than go to bed early. He felt that now, at least, he could pass a night of peace. The tragedy had happened, but he should have learned by now that peace and Portstead Manor were alien to one another. After 2 or 3 hours' sleep from pure exhaustion, he awoke with the sensation that something was wrong. His night lamp had burned out, and the room was intensely dark. he heard furtive footsteps, but whether in the room or in the corridor without, he could not be certain. Then followed a peal of thunder that shook the house, and the wind shrieked in the old gables, and the rain came driving in at the open casement. Thoroughly awakened now, he realized that the countryside was in the grasp of a terrific electric storm. The rain and the thunder were more severe than the lightning, and while groping about in the dark for matches, he came into painful collision with the dressing table. But he forgot the pain in the discovery he made. The dressing table drawer was wide open, as though hastily pulled out. It had been tightly closed when he went to bed. His senses were at once alert. There had been someone in his room. He was convinced that there was someone there now. His straining ears caught the sound of quick, smothered breathing. He stretched forth his hands and took a step forward. A slight rustling warned him that the person, whoever it was trying to escape. He moved rapidly in the direction of the intruder, and suddenly his groping hands touched other hands, those of a woman, a lady, slim and soft. With a little gasping cry, she shrank away. He caught at her dress, filmy and flowing, but she slipped from him, was gone. A vivid flare of lightning showed the room to be empty, also that the 2 doors leading from it were closed. He groped his way first to one and then to the other, and found that both were locked as well, just as he had left them upon retiring. In view of the 2 locked doors, there could be but one explanation of his visitor's disappearance. There must be a secret entrance to the room. Secret passages were by no means unusual in Elizabethan houses. It might well have been through this passage that the thief had entered and stolen Lady Pevensy's necklace. But why should anyone come into the room now, and who could it have been? Mary Grey flashed into his mind. She wore just such filmy gowns as that which he had caught at. He had an unpleasant moment, while in imagination he pictured this mysterious young woman, who had no proper feminine shrinking at violent death, bending over his pillow while he slept. The darkness was intolerable, and the lightning too intermittent to admit of his finding the matches. He opened the hall door, hoping that there would be a light in the corridor. There was none, but from somewhere below, perhaps from the great hall, came a burst of elfish laughter. Shrill, witch-like, weird, it echoed through the wind-lashed manor. Mr. Clavering shuddered at the sound. Who could laugh out like that in this house of tragedy? Arming himself with a heavy brass and iron candlestick, and stopping only to don dressing gown and slippers, which he had succeeded in discovering, he crept down the long corridor of the east wing toward the great main staircase, determined to make sure who it was that had come into his chamber, and then had dared to laugh out in elfish glee, for he did not doubt that they were one and the same person. He reached the foot of the stairs in safety, but he found the immense stone-flagged hall an eerie place in the dark and hush of midnight, a hush broken only now by the shrieking of the wind and the lashing drive of the rain. The thunder was dying away in the distance, but occasional flashes of lightning through the high-set windows gave transient glimpses of antlered heads upon the black walls, and ghostly armored figures in dim recesses. Once it seemed to Mr. Clavering that something moved among the shadows by the stone-pillared fireplace. Courage was not his strongest virtue. The mystery of the great dark hall filled him with dread, and he was beginning slowly to retreat up the stairs when he heard quick, cautious steps crossing the large drawing-room. Now that there was need for action, some remnant of courage came to him, and with a determination to unmask this night-wanderer, he hastened manfully after the faintly echoing footfalls. Through the large drawing-room into the smaller, onto the ballroom, and through the long central gallery, he padded in his slippered feet, stumbling often against some stone urn or chest or chair, placed, it seemed, purposely in his way. But the footfalls he followed were always just ahead, and he could not overtake them. Suddenly, at the point where the central gallery branched off to the west wing, he came face against a half-closed door. It was the library door, and it cost him effort to cross that threshold, but he knew that the elusive being he pursued was in that room. He heard a chair overturned, followed by a fierce, smothered ejaculation, then entire silence. He pushed wider the door, trying to feel secure in the effectiveness of his brass and iron candlestick. "Who is in this room?" he demanded loudly, hoping to still the quaking of his heart by the volume of his tone. There was no reply save the sharp click of a lock. At that moment, the lightning's glare showed up with startling distinctness, the figure of a tall, brawny-looking woman of gypsy type, standing in the garden doorway. She was not one of the servants, nor had he ever seen her before. He bounded toward the door, but even before he had ascertained that it was tightly locked behind her, she had disappeared into the rain-swept gardens. A step on the circular stairs made him turn quickly. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of That Affair at Portstead Manor, by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Accusations. Lady Ursula was trailing down in negligee, holding high a lighted candle which cast a pale halo about her beautiful, tense face, but served only to emphasize the gloom of the library. She came with slow and doubtful step, as though dreading what she might meet there. When she saw Mr. Clavering, wide-eyed at the foot of the stairs, an expression of immense relief, tinged with a vague annoyance, swept over her features. "Oh," she exclaimed, "it's only you." Only Archibald Clavering? He might have resented the implication, had he not remembered her state of mind, which could well excuse her from little distinctions of speech. "I heard some commotion down here," she explained rapidly. "Is anything the matter?" Something surely was the matter with Mr. Clavering's sense of discretion, else he would never have blurted out to an overwrought woman, "The manor has been broken into." The moment he had spoken, he would have given much to recall this startling announcement, and he fully expected her to scream or faint. She did neither, however. Instead, she went to the garden door and tried the lock. "You must be mistaken," she said quietly. "The door is locked." "The person, it was a woman, had a key and locked it after her." "Nonsense, Mr. Clavering," she protested, with an attempt at a smile. "Burglars don't lock doors after themselves. You must tell a better story than that, or I shall believe that you have had the nightmare." "That is a malady from which I am happily free," he returned with dignity. "This person, this woman, came first into my chamber, for what purpose I cannot imagine, and escaped through the secret door." "The secret door?" Her voice rang high. "What do you mean, Mr. Clavering?" He felt that he should be more considerate of her nerves. She was trembling violently, but he could not let pass the imputation of nightmare, so his answer was strictly to the point. "The woman must have gone by some secret door. Both doors of my chamber were locked, and she could hardly have escaped by a window. Have you never heard of a secret passage to that room, Lady Ursula?" "Oh, I have heard some servants gossip of there being secret passages here. There are in most old houses," she murmured vaguely. "But I have never felt interested in them. It is my belief that they were stopped up years ago." At this juncture, Mr. Clavering suddenly darted to the outer door and peered through the dripping glass. Did he hear above the howling of the wind through the garden spaces the sound of carriage wheels on the driveway, or was it merely fancy? The darkness was impenetrable now that the lightning had ceased. "What is the matter now, Mr. Clavering?" demanded Lady Ursula nervously. "You are positively uncanny tonight." "I thought the storm was coming back," he prevaricated, and wondered at himself for doing so. "Why, the storm is passing off. I hope it is passing off," she added, with a curious earnestness. She, too, seemed to be listening to something outside. "Mr. Clavering," she asked abruptly, "I don't suppose you could describe this woman, whom you say came into your chamber, vanished in some mysterious fashion, and later went out through the garden door?" "In a general way I could. I saw her quite distinctly in a flash of lightning." The candle shook in Lady Ursula's hand. "You think you would recognize her if you should see her again?" "It is possible I might," he answered after reflection, wondering at the intensity with which the question was put. "The woman was tall, very tall, and of masculine build. I should say she was a gypsy." "A gypsy would hardly have the keys to the manor," she demurred. "You may as well confess, Mr. Clavering," with a pitiful attempt at raillery, "that you had the nightmare and dreamed it all." "I can only repeat that everything has occurred precisely as I have related it," he answered in his stiffest manner. She gave an impatient little shrug. "It is a very wild tale. I beg that you will not mention it to anyone else. If Lady Pevensey should hear of it, nothing would induce her to remain another day, and I cannot be left alone now." She looked so distressed that Mr. Clavering was heartily ashamed of himself for the lack of consideration he had shown her, and after offering apologies for having alarmed her with the story, promised that no mention of it should pass his lips again. She appeared relieved at this, and wishing him a good night, turned to ascend the circular stairs. "I shall not even make inquiries among the servants," she said lightly. "You see the absurdity of it all. A gypsy provided with keys to the manor?" He admitted the absurdity, but not the nightmare, and returned to his chamber, perplexed and ill-disposed to sleep. He succeeded in discovering the matches, and spent the remainder of the night in vain search for a secret door. Lady Ursula had not shaken his conviction that there was one. He had breakfast with Lord Meldrum and Elsie Baring. The latter was pale and seemed on the verge of tears. Her feverish questioning as to the whereabouts of Robert Sylvester showed why the tragedy had taken such hold upon the light-hearted and insouciant girl. But Meldrum could give her no satisfaction. Robert Sylvester had completely vanished from the knowledge of his acquaintances. Her persistent and pointed questioning, however, finally wrung from Meldrum the reluctant admission that Robert was no longer to be sought for at the country club. He had been debarred from there on account of a brawl in which he had been the chief participator. "When did this occur?" asked Elsie with quivering lip. "Tuesday night," answered Meldrum regretfully. She shivered. Tuesday was the night of the murder. "At what time?" she persisted. "Please do not keep anything back from me. It is best that I know all." Lord Meldrum gave her a look of deep sympathy as he replied gravely, "The quarrel took place about 11 o'clock. Robert had been in a sullen mood from the time of his coming there, and the taunts of a man named Belmont, to whom he owed money, roused him to fury. He violently assaulted Belmont, and other members of the club were obliged to separate them. Robert was forcibly ejected, and has not been seen since." Elsie rose, trembling. "Lord Meldrum," she begged, tears in her eyes, "do not let that detective know of this. He is determined to fasten this crime on Robert, but I will not believe him guilty." "Burton shall learn nothing from me," Meldrum assured her. "But if he makes inquiries at the club, he will surely be told. Don't you think you are making too much of this quarrel? After all, it proves nothing against Robert." "It proves," she answered white-faced, "that he did not go to London that night, and that he might have returned here." Meldrum was silent. "But if he did return here," she went on hysterically, "it was not to kill his brother. I know it was not. Oh, say that you know it too," she pleaded. Meldrum appeared genuinely distressed. "I don't think that there's any real vindictiveness in Robert," he evaded. The half-heartedness of his reply enraged the distraught girl. "I do not see why all suspicion should fall on Robert," she cried. "You as well as he were far from being on friendly terms with Lord Portstead that night, and, as the secretary asked, what were you doing in the gardens at that hour of the night?" The shot told. Meldrum compressed his lips, and a forbidding expression crossed his face. "What I was doing in the gardens, Miss Baring, is solely my affair," he answered coldly. Elsie Baring's girlish face grew hard and distrustful. "I think, Lord Meldrum," she said slowly and deliberately, "that you know more about the murder than you wish to admit." With that she left the room, her young figure uncompromisingly erect. For a moment Meldrum sat staring after her, as though not comprehending the full significance of her words. Then horror dawned in his eyes, and he turned with quick appeal to Mr. Clavering, who had been a silent and amazed witness of the scene. "Clavering, old fellow," pleaded Meldrum, with a trace of his ingratiating, boyish smile, "you don't believe I had any hand in Portstead's death, do you?" Mr. Clavering twisted uncomfortably on his chair. The conscientious honesty of his nature had often caused him distress, but never more so than now. In Meldrum's presence it was impossible to believe harm of the big, boyish, lovable man, and yet so many of his actions were inexplicable and even suspicious. Meldrum noticed his hesitancy. "By Jove, Clavering, you don't think—" "I think," Mr. Clavering hastily interposed, "that you ought to explain what you were doing in the gardens at 2 o'clock in the morning." Again Meldrum compressed his lips, and his eyes grew severe and determined. "I cannot explain." "I am sorry," was all Mr. Clavering could manage to utter. At that moment Harry Brooks came precipitately into the room. At sight of Meldrum his face darkened, and he turned to withdraw. "I hope you will pardon me, Mr. Clavering," he said stiffly, "but I understood that you had finished your breakfast. I came here for mine, at Lady Ursula's request, in order to save the servants trouble at this most distressing time." His small, vindictive eyes were fastened on Meldrum as he said this. Meldrum advanced toward him. "Brooks, he said frankly. "I take it we both lost our heads a bit the other night. Shall we shake hands and forswear hard feelings?" Smiling, he held out his hand. Brooks flushed darkly. "I do not care to shake hands with you, Lord Meldrum," he replied pointedly. Mr. Clavering expected to see fire flash in Meldrum's eyes, but instead a pained expression came into them. "You misjudge me, Brooks," was all he said, and quietly walked from the room. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mavis. Mr. Clavering had made up his mind to investigate the near and dense woods which the windows of his chamber looked out upon, and he decided that no time could be better than this morning, when everyone seemed occupied with their own concerns. The day was of that cool freshness which so often follows a severe storm. There was just wind enough to dry the pools of rainwater, and the sky was washed a bright, cloudless blue, altogether an ideal day for walking. Before starting out, however, he carried up to Lady Pevensy's room a primly exquisite bouquet of roses from the gardens. He impressed upon her elderly maid, Parkins, the fact that each flower had been picked by his own hands. Possibly this delicate attention affected Lady Pevensy. Possibly she was becoming weary of her own society. However it was, she consented to come to the door and thank him in person. As he was the first male creature to whom she had shown her face since Tuesday night, he felt properly flattered, and even went so far as to hint that he had a fairly definite clue as to the hiding place of the thief and murderer. "Well, whatever comes of it," observed Lady Pevensy, none too encouragingly, "you can't do much worse than that detective fellow, and he hasn't done anything." Mr. Clavering rather bridled at this, and abruptly set off for the woods, resolved to prove to Lady Pevensy that it was possible for a careful student of detective methods to succeed where a professional had apparently failed. Emerging from the spacious park encircling the manor on all sides, he saw that a direct route to the woods must lead him across a somewhat spongy-looking meadow, but a few steps therein soon convinced him that the longest way around would be the most advisable, if he wished to preserve the immaculateness of his patent leathers and delicate fawn-colored gaiters. Accordingly, he took to the road, a branch of which dipped and wound to the entrance of the woods. As he walked along the sweet-smelling lane, now and again flecking at the high-waving bracken with his silver-topped cane, he was conscious of a thrill of expectation. What secret might not these tall, dark woods contain? Was it not probable that he should meet there the evil genius of Portstead Manor? His British stolidity strangely shaken, he involuntarily tightened his grip upon his cane and walked on with grim resolution. Suddenly, from behind, came the rattle of wheels, the clatter of hoofs, and shrill, eager cries. He turned hastily and saw dashing toward him, out of the distance, a sturdy little foam-drenched Shetland pony, dragging a low dog-cart, jolting and jerking and swaying after him. Leaning out over the mad little beast of a pony, and vigorously belaboring him with a long-tailed lash, was a small girl of 11 or 12 years, with a flying mass of red-gold hair and a sharp, elfish face. A gypsy-like woman, the other occupant of the lurching dog-cart, was endeavoring to check the ardor of the fiery little charioteer, who only redoubled her lashings and shrill cries of, "Faster, Tony, faster!" All this Mr. Clavering noticed as the dog-cart plunged upon him and flashed by. A moment more, and it came to a violent halt, the pony rearing upon his haunches, and the child almost thrown from the wagon. A man, tall and thin and roughly clad, had darted out from the woods, and seizing the pony's bridle, was threatening the woman and child. The child was striking at him with the whip like a little fury, and the woman's voice, loud, passionate, and vibrating with fierce, foreign imprecations, was borne back on the wind. Fired by the cowardice of the attack, Mr. Clavering ran toward the dog-cart, shouting to the man to loose the bridle. His shouts were unheard or unheeded until he was within a few feet, when the man, giving him a startled stare, unexpectedly loosed the bridle and plunged back into the woods. Now there was really more of the ludicrous than of the formidable in the appearance of Mr. Clavering. Short, rotund, perspiring and breathless, feebly brandishing his cane, yet the fact remained that the man fled at the sight of him. Mr. Clavering had time only to observe that he wore a full, dark beard, and that there was something vaguely familiar about him. Left thus in possession of the field, it was only natural that he should, with somewhat of a conqueror's air, assure the woman and child that they need have no further fear, for he would continue to protect them. "Fear! Corporal de Bacco!" ejaculated the woman, with a withering glance at her panting knight. "I have not fear. I need not protection. Only for the signorina. I should have jumped down and beaten him, I, myself. You should see. I am strong. He has fear of me." Mr. Clavering was about to give the woman a fitting rebuke for her lack of gratitude, but his words died away in amazement as he studied the dark, passion-flushed face. He knew her for the woman whom he had seen in the lightning's flare the night before in the library at Portstead Manor. Fiercely she resented his stare, and snatching the reins from the child, jerked the pony about. The action roused the child, who had sat huddled in a sort of stupor since their assailant's disappearance. "Stop, Elena!" she commanded shrilly, laying a thin, imperious little hand upon the reins. "I wish to thank the man. Whoa, Tony!" The woman, sullenly submissive, relinquished the reins, and the child, with a smile that transformed her shrewish little face, extended her hand to Mr. Clavering. "Thank you," she said earnestly. "Elena is a savage. She does not know. Please, what is your name?" As Mr. Clavering gravely informed her, the woman suddenly snatched up the reins again and gave the pony a cruel crack of the whip. As the dog-cart lurched forward, the child screamed an angry protest, but there was no stopping Tony now. Head in air, bit between teeth, he whirled and dashed and galloped, the dog-cart rocking perilously from side to side, now on the road, now off, now through the trees upon the greensward, now back again upon the road. At the risk of her neck, the child leaned out. "My name is Mavis," she called. What else she said was drowned in the clatter of Tony's hoofs and the cracking of the whip wielded by Elena. "I live at Wild Rose Villa," shrilled the child defiantly, and then the plunging wagonette and the red-haired little fury and the mysterious Elena were lost in the distance. Mr. Clavering, being the most methodical of men, always carried about with him a small memorandum book in which he jotted down, under alphabetical headings, whatever he might need for future reference. He now carefully inscribed therein, Mavis, Wild Rose Villa. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Clue of the Broken Crutch. Mr. Clavering's desire to investigate the woods cooled, and he walked quickly back toward the manor. When he came again to the boggish meadow, he was surprised to behold Mary Gray, in walking skirt and blouse of the inevitable gray, and bareheaded, threading her way over it. He waited until she reached the road. "Why did you not tell me that you were going for a walk, Mr. Clavering?" she called smilingly. "I should have enjoyed going with you. I am an enthusiast on walking." Her cool assurance nettled him. "Are you in the habit of instituting walking tours with gentlemen?" he inquired severely. Mary Gray threw back her brown head and laughed mirthfully. "Oh dear no. I am in the habit of having the gentlemen institute them and invite me to join." Mr. Clavering stiffened. "If you wish to avoid a cold," he remarked irrelevantly, "I should suggest that you change your boots. They appear to be wet." Mary Gray thrust forth a trim little foot and surveyed it carelessly. "My boots are wet, but I never take cold," she said indifferently. "Mr. Clavering, did you ever see more beautiful ferns than these? The woods are filled with them." But Mr. Clavering did not look at the feathery bouquet of ferns she held out to him. His eyes were attracted by the dark, slimy mud covering her dainty boots and staining her skirts. She followed his glance, and a shade of annoyance passed over her face. She turned abruptly toward the manor. "I had no idea the meadow was so boggy," she observed, with slightly heightened color. Nor was it sufficiently boggy to muddy her boots and skirts, as they were muddied, Mr. Clavering felt sure. Moreover, she had picked her way across the meadow with great care. He preserved an austere silence as he strove to keep pace with her. She, on her part, chattered inconsequently of the various species of fern to be found in different sections of the country. Upon entering the manor, Mr. Clavering sought out Burton, whom he finally found in the last place he had expected to find him, that is, in his own chamber, where his presence was causing great distress to Jenkins. Mr. Clavering was not pleased at the intrusion in his absence, but he had enough of the detective in him to feel that it might be excusable. Burton was busily sounding the walls with hammer and mallet, while Jenkins stood by, the picture of outraged dignity. "I didn't countenance this entering and hammering Mr. Clavering, sir," he began apologetically. "But he would come in, sir, and said it was in the interests of justice. I made so bold as to suggest, sir, that justice could wait till you came back, but he wouldn't hear of it, sir." "No time like the present, Jenkins," remarked Burton, without ceasing his hammering. "No offense, I hope, Mr. Clavering?" "Not at all," replied Mr. Clavering, but his tone was cold. "You may go now, Jenkins. May I ask, Mr. Burton, what you expect to find in this room? I have myself carefully sounded the walls, and was able to discover nothing." "Then you didn't do your work thoroughly," said Burton brusquely. "The wall on this side is hollow, indicating without doubt a secret passage, by means of which the necklace was stolen. If I don't find the entrance soon, I shall ask her ladyship's permission to make one. And if she doesn't give permission, I'll go ahead myself, in the interests of justice," he added with grim humor. "I am bound to remark that I consider your work more or less a waste of time," observed Mr. Clavering disapprovingly. "Granted that you will discover a secret passage, what will it avail you when the thief and murderer is still at large? You hardly expect to find him in the passage, I suppose?" Burton laughed rather nastily at Mr. Clavering's sarcasm. "Don't you try to give points to Scotland Yard, Mr. Clavering. We don't need 'em, and we don't want 'em from amateurs. You take it from me, we're hot on the clue, and when we're ready we'll just round up the quarry. But in the meantime, with your permission, I'm going to unearth some of the secrets this old house is groaning with. It's my belief the whole place is honeycombed with secret passages." "Scotland Yard is by no means infallible," retorted Mr. Clavering, ruffling up like an angry turkey-cock, "and has frequently been obliged to rely upon the valuable assistance rendered by the unofficial detective." "Bookshop rubbish," scoffed Burton. "Not at all, sir," bristled Mr. Clavering. "And let me advise you, sir, before you waste time in demolishing walls, to send a posse of men to scour the woods about here. There is a suspicious character hiding in them." And he told of the man who had accosted the woman and child. But he was true to his promise made to Lady Ursula, and so said nothing of having seen the same woman in the library the night before. "Rot!" ejaculated Burton. "That fellow was only a common footpad. All respect to you, Mr. Clavering, but while you're running over the universe for clues, you don't see what is right under your nose. We know where our man is, even if his own sister doesn't." "Even if his own sister doesn't?" Mr. Clavering found himself blankly repeating the words. Burton, then, was convinced of Robert Sylvester's guilt. He himself was arriving at that stage where he no longer dared to have convictions. Robert had never been a favorite of his, and now his unexplained absence, following upon the finding of his pistol in the library, was certainly damaging. But he felt that it behooved him, as an old friend of the family, to speak a word for the boy, and he was about to do so when there came a quick tap upon the door. "Her ladyship, I'll bet a guinea," exclaimed Burton, with a confidential wink, the familiarity of which roused Mr. Clavering's indignation. But it proved to be Mary Grey, girlish and dainty in some filmy frock. Burton did not appear pleased. "I heard that you were here, Mr. Burton," she began lightly, apparently unconscious that she was not welcome. "And I thought, as I was so familiar with the room, it having been Lady Pevensy's, that I might be able to help you in whatever you were searching for." "I don't know that I need any help," growled Burton. "Oh, then you have found the entrance?" Stepping quickly past the astounded Mr. Clavering, she crossed to the massive wrought fireplace and pressed upon one of the broad, long panels in the dark oak chimney-breast at the right of the hearth. With a slight creaking, the panel opened, disclosing a narrow space beyond. Mary Grey laughed in Burton's disgruntled face. "I have heard of your fondness for demolishing whatever baffles you, and I want to spare this fine old manor. Follow me, gentlemen, and we will investigate." She slipped into the passage, with Burton like a bloodhound at her heels. Mr. Clavering followed cautiously. He wondered at her effrontery in acknowledging her familiarity with this passage, particularly before him. Any doubts that he had felt as to who had entered his room the night before were now dispelled. With a sense of choking indignation, he followed her guidance through the stuffy, winding corridor that would have been absolutely dark were it not for her pocket flashlight. "Didn't I tell you this old place was honeycombed with passages?" chuckled Burton triumphantly, quite as though the discovery had been his. Mr. Clavering groaned assent. He felt that he must suffocate if he did not soon breathe fresh air. Stumblingly, he followed his guides up a narrow flight of stairs, on which their footsteps echoed, ghost-like. Even then he fell to speculating on the terror it would cause Lady Pevensey, should she chance to hear the sound. "Can you imagine where this is leading us?" asked Mary Gray. "North Wing," gasped Burton. "Scotland Yard is clever," she laughed softly. Apparently she alone did not find the air oppressive. Soon she stopped before a door that yielded readily to pressure, and in a moment the three stood blinking in a large and lofty room, through whose age-worn hangings the sun shone cheerily. It had been a sleeping chamber of former generations, as the huge, high-canopied bed testified. "We are now in the oldest part of the manor, unrestored, I believe, since the time of the Tudors," said Mary Gray, in a reverent tone that sent her up a peg or two in Mr. Clavering's esteem. Already his antiquarian eye was traveling with eager interest over the ivory coffers and the cypress chest with carved legs and inlaid heraldic devices that stood near the black oak wardrobe, while he touched appreciatively the favorite form of Elizabethan candlestick, the image with clasped hands. Burton was diligently prowling about the chamber, peering behind the tapestries, poking into the wardrobe, and finally pulling out the truckle bed and examining it. Mary Gray stood watching him with a curious smile, which deepened as he pounced upon a small crutch, broken in two, which lay under a blanket in the center of the truckle bed. Mr. Clavering echoed his cry of astonishment. "Nothing antique about this," argued Burton contemplatively. "It's of modern make and proves that this room has been occupied recently, and by someone who used a crutch. That's clear, isn't it?" he demanded abruptly of Mary Gray. Before he could reply, Mr. Clavering took the crutch excitedly from his hands. "This exonerates Robert Sylvester," he declared with relief after a brief examination. "How so?" demanded Burton with an exasperating drawl. "Robert Sylvester is not lame. He has never had occasion to use a crutch. If he happened to be wounded in the leg or the thigh, he would have occasion to use one." Mr. Clavering stared uncomprehendingly. "Sorry to disprove you, Mr. Clavering," resumed Burton implacably, "but I have got together considerable information about Robert Sylvester. For one thing, I know that he was more or less battered and bruised in a brawl at the country club on Tuesday night. I also know that there has been someone secreted in this room from Tuesday night until very recently, and that person has been sick, too. Look here." From behind the curtains of the large bed he drew forth a bottle of liniment and some strips of cloth cut in the shape of bandages. "Circumstantial evidence," he remarked succinctly, and with satisfaction. Mr. Clavering felt his defense slipping away. "But Robert Sylvester would require a larger crutch than this," he demurred weakly. "He wasn't in a position to pick and choose. He had to take what could be got," maintained Burton stoutly. "And when he found that the crutch wasn't strong enough to support him, he broke it in one of his rages. I'm told he's subject to rages. Now there's my theory, Mr. Clavering, and I flatter myself if it's a neat one and comes pretty near to the truth. What do you think of it, Miss Gray?" "I should never venture to question the theories of Scotland Yard," she answered demurely. Burton shot at her a glance of suspicion, but she appeared perfectly serious. Mr. Clavering, however, was not satisfied. "I shall venture to question your theory, Mr. Burton, and even to propound one of my own. I have made no little study of deductive methods as applied to the tracing of criminals, and as I examine this crutch I deduce from it that its owner and the probable murderer of the Earl of Portstead was a small, thin man, afflicted with permanent lameness, and entirely dependent upon his crutch." Burton eyed him sourly. "How do you make that out?" "In the first place," replied Mr. Clavering pompously, gaining assurance as he went on, "only a small, thin man would buy so weak a crutch. And in the second place," he added after an impressive pause, "this is not a new crutch. The rubber at the end is entirely worn off. Therefore I deduce that its owner was permanently lame." "Really, Mr. Clavering, that is rather clever," exclaimed Mary Gray impulsively. Burton scowled at her. "More book rubbish," he growled. "You take my word for it, Mr. Clavering. While you're beating the country for your small, thin, permanently lame man, I'll have my suspect up for trial. Now I'm done with deduction, and I'm going to search every corner of this valley north wing for evidence." He set about it vigorously, and his companions assisted, but they found few traces of recent habitation in the dust-choked rooms opening off the long bare corridor. Some were used for storerooms, as Lady Ursula had said. Others showed only bare walls and barer floors. Near a locked door at the end of the corridor, which from its location they knew opened onto the stairs, was a heavy chair overturned. Mr. Clavering viewed it with mistrust. He wondered if it could be that which had crashed into his face when he had made his first invasion into the north wing. With the discovery of this chair and of a pitcher half filled with water, Burton was forced to be content. They were about to descend by the way they had come, when they heard a key turning rapidly in the locked door at the end of the corridor. "Her ladyship," surmised Burton. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The dressing table drawer. Burton was right this time. It was her ladyship. She seemed unnaturally pale in her black frock, and her eyes held a questioning fear. "What is the meaning of this intrusion?" she demanded in a high, tense voice. Mr. Clavering flushed guiltily and avoided her accusing glance. Mary Gray looked slightly self-reproachful, but Burton appeared not a whit dismayed. "We're still on the hunt for clues, my lady," he spoke up easily. "But what? What could you hope to find in this closed wing, and how did you come here?" Her agitation was extreme. Burton stepped nearer, and said with what seemed to Mr. Clavering rather brutal emphasis, "Since your ladyship has the key to the corridor door, there is only one other way we could have come. By the secret passage from the room where Lady Pevensy's necklace was stolen." The bolt shot home. Lady Ursula quivered, but with a manifest effort drew herself up haughtily and returned Burton glance for glance. Coldly she remarked, "I suppose I must excuse the incursions of a detective, no matter where mistaken zeal or mere idle curiosity may lead him. But I am surprised that you, Mr. Clavering, should be willing to accompany him to a part of the manor which I have expressly let it be known was not open to my guests. Miss Gray best knows what is her excuse for joining you." Mary Gray accepted her rebuke in silence, but Mr. Clavering attempted a lengthy apology, in which he became hopelessly involved. Lady Ursula cut him short. "It really doesn't matter, Mr. Clavering," she said wearily. "Only I am disappointed in you. That is all." She turned again to Burton, and her tone was hostile. "I think, sir, I have a right to ask what presumable clues you have found in this closed section of my house." Burton appeared a little nonplussed by her change of manner. She had succeeded in subduing all visible emotion, and now, with the great lady's air of calm and subtly convincing superiority, was making him feel himself an unwanted and unworthy intruder. But his abashment was only momentary. In the exercise of what he conceived his duty, he would never permit himself to be long humbled, and so, summoning back his assurance, he sought by his customary bulldog pertinacity to break down the barrier of class hauteur she had interposed between them, and to put her again upon the defensive. "Well, my lady," he drawled, with a gleam in his eyes at variance with his languid tone, "you shall judge for yourself whether my clues are presumable or not. In this closed section of your house, to be exact, in the chamber to which the secret passage from Lady Pevensy's former room leads, I find a bed, carefully made up, but showing evidences of having been slept in. Behind the curtains of this bed I find a bottle of liniment and some bandages, and in the dressing-room opening off this chamber a pitcher, half filled with fresh water. That is, it could not have been standing over a day at the very most." If Burton had expected to see her quiver again, he was disappointed. "And that is all you found?" she inquired with quiet contempt. "No, my lady, that is not all." Burton's tone was decidedly brutal now. "There was a truckle bed pushed under the larger bed. Rolled up in the blankets, I found a crutch, broken in two." A crutch?" She was moved now. She put forth a trembling hand and steadied herself against the Jacobean writing table. Something impelled Burton to glance down at its dust-covered surface, and he gave a start of surprise. On it, clear and distinct, was the imprint of a hand short and somewhat broad, with widened fingertips. He called Lady Ursula's attention to it with a ring of triumph in his voice. "Another clue, my lady!" She looked down at it, caught her breath sharply, slipped her hand along the table, and the imprint was obliterated. Burton regarded her with a sardonic smile. "That won't do, my lady. Miss Gray, you'll bear in mind, and you too, Mr. Clavering, The smallness of that hand and its peculiar shape. That last characteristic, of course, might have been exaggerated by pressure upon the table, which would account for the wideness of the fingertips. The person who made that imprint was probably unsteady on his feet. "And what do you hope to prove from all this?" demanded Lady Ursula scornfully. "Just what you hope to conceal, my lady." "And that is—" Her challenging scorn so exasperated Burton that he almost forgot his professional caution. "That a man with a remarkably small hand," he growled, "has been hidden here in this north wing, with your ladyship's knowledge and connivance." "I shall be interested to see how you will prove that," she retorted evenly. Burton swore between his teeth. Mary Grey smiled at him unsympathetically, and Mr. Clavering felt utterly bewildered. Was it possible that Lady Ursula failed to realize the danger in which Robert stood through Burton's thinly veiled accusations? The more suspicion was pointed his way, the more composed she became. It was all very well to persuade oneself that Robert was innocent. It was another thing, as he knew, to persuade the world. The more he thought of it, the less tenable appeared his own theory of the little lame man. Robert Sylvester, like all the men of his family, had small and delicate hands, more like a woman's than a man's. In spite of himself, Burton's conviction was beginning to force itself upon him. He had no doubt that Lady Ursula knew who had been concealed in the north wing, and what man would she be likely to conceal there, save her dearly loved scapegrace brother, whom, from her childhood days, she had always shielded from deserved punishment. Burton brusquely broke the strained silence that had fallen upon them. "There are no more clues to be found here," he said with curt conviction, "and, with your ladyship's permission, I'll go down by the stairs you came up." Lady Ursula flushed at the insolence of his tone. "I think you will not wait for my permission," she said in a choked voice. Mary Grey, moved by a sudden impulse, laid her hand on Lady Ursula's arm. "Believe me, Lady Ursula, I am very sorry," she said earnestly. "I know how distressing all this must be for you." Mr. Clavering had not supposed her capable of womanly sympathy, and he was accordingly surprised. Lady Ursula seemed touched. The hard light in her eyes softened. "Thank you," she murmured gratefully. "That detective is such a brute." "He is just a human bloodhound, to be sure," assented Mary Grey. "But you must not think that all detectives are so devoid of feeling." "I do not think of them at all," responded Lady Ursula wearily, "except that they are probing my very heart with their merciless questioning." "I am sorry," said Mary Grey again. "I wish that you might be spared," and regretfully she followed Burton. Mr. Clavering stood by, ill at ease and at a loss for words. Lady Ursula addressed him vexedly. "I suppose that detective has been told your wild goose tale of the gypsy who came into your room and then escaped through the library door, locking it after her?" "I gave you my word, Lady Ursula," he responded in an aggrieved tone, "that I would inform no one of the fact." She bit her lip. "You persist in the story, then?" "Lady Ursula, it has received corroboration. I saw the woman again this morning." You saw her this morning?" Gravely he told of the encounter on the lonely woodland road, omitting only that the child had given him her name and place of dwelling. Why he did not tell this he could not have explained to himself. Lady Ursula was unable to conceal her agitation. "You are sure the man did not follow them?" She amazed him by asking. "Perfectly sure. He skulked off into the woods as soon as I came up. Something in his appearance puzzled me. I think that I have seen him before." He studied her tense face a moment. "Lady Ursula," he questioned with sudden inspiration, "have you any idea who the man could be?" Lady Ursula glanced at him, startled. Then she echoed with a forbearing smile. "Have I any idea who the man could be? My dear Mr. Clavering, I did not even see him." Mr. Clavering, humbled and abashed, meekly agreed to her suggestion that they descend to the lower floor by means of the secret corridor, though he had vowed when passing through it that he would never again be inveigled into it. "I have a curiosity to explore this corridor," she remarked. "It seems that my guests and the officials of Scotland Yard know more of the Manor than I do myself." Mr. Clavering could not control a blush of conscious guilt. He felt that he had irretrievably damaged his reputation as a gentleman by thus prying into his hostess's private concerns, and that no amount of excuses or apologies could reinstate him in her esteem or his own. He decided then and there that the tracking of criminals was not work for a gentleman, and was best left to those on the fringe of society. Lady Ursula broke in upon his resolutions. "Where is the entrance to this interesting passage, Mr. Clavering?" she inquired, with a show of eagerness. Yet there was a hint of a false note in her voice, and Mr. Clavering felt strongly perturbed as he drew aside the tapestry in the bedchamber and revealed the passageway beyond. Lady Ursula murmured something about the sight of that passage giving her quite a creepy, medieval feeling, and protested that she should have to rely on Mr. Clavering for guidance through it. But it struck him, after a few steps in the dark stuffiness of the corridor, that she might make the better guide of the two, for whereas he was constantly stumbling and bumping his head at some unexpected turning, she walked along unscathed and with even footfall. At length, to his relief, they stepped out into Lady Pevensy's former chamber, and Lady Ursula carefully closed after them the panel in the massive frame of the fireplace, as though unwilling that others should share the secret of the passageway. "And so you think," she remarked with a forced lightness of manner, "that your gypsy woman came through here into this room?" "I am not at all certain," he answered guardedly, "that the person who came into this room was the gypsy whom I later saw at the library door." This unexpected reply startled her. "What do you mean?" she cried. "You talk in paradoxes." Mr. Clavering cleared his throat impressively. His self-possession was returning, and with it his detective zeal. "This is what I mean to convey, Lady Ursula. I grasped the hands of the person who came into this room, and they were the hands of a lady, soft and slender." "One who did not know might accuse you of being a connoisseur in the texture of ladies' hands," she interrupted with a nervous laugh. "But pray, may not an occasional gypsy have soft and slender hands?" "It is possible," he admitted, "but this particular one has not. I took especial notice of her hands this morning. They were large and coarse. Moreover, I do not now think that she is a gypsy." "Indeed," with a smile of half-amused annoyance. "What do you think she is?" "An Italian." "An Italian?" Lady Ursula's brows drew together. "Italians are a rarity in this sleepy little village. I should sooner think her a gypsy. But I am still inclined to believe that your nocturnal adventure was mostly nightmare, and that when you saw that woman this morning, gypsy or whatever she may be, your fancy invested her with the face of your dream woman." "No," Mr. Clavering said emphatically. "I am a prosaic man. I do not indulge in flights of fancy, and nightmare, as I have assured you, I have never been addicted to." Lady Ursula shrugged impatiently. "As you will, then. But what possible reason could any woman, gypsy or lady, have for coming into your chamber at that hour of night? Have you found anything missing, or even out of place?" Mr. Clavering pondered. "Ah!" he exclaimed suddenly. "The dressing-table drawer! Lady Ursula, when I got up in the dark to search for that woman, I discovered in a, rather painful fashion, that the dressing-table drawer was wide open, although it had been tightly shut when I went to bed." Lady Ursula showed intense interest. "Well," she demanded breathlessly, "and what did you do then?" "I closed it. I did not wish to come into contact with it again. When I returned from the library, I was so disturbed by what had happened that I entirely forgot about the drawer until this moment." "But it must have been opened for some purpose," she suggested. "That is so," he agreed. "But Lady Pevensey left nothing in it. I examined it myself directly after the necklace was stolen." He crossed to the dressing-table and opened the drawer. "You can see for yourself. It is—" He stopped short, astounded. "The necklace!" he cried. "Lady Ursula, look here!" She sprang to his side as he drew from the drawer and held up in the sunlight a magnificent chain of diamonds, a circlet of living fire. Large, perfect, rainbow-flamed were the gems, jewels worthy indeed a king's ransom. Tears of joy and relief shone in Lady Ursula's dark eyes. "Thank heaven! Thank heaven!" she murmured. "It is Lady Pevensey's necklace, and not a stone missing." Mr. Clavering still held the gleaming crystals dazedly aloft. "How did this get back in the drawer?" he was asking for the dozenth time. "What does it matter how, as long as it did?" exclaimed Lady Ursula impatiently. "Lady Pevensey must be told at once. She will be mad with joy." Mr. Clavering collected himself at mention of Lady Pevensey. "I will take the necklace to her immediately," he said, advancing to the door with alacrity. At that moment the door opposite opened, and Lord Meldrum stepped into the hall. he caught sight of Lady Ursula and of the necklace in Mr. Clavering's hand, and a glance, fraught with significance, flashed between them. Lady Ursula brushed by Mr. Clavering and flung out appealing hands to Meldrum. "Wilfred, no news yet of Robert, and that horrible Burton will never rest till he has hounded him to despair. What am I to do?" Meldrum caught her hands and held them firmly. "Trust to me, Ursula. Robert shall be saved from arrest, at least." She smiled at him a tremulous, grateful smile. "I knew you would not let the poor boy suffer. Oh, Wilfred," she broke off, sobbing, "this awful thing is tearing my heart in two." Meldrum drew her into his arms, kissed her with grave tenderness, released her, and walked away, his face white and grim in its determination. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The return of Robert Sylvester. Lady Pevensy's joy over the recovery of her necklace was so exuberant that she all but embraced Mr. Clavering. "Now," she said ecstatically, "I feel that I can help Ursula bear her trouble with equanimity." Within 2 hours the bothersome jewels were on their way to the safe vault in the city, guarded by a brace of detectives and Lady Pevensy's family solicitor, who had been hastily summoned. Burton pounced upon Mr. Clavering's vague story of how he had discovered the necklace, literally tore it to shreds, and questioned and cross-questioned its author until he finally took refuge in indignant silence. Not as yet had Burton dragged from him any mention of the woman, Elena. Lady Ursula should have no reason to reproach him on the score of not keeping his word to her. On the next day was held the funeral of the Earl of Portstead. By Lady Ursula's wish, it was as quiet as one as was possible in view of the tragic nature of his death and his prominence as a statesman. Throughout the services, Lady Ursula bore herself with marked composure. She was pale, but dry-eyed. Elsie Baring, on the contrary, sobbed audibly. But in spite of the many mourners gathered within the gray walls of the old manor, relatives, acquaintances, and representatives of the government, there was a strange lack of personal grief. Portstead had been respected and esteemed, not loved, and Mr. Clavering felt, as others did, that Elsie Baring's sobs, the only audible sound of grief, were not for the dead man, but for the living. Many were there who asked themselves, where was Robert Sylvester, and why did he not stand by his sister's side at this trying time? Where was he, indeed? Mr. Clavering glanced over at the inexorable Burton and sighed. He knew. When would he rout the poor boy from his refuge? Then Mr. Clavering's gaze rested on Lord Meldrum, sitting with bowed head apart from the others. How was he to save Robert from arrest, as he had assured Lady Ursula that he would? What connection, if any, had he with the death of his political opponent? It came with a pang to Mr. Clavering that he could bear far less to know the handsome, virile, great-hearted Meldrum guilty of this awful crime than the poor weakling Robert Sylvester. In either case, it would break, was breaking, Lady Ursula's heart, and Mr. Clavering, as an old friend of the family, felt deeply for her. He knew what a storm of emotions her calm exterior must hide. Of a loving and passionate nature, though tempered by the cold criticism and rigid discipline of Lord Portstead, under which she had of late years lived, her suffering must have been intense. And Mr. Clavering vowed to himself, as he looked at her beautiful face, beautiful in spite of its pallor and the dark shadows under the weary eyes, that he would do his utmost to prove both Robert and Meldrum, the two idols of her heart, guiltless of even a share in Portstead's death. Yet he had already seen enough of the inner workings of the case to realize that he was setting himself a task more or less after the fashion of Don Quixote when he rode against the windmills. The interment took place in Portstead churchyard, where slumbered generations of bygone Sylvesters. Somewhat to Mr. Clavering's surprise, Lady Ursula requested him, instead of Lord Meldrum, to ride in the carriage with her. As the carriages approached the gates of the churchyard, there was a short halt, and Mr. Clavering, glancing back over the winding hill, Lady Ursula had not been able to endure the curtain drawn, saw distinctly the occupants of the rear carriages, which a curve of the road brought in line with theirs. At the window of one of these he beheld Lord Meldrum. He was looking out over the daisied meadows to the purple crests beyond, and there was a certain grim poise to the handsome blonde head. Meldrum was riding alone. Upon the return to the manor, Harry Brooks was waiting to assist Lady Ursula from the carriage. Her fortitude was at the snapping point. Like most high-strung women, now that the hour of trial for which she had steeled herself was past, collapse was near. But the secretary said something to her in a low voice that brought back to her eyes the indomitable light of endurance. "Mr. Clavering," she said, choosing to ignore the arm that Brooks, with respectful solicitude, offered her, "I want you to come with me to Robert's room. He has returned. I shall not need you, Mr. Brooks." The secretary bowed politely, but a shadow fell across his face. "That is an officious young man," panted Mr. Clavering, striving with his short legs to keep pace with Lady Ursula as she flew up the stairs. "Shall you retain him in your service?" "No, no," impatiently. "I shall dismiss him as soon as possible. I have never liked him." "Ah, Robert, Robert!" She had reached her brother's room, flung wide the door, and stood regarding with a great pity in her eyes the dejected, boyish figure sunk in the big armchair by the window. Robert started up at her cry. A moment only she hesitated, and then, running forward, clasped him in her arms, sobbing over him. For the living brother she could weep. "Robin, Robin," she sobbed, using her old pet name, "where have you been all these days?" "God only knows, Ursula. In hell, I think." "Robin, why didn't you come to me before? You must have known how I worried, how I needed you." Robert raised from his sister's shoulder his pallid, seamed face. Gone from it was all youthfulness, all hope. It was the face of a man prematurely old, rended and racked by mental agony. "Ursula, I just couldn't. This thing has stunned me. I think I've been crazed ever since. I know I was that night." "That horrible night," she shuddered, holding him close. "And oh, Robin, your quarrel at the country club. That is known now, and the worst constructions put upon it. But now that you have come back, you will speak and disprove." He pushed her from him, almost roughly. "I will say nothing and disprove nothing." "Robert!" she cried, aghast. "You must speak! Even if it kills me, you must!" Robert caught her fiercely by the shoulders. "Ursula," with a sudden show of manliness, "I'm a beastly cad, and a drunkard, and every sort of a worthless devil. But you're my sister, and the only person on earth who has stuck by me, and I'll be damned if I'll speak." "Then, Robert Sylvester," she cried passionately, though a great admiration shone in her eyes, "I will speak." "You shall not. I forbid it. If you do, I'll say that you're lying to save me, that it was I shot Cecil. Oh, they'll believe me fast enough," with an outburst of bitterness. "You mean," she demanded, with whiter face now than his, "that you will swear it was you shot Cecil?" "If you open your lips to say a word about the murder, I will, so help me." "And if I say nothing?" "Then I will say nothing too." "But, Robert," she objected despairingly, "they will convict you on circumstantial evidence." "Let them," he answered with a reckless laugh. "Cecil always told me I would hang some day." Lady Ursula turned to Mr. Clavering with a piteous appeal to reason with her brother. At that juncture, Burton, followed by Lord Meldrum and Harry Brooks, entered the room without waiting to knock. "You'll be jolly careful what you say, Ursula," cautioned Robert, though some of his defiance gave way to fear at the sight of Burton. "I meant what I said." She did not reply, but cast a withering glance upon the secretary. "So you are working in conjunction with Scotland Yard, Mr. Brooks?" He quivered under her scorn, and she turned with contempt from him to Burton. "Well, sir, what now? You choose a strange time to torture me with fresh questions, when I have just come from my brother's new-made grave." Burton's color mounted, but he preserved his usual drawl as he answered, "I did not come to question your ladyship, but to give a welcome home to your other brother, Mr. Sylvester. Begging your ladyship's pardon, I should say Lord Portstead," he corrected himself with obvious intent. Robert went a shade whiter at the suddenness of the new appellation, and Lady Ursula visibly trembled. She was the first to recover herself. "Then, sir," she remarked to Burton, "since you have performed your self-imposed duty and greeted my brother, Lord Portstead," she spoke the title without faltering, Perhaps you will be good enough to rid us of your presence." Burton resented her scorn. He scowled darkly, and his jaw had more of a bulldog set to it than ever. "Certainly, my lady. I can understand that you and Lord Portstead have a good deal to talk over, but I've got something to talk over with his lordship, too. Shall I see your lordship in half an hour in the library?" He shot a sharp glance at Robert as he spoke. Robert's knees shook under him. "Not in the library!" he exclaimed with horror. Burton smiled. "In the music room, then," and he quickly withdrew. "Robert," implored Lady Ursula, "you will let me speak now? You must." "No," he muttered, and averted his face that she might not see the effort it cost him. "Robert," she declared with streaming eyes, "you are the noblest, bravest, maddest boy I ever knew of." "For God's sake, go away and leave me," he cried irritably. "Do you want to have me blubbering like a baby?" He crossed swiftly to the window, his features twitching. Lady Ursula turned to Lord Meldrum, who had been gravely watching them, and said in a low, piteous tone, "Wilford, he has sealed my lips. They will hang him unless—" "They shall not hang him, Ursula," responded Meldrum in a firm voice. She dropped her face in her hands with a little moan. "It seems as though I could not bear this." Lord Meldrum made a movement toward her, but checked himself. "Dear heart, you must bear it, for Robert's sake. For mine, too," he added in a whisper. She raised her head with determination. "You are right, Wilford. I must bear it, and I will. But heaven have pity on me." She burst forth into sobbing and hastily left the room. Meldrum passed his hand across his eyes, then straightened resolutely. Mr. Clavering wondered how much of all this the glowering little secretary had understood. He was not ordinarily a man of passions, but at that moment, when he saw how malignantly Brooke's eye rested on Meldrum, he would have given much to have soundly thrashed the little secretary. Robert's bravado broke down when his sister had gone. He held out a shaking hand to Meldrum. "I say, Mel, old chap, you'll stand by me, won't you?" Lord Meldrum gripped his hand encouragingly. "You can count on me, my boy." End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Portstead's will. Robert came from his interview with Burton white and shaken, but refused to divulge to his sister what had passed between them. "Don't you worry, Ursula," he said with a valiant attempt to reassure her. "I'm still a free man." After fortifying himself with several brandy and sodas, he stumbled out upon the western terrace, where Lord Meldrum and Mr. Clavering sat smoking in silence. Impersonal conversation had become an impossibility, and Mr. Clavering lacked the moral courage to introduce the subject that he knew lay heavy upon them both. For his part, he was tormented by the constantly recurring questions. What secret knowledge of the murder did Lady Ursula share with Robert? Did it concern Meldrum? Did Robert persist in his silence and hers in order to shield himself, or Meldrum, or whom? Mr. Clavering looked steadily at Meldrum, and he could not, would not, believe him guilty. Meldrum's eyes were fixed in reflection upon the setting sun. From the gardens below was wafted the sweet fragrance of roses and mignonette, and the only sounds that broke the tranquillity of the sunset hour were the cawing of the rooks in the long avenues of elms and beeches and limes that enfiladed the park, or the gentle lowing of a cow from the meadowlands beyond. Nature was at peace, if not those in the pilastered old ivy-grown manor. The beauty of the sundown was not lost on Robert Sylvester. "Mel, old chap," he began weakly, "I'm in a deuce of a mess." Meldrum, recalled from his abstraction, sprang up, and taking the boy by the arm, pushed him into a chair. "Robert, you have been drinking," remarked Mr. Clavering severely. Robert's heavy eyes blazed. "Drinking? Confound it all, wouldn't you drink if you had your neck in a noose and couldn't get it out?" Meldrum laid a restraining hand on his shoulder. "Calm down, my boy. It's not as bad as that." Robert's anger died away in a burst of self-pity. "I was always the unluckiest dog. The pater never had the ghost of a fatherly feeling for me, and Cecil's sanctimony was enough to drive anyone to the devil. And now I've got to hang for him." "You are not going to hang for him, Robert," said Meldrum gravely. At this, Robert made an effort to pull himself together. "Look here, Mel. Ursula's been talking to you. I know she has. But don't you believe her. She doesn't know what she's saying. She is half crazed with worry and all that. What did she tell you, anyway?" he demanded excitedly. "Your sister told me nothing, Robert. Only asked me to save you, and I promised that I would." There was a new sternness in Meldrum's manner, but Robert did not observe it. "You can't save me," he muttered. "Nobody can. Why, great heavens, Mel!" His flushed face turned ashen. "It was my pistol that Cecil was shot with. My name on the plate." "I did not know that," exclaimed Meldrum in horror and amazement. "That's Burton's exhibit number 1, said Robert, with a reckless, bitter laugh. "Oh, he's got me right enough, and you can't save me, and Ursula can't." "I shall save you for your sister's sake," said Meldrum in a sterner voice. Robert glared with peculiar rage at the man who proposed to aid him. "You keep out of this mess, Lord Meldrum, or well, you'll wish you had, that's all. I'm looking out for my sister, and I won't have any of your bally interference. I've blackened her life long enough, and if I choose to drop out of it—" His weak mouth quivered. "That's my business, not yours." With this he flung into the Manor. "Poor wretched boy," sighed Meldrum. "He's more than half right, Clavering. His father and brother were hard on him, beastly hard." At that moment a girlish, white-clad figure hastened toward them from the gardens. "Mr. Clavering," called Elsie Baring tremulously, "was not that Robert who just went in?" It was Robert. He spoke compassionately. He thought it a pity that this once glad-hearted young girl should be made to suffer through misplaced affection for a graceless scamp. For at best, that was all that Robert was. "Miss Baring," said Meldrum persuasively, "I think Robert is in need of a little kindness. The world is using him rather hard just now, and a few kind words would mean a good deal to him." Elsie Baring flushed faintly. It was the first time she and Meldrum had met since the morning she had practically accused him of knowing more of the murder than he should. "I did not suppose you would speak for Robert," she faltered, and then stopped, conscious of what she had said. Meldrum smiled painfully. "Perhaps you have misjudged me, Miss Baring," he remarked quietly. She looked up into eyes that met hers squarely. "Perhaps I have. I hope I have," she added impulsively, and hurried into the Manor. Later that evening Lady Ursula came to Mr. Clavering and asked him for a loan of several £1,000s. "That man, Belmont, whom Robert quarrelled with at the country club," she explained shamefacedly, "and some other leeches," indignation made her bitter, "have sworn out a warrant for Robert's immediate arrest unless he can meet his debts to them. I cannot help him," she said hopelessly. Mr. Clavering assured her of his willingness to assist her in any way, and forthwith wrote out the check. He knew that Lady Ursula scarcely ever had ready money, though the rents from the Portstead tenantry should have been adequate, and he understood that Cecil had made these over to her without reserve at the time he settled the Manor upon her. He suspected that her father had left her but a mere pittance, and he knew that he had practically disowned Robert, so this must explain the slenderness of her resources. From childhood, Robert had always had the lion's share of her possessions, and his drains upon her of late must have been frightful. Mr. Clavering had never ceased to blame the old Earl for the lack of feeling, a sort of refined brutality which he had displayed toward his 2 younger children. Both were of a warm-hearted, impetuous nature, so foreign to his and that of his heir that he was totally unable to understand them, so sought to rule them with a rod of iron, and failing, laid all the fault at their door. "Cecil's will is to be read tomorrow," Lady Ursula was saying. "I should like you to be present at the reading." Mr. Clavering was rather flattered by the way in which she depended on him, but he did think it a bit hard on Lord Meldrum, whom she seemed to avoid, and who was obviously wounded by it. Mary Grey made herself rather unduly conspicuous that night, Mr. Clavering thought. She insisted upon making friends with Robert, and finally drew him from the defiant taciturnity into which he had settled after Elsie Baring had tried in vain to convince him that she still believed in him. She wished to be kind to him, to show faith in him, but it was easy to read the doubt in her mind, and this Robert resented. Mr. Clavering watched Mary Grey uneasily as she subtly led Robert on to talk of himself, his pleasures and pursuits, and now again stealing at him strange, sly, little sidelong glances. Robert had drank just enough to make him very voluble when once he was started, and not particularly discriminating in his choice of topics. Yet not the faintest flush disturbed the clear pallor of Mary Grey's cheek as he discoursed of his friends of the turf, the demi-monde, and even described in detail a recent champagne orgy at which he had stood sponsor, and the bills for which were unpaid and likely to remain so until, he said, with his reckless laugh, the estate is settled up. Mary Gray simply smiled her pensive smile and encouraged him to talk on. "I say she's an uncommon jolly young woman, by George, she is," he confided to Mr. Clavering, in a burst of enthusiasm, as she wished him a smiling good night and glanced back at him from the great staircase with big, elusive brown eyes. "She's a minx, a scheming minx," admonished Mr. Clavering indignantly. "Old boy," Robert spoke with the easy authority of a man of the world, "you don't know a fine piece of women flesh when you see it," and laughing in a superior way, he went up to bed with blithe unsteadiness of gait. In the morning a different mood held him. He was dejected, irritable, and suspicious, and vouchsafed no response to Mary Gray's bright "Good morning." "You are right, Mr. Clavering," he said soberly. "That girl is an artful puss. She was leading me on last night to make a bally ass of myself. But what did she do it for, eh? I didn't say anything about—" his eyes rolled in fear, "about Tuesday night, did I?" "No," answered Mr. Clavering severely. "Your conversation was limited to men of evil reputation and women of none at all. If you continue to indulge your appetite for drink, I dare say that you will place yourself in an even more critical position than you are in now." Robert turned a sickly white and cast a curious, furtive glance about. This was becoming a habit of his when he was not sure where Burton was. "You're right, Mr. Clavering," he said again. "You may be a betty-fied old fogey, but you're right about the drink. I daren't trust my tongue after it. I swear I'll keep my promise to Ursula and not touch another drop." Lord Meldrum, who had overheard, shook him warmly by the hand. "Do so, my boy," he said earnestly, "before it is too late. You owe it to your sister. She has been good to you." "I know that, Mel." Tears stood in Robert's eyes. "She's the best sister ever a fellow had, and so help me, I'm going to repay her." The will of Cecil John Sylvester, 8th Earl of Portstead, was something of a surprise when read to the little gathering in the library. Mr. Clavering felt sure that it was owing to Burton's insistence that the reading took place there, in order that he might study the effect of the room on Robert Sylvester. The great, gloomy library had always been oppressive to Robert. It was doubly so now, and Mr. Clavering feared that he would not be able to remain. But he finally pulled himself together and assumed an air of reckless indifference to his surroundings and to Burton's keen, inexorable eyes fastened upon him. Lady Ursula sat beside her brother, her arm resting protectingly about his neck, as though she defied Burton or anyone else to take him from her. Robert seemed to find comfort in her silent championship, and now and then smiled at her feebly. The late Earl of Portstead had been a shrewd businessman, and he left more wealth than Mr. Clavering had dreamed of, but his disposition of it was odd, though consistent with his hard and implacable nature. To Robert, his heir, he bequeathed practically an empty title, since the entailed estates, without the means to keep them up, would yield a very inadequate income. But Portstead had held out a straw of hope to his brother in a clause which stated that 1/3 of his personal wealth was to be held in trust until such time as said Robert shall reform his manner of living and become an honorable and upright English gentleman. In the event of his failing to reform, said third of money was to pass to a training school for diplomats, in which Lord Portstead had taken interest. Robert emitted a short, bitter laugh as this clause in his brother's will was read. "By George," he muttered aloud, "if that isn't Cecil to the life! Strike a chap when he's down." "Hush, oh hush," warned Lady Ursula, placing her hand over his mouth and glancing in terror at Burton to see if he had heard. His expression told her that he had. "Unto my sister, the Lady Ursula Sylvester," resumed the solicitor, after a shocked look over his gold-rimmed spectacles at Robert, "I give and bequeath 1/3 of all personal property, the mansion at Belgrave Square." Then followed an enumeration of 2 country seats, one in Sussex and one in Yorkshire, and of a castle in Scotland. But there were added so many stipulations and restrictions that she would be but nominal mistress of both money and estates. "And," read on Sir Frederick Murray, "these estates and lands thereunto pertaining are to be held by said Lady Ursula only so long as—" here he paused impressively, "so long as, and no longer, the said Lady Ursula shall continue to bear and be known by the name of Sylvester." "Well, of all the outrageous!" burst forth the irrepressible Robert again, but a warning gesture from his sister checked him. She, on the contrary, betrayed neither surprise nor indignation at this peculiar clause in the will, nor indeed did she display any emotion other than weary resignation. She apparently did not question her brother's right to dictate to her in death as he had done in life. But why, pondered Mr. Clavering, as he had pondered countless times, why should this high-spirited woman submit so tamely to the petty humiliations and selfish restrictions, for how else could they be considered, of a brother whose nature was so diametrically opposed to hers that there could be between them no bond of affection or even harmony? Yet Mr. Clavering was bound to admit that, however cold and hard Cecil, Earl of Portstead, might have appeared to the world, he himself believed that he was actuated solely by a high sense of justice and right. With him the emotions had never spoken. His every act was the result of deliberation, and was what he conscientiously believed to be right, in accordance with the rigid standard by which he regulated his own life, and sought to regulate that of others. Knowing this, Mr. Clavering felt that his opposition to his sister's marriage with Lord Meldrum, an opposition which he had carried beyond the grave, must be founded on more than political enmity. Absorbed as he was in these speculations, he heard only vaguely what disposition was to be made of Lady Ursula's share in the event of her disregarding the will of her dead brother. But the name of the third beneficiary aroused him, and set in motion a train of doubts and new theories. "I give and bequeath," so read Sir Frederick Murray, "unto Mavis Travers, sometime a resident of Teggiano, Italy, and later of Surrey, England, 1/3 of all personal property, the same to be held in trust until the said Mavis Travers shall have come of age." Mavis Travers! The oddity of the first name struck Mr. Clavering at once, and conjured up the vision of a red-haired little fury vigorously belaboring a sweating Shetland pony. Her nurse, the woman Elena, was an Italian. That Mavis and the one named in the will might very likely be one and the same. The identicalness of the first names, the fact that the Mavis he knew was also resident in Surrey, and that her nurse was of Italian nationality, could hardly be mere coincidence. But in any case, in what relation could the Earl of Portstead have stood to this mysterious child, whom he had named so conspicuously in his will? He, Mr. Clavering, had never heard of her before. He was sure from the amazement on Lady Pevensy's face, and on that of the other listeners, including Robert, that they, too, never had. Yet she had meant enough to Portstead to be made third beneficiary, and without proviso. Did Lady Ursula know of her existence? He recalled her unwillingness to have mention made of Elena, or even admit her reality, and her subsequent agitation when he told her of the man who had accosted the woman and child. He believed that she knew well enough who Mavis Travers was, and she was so agitated now by this last clause in the will that she demanded that Sir Frederick reread it slowly. When he had finished, she burst into uncontrollable weeping, and Robert had to assist her from the room. Mr. Clavering went alone into the gardens with the name of Mavis Travers ringing in his ears. Who was this child from Teggiano, Italy, whom the Earl of Portstead had made his chief beneficiary, since she alone was hampered by no provisos, and yet of whose existence even the oldest friends of the family were ignorant? End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Clavering muddies his boots. It being late afternoon, Mr. Clavering went up to his room, and upon going to the window, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to those dense woods darkling against the east. His desire to investigate them was returning. He wondered if the man were still lurking there who had accosted Mavis Travers. That name was still buzzing through his head, suggesting, always suggesting, something that he could recall or connect with some half-forgotten memory. Looking out thus to the woods, his eye was attracted by the distant figure of a man hastening toward them across the meadows. He recognized at once that tall, powerful form. But why should Lord Meldrum seek the woods in the gathering twilight? The old unwelcome suspicions came flooding back, and he made up his mind to follow, if he could not overtake him. But by the time Mr. Clavering had issued from the manor and descended the double terrace into the gardens, which he must cross in order to reach the meadows and the woods beyond, Lord Meldrum had passed from sight. To judge by the haste he made, he was bound upon a mission of more importance than a desultory stroll through the woods. Mr. Clavering was quite red in the face from his attempt to overtake him when he finally arrived at the border of the meadows, which, to his dismay, he found to be marshy. But he manfully went forward, although it cost him a pang as his beautifully polished patent leathers slipped in the oozy grass. Lord Meldrum evidently knew well the shortest cut to the woods, but what was Mr. Clavering's surprise, upon emerging from the meadows and entering the shadow of the great trees, to discover that a well-defined path led shortly to a small clearing, beyond which he saw the dim outlines of a rough cottage or woodcutter's abandoned hut. In his excitement and eagerness to reach it, he failed to observe a small morass that lay between it and him, and at the first step forward plunged into the mire halfway up to his knees. With a groan of despair for his ruined elegance, he made frantic efforts to extricate himself, but only succeeded in floundering deeper. At length, really fearing that he would be sucked down by the mire, he raised a long, dismal shout for help. In answer, the figure of Meldrum towered in the doorway of the hut. Mr. Clavering repeated his cry, desperately waving his arms. Otherwise he did not move. He dared not. Lord Meldrum hurried toward him, keeping to the narrow grass-grown path that skirted the morass. When he was near enough to recognize the gesticulating little man caught in the grip of the mire, consternation and amusement struggled with each other across his face. "By Jove, Clavering, my dear fellow, what possessed you to come here?" "If you will be kind enough to assist me out of this predicament, I will endeavor to explain," answered Mr. Clavering testily, resenting Meldrum's obvious desire to laugh. "Forgive me, old chap," said Meldrum with an expansive smile, "but you know you look deuced funny, stuck there in the mire." "This is not the time to indulge in humor," rebuked Mr. Clavering with rising indignation, and after another fruitless effort to free himself. "A moment more, and I shall be sucked under." "Not the slightest danger of that," reassured Meldrum, choking down a laugh. "The bog is not deep enough. But here, wait a minute, and I'll get you out." Withdrawing into the clearing, he shouldered a stout branch that lay upon the ground, and hurrying back with it, approached as near Mr. Clavering as he could, without being himself drawn into the mire. Holding firmly one end of the branch, he bade Mr. Clavering grasp the other and hold on tight. Then he drove his heels into the turf, exerted all his strength, and Mr. Clavering rose precipitately from the bog. His boots slipped upon the soft, wet turf, caught again as Meldrum threw his powerful weight into the scale, and the next moment he fell, clear of the bog, on his hands and knees at the feet of his rescuer. There was a twinkle in Meldrum's eye as he assisted Mr. Clavering to rise, but with praiseworthy gravity he remarked that it was fortunate he had happened to be near at hand. Mr. Clavering was not a profane man, but when he beheld the state of his boots and his once immaculate dark gray trousers and black frock-coat, he was obliged to set his teeth. "I cannot return to the Manor in this condition," he said despairingly. "But, dear boy, there's no help for it." And now Meldrum's hearty, ringing laugh awoke an echo in the woods. Indeed, Archibald Clavering, dripping with mire, hatless, disheveled, and with eyes still round with fear, was cause sufficient for mirth. He, however, saw no humor in his predicament, and was highly incensed with Meldrum. Meldrum laid his hand affectionately upon his shoulder. "Dear old chap, if you could only see yourself." "I have no wish to," snapped Mr. Clavering. "If you have a trace of friendly feeling for me, you will go at once to the Manor and send Jenkins here with a change of clothing." "But, Clavering, you mustn't stand here shivering by the edge of the bog," objected Lord Meldrum. "I will stand here all night rather than return in this condition," responded Mr. Clavering obstinately. Lord Meldrum doubtless knew how impossible it was to move him when he had a spell of stubbornness. Yet, as a last expedient, he mentioned that gentleman's favorite bugbear, a severe cold, against which he was always fussily guarding. But Mr. Clavering was obdurate. He would permit no one else save Jenkins to behold him in this plight. "If I feel chilly," he said, "I can go into that hut." "I wouldn't go in there," said Meldrum quickly. "Why not?" suspiciously. "You were there." Dark as it had grown, he fancied that he could see Lord Meldrum flush at this assertion. "Oh, I just looked in," he answered with an attempt at nonchalance. "It's a bare place. You wouldn't find it attractive." "I do not find this bog attractive," retorted Mr. Clavering, determined now to explore the hut. "But you know, old chap," opposed Meldrum, "somebody may be living in that hut, after all, and if he should come back and find you there might be trouble." Mr. Clavering felt himself grow cold, but it took hardly less courage on his part to risk being seen by Lady Pevensey in such a plight as this, than face a potential inhabitant of the woodcutter's hut. Moreover, his detective zeal was aroused. "I shall remain here," he said resolutely. Lord Meldrum turned away with a resigned shrug. Instantly Mr. Clavering felt his courage waning. "I say, Meldrum," he called after him desperately, "you haven't a weapon of any sort, have you?" Meldrum came quickly back to where Mr. Clavering stood, drew a revolver from his hip pocket, and handed it to him. "You don't know much about firearms, Clavering, so don't play with the trigger. It might go off. If you should see anyone prowling about here, don't lose your head. I will be back as soon as I can. By the way, Clavering," with abrupt directness, "how had you happened to come here?" Mr. Clavering hesitated. Prevarication had grown no easier for him in the course of his detective work. "From my window I saw you making across the meadow," he replied finally. "I felt like a stroll in the woods myself, so I attempted to overtake and join you." "Sorry you didn't mention your desire at luncheon," remarked Lord Meldrum dryly. "It might have saved you a dip in the mire, and would have given me a companion. Well, look out for yourself, old chap. I shan't be long." Left there with the dark woods encircling him, Mr. Clavering placed the revolver with great care in his own pocket, and thereupon breathed easier. He was not accustomed to firearms, and had almost a womanish fear of them. Looking down upon the morass which showed now as a black patch in the darkness, he knew well where Meldrum had gained the boggy mud that caked his shoes on the night on which Lady Pevensy's necklace was stolen, and he had professed to have walked from the railway station along a dry and dusty road. As always, he recalled with a shock how Mary Grey had gathered particles of similar mire from the library floor on the night of Lord Portstead's death. But she, too, judging from the condition of her boots and skirts, must have crossed the bog herself that morning when she claimed to have gone into the woods to gather ferns. What was the object of her prying interest in the case? Blackmail? He was convinced that she was a Becky Sharp. But Meldrum! If Burton knew of this incriminating evidence against him, added to his own admission of having gone into the gardens after his interview with Portstead instead of going up to his room, the detective could not but abandon his persecution of Robert and arrest Meldrum. The fact that Portstead was killed with his brother's pistol by no means proved conclusively that it was Robert who had fired the shot. Mr. Clavering writhed in mental agony. Meldrum, though nearly 20 years younger than he, was his one intimate friend, and had been so since the time he was a big, overgrown, fun-loving boy at Eton, and Mr. Clavering had been appointed his guardian, jointly with his widowed mother. Mr. Clavering was not of the nature to make friends readily with other men. To begin with, he had no interest in sports, that magic bond of union between Englishmen. And though he belonged to several select clubs, he had become a member rather because he believed it the correct thing for a gentleman of his standing to do, than from any spirit of good fellowship. As a boy at school, his almost womanish prudishness and precision of dress had made him a butt for ridicule, and as a man these characteristics, combined with a pompous stiffness of manner, alienated many, and caused others to hold him in a sort of tolerant contempt, as a Betty and old fogey. But Meldrum, with the frank heartiness which endeared him to all who knew him, with the striking exception of the Earl of Portstead, broke through this prim reserve and pomposity, found the true man, sensitive, conscientious, and kindly, and forthwith began with him a warm friendship. Mr. Clavering, on his part, regarded the jovial, virile Meldrum with a species of mild adoration, and in no event could he or would he voice the suspicions he had been forced to hold of him. If he had killed Lord Portstead, it must have been done under strong provocation in a moment of passion, and if he were the great-hearted man Mr. Clavering believed him to be, he would not allow the brother of the woman he loved to suffer for him. His own words proved that he intended to save the boy, and at the same time they might be taken as self-incriminating. Mr. Clavering decided that in any case he could do no more than let matters drift to a crisis, in the meantime gathering secretly whatever clues he could. For it might be that Lord Meldrum was as much a victim of circumstantial evidence as Robert appeared to be. As a beginning, he would explore the hut which Meldrum had evidently come to visit. As he approached it, he became aware how very black and ominously still the woods were, so still that the sudden strident screech of an owl sent him shivering with vague terror. The great trees arching over the cottage seemed to reach out menacing arms toward him, but when he turned and would have fled from them, the fear of falling again into the quagmire sent him shivering to the very door of the hut. And now the shadows all about seemed to be filled with eerie sounds which in his nervous fear he could not identify, and he sprang into the cottage as into a refuge, one hand on his hip pocket bulging with Meldrum's revolver, the other grasping his silver-topped cane, which had been rescued from the bog, and with which he was now striking at the blackness in the room. Presently, however, convinced that no immediate danger threatened him, he laid down his cane and lighted a match. Before it flickered out, he had time to observe that the door had fallen from its hinges, the one window was broken, and that there was no one but himself in the room. A second match revealed a rough table in a corner, and on it a half-burned candle. After several failures, he succeeded in lighting the candle, and immediately felt more courageous as the darkness became dissipated. The room he was in was a very small one, and devoid of all furniture save the table. A stout partition with a door midway led into a second room. He entered this with no little trepidation, but found it empty as the first. The sight of a square trapdoor in the boarded ceiling, with a rudely constructed ladder hanging underneath against the wall, gave him an unpleasant start. But he made up his mind that if he were to remain in this hut until Meldrum's return, he must discover whether or not he was alone in it. So, raising his cane, he rapped smartly upon the trapdoor, though his heart quaked. There was no response, only the sighing of the wind through the trees outside. Emboldened, he lifted down the ladder, and mounting with some difficulty, not being accustomed to ladder climbing, cautiously raised the trap. Holding the candle above his head, he surveyed a small, low garret. It was empty, but in one corner was a bundle of hay, which had clearly served as a bed, for on it was a pair of blankets, of excellent make, as he discovered upon closer inspection. Poking about in the hay for clues to the identity of the owner, he found a false black beard. That was all, but it was sufficient to convince him of what he had already suspected, that the recent occupant of the hut was the same man who had accosted Mavis and her nurse, Elena. Moreover, the man was likely to return, and Mr. Clavering had no desire to be caught by him like a rat in a trap, so he descended more quickly than he had come up, closed the door, and hung up the ladder as he had found it. He then went into the front room, thinking it the safest place in which to await Meldrum, for whose speedy coming he devoutly prayed. Having set the candle in a convenient notch in the table, he was about to take up his station in the doorway, with cane in one hand and revolver in the other, when a snapping of twigs caused him to glance in alarm toward the window. There he saw a man peering in at him, his face pressed against the broken pane, a thin, dark face, stamped and seared with evil. Almost instantly, as Mr. Clavering looked, the man dodged back into the shadows. But in that one brief glimpse, he knew him. He was Thompson, Lady Ursula's former butler. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A game of piquet. Mr. Clavering passed a bad half-hour in the front room of the cottage, anticipating Thompson's entrance. At length the blackness outside and the silence, broken only by weird wood noises, so wrought upon his nerves that he resolved to face the terrors of the bog, and even Lady Pevensy's raillery, rather than remain there alone another moment. But when he stepped outside, leaving the candle burning upon the table in case he should change his mind and retreat, the shadows seemed to press in upon him, and from them he fancied he could see emerging a thin, evil face. "Meldrum!" he cried despairingly. "Meldrum!" "What's up, Clavering? Anything wrong?" called back a familiar, welcome voice, and Lord Meldrum strode out from the trees and hurriedly crossed the clearing. Mr. Clavering's terror vanished at the clasp of Meldrum's firm hand, and he despised himself for a coward. "I thought I heard you coming," he said lamely. Meldrum glanced in at the open door of the hut, where the candle glowed feebly. "So you have been exploring," he exclaimed, and his voice held a curious note. "What did you come upon that upset you so, eh?" Upset me so?" stammered Mr. Clavering. I was not aware—" "You look as though you had seen a ghost," said Meldrum briefly. "But come," leading the way into the hut, "let me help you into your clothes. I didn't bother to bring Jenkins." "Meldrum," said Mr. Clavering, while his lordship with well-meaning awkwardness was attempting to play the part of valet, "I have found out who lives in this hut." Lord Meldrum twisted a button off the waistcoat he was fastening over Mr. Clavering's plump chest, and muttered an apology. "Ah, you have! Who is it, old chap?" "Thompson," in an accusing tone. "Thompson?" echoed Meldrum vaguely. "Yes, Thompson," repeated Mr. Clavering severely. Lady Ursula's butler, who left her on the day Lady Pevensy's necklace was stolen." Lord Meldrum hurried Mr. Clavering into his swallowtail. "Oh, yes, Thompson, I remember now. But how do you know that he has been living here?" "I saw him looking in at the window." "But that doesn't prove—" "It proves it to my satisfaction," replied Mr. Clavering with finality. "Meldrum," he asserted, going straight to the point, "you came here to meet this man." Meldrum's face in the candlelight showed consternation, but he recovered himself after a moment. "My dear fellow, to meet Thompson the butler?" "To meet the man calling himself Thompson the butler." "Look here, Clavering, what do you mean by all this?" There was a hint of anger in Meldrum's voice. But Mr. Clavering, once started, would not be daunted. "Who is this man, Meldrum? I know I have seen him before, and I am equally sure he was no butler then." Meldrum suddenly placed both hands on Mr. Clavering's shoulders and looked him straight in the eye. "Clavering, you are a pretty good detective after all, but you are up against a blind wall this time. I did come to see Thompson, who is not Thompson, as you have guessed. But why I came and who he is, neither you nor all of Scotland Yard combined will ever make me tell." "But don't you see," persisted Mr. Clavering, "that if it came to be known that you were connected in any way with a man whose very face reveals his evil character, and who dares not live in the open, you would place yourself under suspicion?" "I see that perfectly well," replied Meldrum, unmoved. "And you are quite right in your estimate of this man's character. He is a scoundrelly blackguard, an unhung devil," he added, with a depth of passion that startled Mr. Clavering. "Come," he said, struggling to control himself, "let us return to the manor." In silence they pursued their way through the woods and across the meadows. Arrived in the gardens, Meldrum remarked with a certain boyish wistfulness, "I should hate to think that all this might break up our friendship, Clavering." "It shan't," declared Mr. Clavering promptly. "I refuse to believe that you, or Robert either for that matter, were concerned in Lord Portstead's death, and I am going to do my best to prove this." "You have set yourself a task, old friend," sighed Meldrum. They were met upon the terrace by Lady Pevensey, who playfully scolded them for being late to dinner. Mr. Clavering blessed his good fortune in having had opportunity to change his miry clothes, which, by the way, Lord Meldrum was carrying. Lady Pevensey had been unusually gracious to Mr. Clavering since the recovery of her necklace, which she felt was in no small measure due to his efforts. He had been careful to foster this impression. She was still so jubilant over its recovery that the mystery of its theft and inexplicable return troubled her but little. In truth, far less than it did Burton, who evidently saw a close connection between the theft and the murder. "I am shockingly bored," she complained to Mr. Clavering, as Lord Meldrum quietly slipped into the manor before she could question him concerning the miry clothes. "Ursula is completely absorbed in Robert, and Elsie is about as cheerful as an image on a tombstone. Do you think, after you have had dinner, that there would be any harm in a quiet little game of piquet?" Mr. Clavering had private misgivings as to its propriety on the very day following their host's funeral, but to be invited by Lady Pevensey to play piquet was an appreciated and increasingly rare favor, so he assured her that he thought there would be no real harm in it, though it might be considered unconventional, and promised not to be long at dinner. It had often struck him as odd that Lady Pevensey never asked or seemed to expect Mary Grey, her companion, to amuse her. As a matter of fact, they were scarcely ever seen together, Mary Grey being everywhere but with her patroness. Still, he felt that he should be the last one in the world to reprehend, as it gave him added opportunities to enjoy Lady Pevensey's society. "This seems like old times," she observed sentimentally, as they sat down later in the music-room, with a little square card-table between them. "Poor dear Eustace was fairly jealous of our games of piquet." "Really, is that a fact?" murmured Mr. Clavering, surprised. He had always held the opinion that the departed Eustace was singularly unappreciative of his wife's charms, and utterly indifferent as to her diversions. "Oh, Eustace was shrewd. He saw a great deal more than you thought he did," and Lady Pevensey shook her fan at him with coquettish reproof. He blushed painfully. "I was not aware that my eminently respectful attachment, was known to Sir Eustace." Lady Pevensey made a grimace behind her fan. "Dear Eustace was not greatly worried. On the whole, he was amused. Carte blanche," she cried triumphantly, holding up her cards. "Score me 10, Mr. Clavering." He stiffly obeyed. "Now you are offended with me," she said pettishly. "Oh, yes, you are," as he denied the imputation. "But really, you have made me admire your detective powers. I am sure that the wretch who stole my necklace would never have returned it if he hadn't known that you were on his clue, and would have ultimately forced him to." "That may be so," conceded Mr. Clavering, relaxing. "It is your play, Lady Pevensey." "Repique," she murmured absently. "But that is impossible," expostulated Mr. Clavering. "You have just had carte blanche." Lady Pevensey flung down her cards. "Oh, well, I am tired of piquet. Count my hand if you wish." "I thought we were going to have an enjoyable game," remarked Mr. Clavering frigidly. Lady Pevensey made eyes at him over her fan. "Don't be a grouch, you old dear. To tell the truth, ever since the will was read, I have been simply consumed with curiosity to know who Mavis Travers is. Robert admits that he doesn't know. I think Ursula does, but I don't dare ask her. You know what she is when she doesn't want to talk. Find out for me, and I'll play piquet with you till the end of time, Archibald." Mr. Clavering unbent again. She had never called him Archibald before. "I don't think it would be improper, under the circumstances, the publicity given the child in the will, for me to make a few inquiries," he said slowly, trying to convince himself of the integrity of his motives. He decided, however, that it would be fairer to make no mention of the Mavis he had met until he was sure of her identity. Lady Pevensey caught him up quickly. "Improper? Quite the reverse, I should say. Are not you and I both old friends of the family? And isn't it our duty as such to find out about this child, who meant so much to Portstead that he left the money he should have left to Robert?" "Why, now that you put it that way—" "There's no other way to put it. I always suspected that there was some secret in Portstead's life. I am convinced of it now, and this child was the secret. Why is it that none of us has ever heard of her before? I tell you, it is unnatural and impossible for a man to be as indifferent all his life to women as Portstead professed to be." There was a personal rancor in Lady Pevensey's tone. The Earl had been at no pains to conceal the contempt he felt for her worldliness. "My dear Lady Pevensey," ejaculated Mr. Clavering, horrified, "what are you hinting at?" "Scandal in high circles, of course," she answered serenely. "But what I can't understand is how any woman, of any condition in life, could possibly have been attracted to Portstead." Little as Mr. Clavering had cared for Portstead, the vulgarity of Lady Pevensey's suspicions pained him. He had always accepted Portstead at his own valuation, and secretly looked up to him as a superior being. And now to have this idol suddenly pulled down to the common level was a decided shock. "No, no," he said, but weakly. "I am sure that you are wrong in your suspicions." "Women's intuition rarely fails. Mine never does," returned Lady Pevensey confidently. "Find out the parentage of this Mavis Travers, and who will be the gainer, even indirectly, by her being named as Portstead's beneficiary, and it is my belief you will find the murderer." Mr. Clavering stared at her in admiration. "Lady Pevensey, you are an immensely clever woman," he said with conviction. "Flatterer," she protested, with a flirt of her fan. "'Pon my word, I mean it." Lady Pevensey toyed a while coquettishly with the fan, and then said seriously, "Elsie is breaking her heart over that scapegrace of a Robert, and I'm rather attached to the silly girl. No man is worth breaking one's heart over, and if somebody doesn't discover the murderer, that Burton man will have Robert arrested, and then Elsie will mourn herself sick. You're as likely to succeed as anyone. I have come to the conclusion that all detectives are fools." Mr. Clavering remained a moment in thought. This was the second time Lady Pevensey had paid him an equivocal compliment of this nature. "Am I to understand," he inquired at length, "that you consider me qualified to investigate this matter?" Lady Pevensey gave vent to a ripple of very youthful laughter. "My dear Archibald, don't you know a compliment when one is paid you? Remember, if you unravel this shocking mystery—" She used her eyes and her fan as she might have used them 30 years ago. "I am yours, for piquet." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Clavering visits Wild Rose Villa. The next day, being Sunday, Mr. Clavering did not deem a proper one for attempting to solve the mystery of Mavis Travers' identity. But on Monday morning, directly after breakfast, he set forth on this quest in obedience to Lady Pevensey's wishes. As a preliminary, he asked that fund of ready information, the head gardener, where Wild Rose Villa was situated. The gardener removed his broad hat and scratched his head contemplatively. "Never heard of it, sir," he said finally, "and I've lived in this 'ere village for 60 year." This was not encouraging, but Mr. Clavering would not be turned from his purpose. Not wishing to be hampered by the attendance of an inquisitive groom, he decided to walk to the village. By the time, however, that he had traversed the 3-mile avenue from the manor to the lodge gates, he wished that he had accepted the trap which Lady Ursula had placed at his disposal. He had never had a predilection for walking, and the day, with the blue haze of midsummer lying over the church spires and the gabled roofs of the village of Portstead, bade fair to be hot. With a sigh, he resisted the temptation to sit awhile and rest in the cool, ivy-grown lodge, and instead descended the high hill into the village, along a picturesque lane, winding between copses of pine and larch, with glimpses of green meadows and the heather-clad downs. The air was sweet with the new-mown hay, and in the distance were groups of reapers, quaint figures in smock frocks and wide-brimmed straw hats. Hot and weary as Mr. Clavering was, he was made to feel the pastoral charm of Portstead village. The long and straggling lane, flanked by hawthorn hedges, which boasted the proud title of High Street, led past curious old thatched cottages, a tiny creeper-covered church, and finally to the school, a low, half-timbered structure, through the open windows of which he saw rows of comic rustic heads. Beyond, to the right, lay the village hostelry, a queer, rambling old place with a mighty sign lazily creaking above the door. Here at the inn he stopped, and inquired the way to Wild Rose Villa, but the landlord knew no more about it than did the gardener. Mr. Clavering felt wholly unequal to searching the entire village, so bluntly told the landlord that Wild Rose Villa was the dwelling of a child named Mavis Travers, of whom he must surely know. A ray of intelligence lighted up the landlord's bucolic countenance. "I don't know the name, sir, but do little miss have red hair and a pony that she drives Manor?" Mr. Clavering assured him that she possessed both these qualifications. Then, sir, I know where she lives. They do say, sir, little miss is an Italian." He looked to Mr. Clavering for verification. "Indeed," murmured the gentleman uncommunicatively. "I trust it is not far to Wild Rose Villa?" The landlord swallowed his disappointment at Mr. Clavering's brevity of manner. "No, sir, 'tis not far, if that's how the cottage is called. Turn down the first street to the left. Little miss lives in the 3rd cottage, facing the west. You'll see her at the window, sir. When she's not driving the pony, she's sure to be sitting there. The woman who has charge of her don't let the children play with her, but they runs after her in the pony cart. And Locke, sir, if they gets in the way, she don't mind running 'em down. She's a wild one, little miss is." From the loquacious landlord, Mr. Clavering learned further that Mavis had been in the village but a very short time. Wild Rose Villa, never before dignified by any distinguishing appellation, had stood vacant over a year until its present tenants moved in. But where they came from, and the hour and manner of their arrival, was a mystery. Even Mrs. Jones, the observant neighbor opposite, had not been aware that the cottage was tenanted until, as early as 7 o'clock on the morning of the 2nd day after the Earl's murder, the landlord was very exact as to the date, she had beheld Mavis sitting at the window. The child and her foreign nurse, then, must either have arrived at sunrise or in the storm the night before. That afternoon Mrs. Jones's youngest baby was rescued from under the very hoofs of the Shetland pony. "And now," said the landlord in conclusion, "when that red-haired little wildcat goes a-flying through the village, the babies and old folks are kept indoors." Mr. Clavering, following the landlord's directions, continued along High Street, and turning down the lane to the left, came presently to a small cottage with red-tiled roof and whitewashed walls, bowered and wreathed in roses, even to the pointed gable over which these bright flowers of England poured in cascades. The garden and the little gate, too, were fairly overrun with roses. In the wildest profusion they grew, red, pink, white, and yellow, anywhere, everywhere about the cottage. Wild Rose Villa it was, in truth. At one of the tiny latticed windows, curtained with roses and honeysuckle, Mr. Clavering beheld the ruddy gold hair and elfish face of Mavis. She knew him instantly, and nodding and smiling, beckoned him in with imperious little hand. He unlatched the gate and pushed his way through the tangle of roses in some embarrassment. What was he to say to this child? How was he to question her? Elena received him frowningly in the porch doorway and seemed determined to bar his entrance. "Stand away, Elena! I will have him come in!" cried Mavis with shrill anger. Elena obeyed, but there was a fierce hostility in her great black eyes. She stood with one hand in the bosom of her blouse and the other clenched at her side, while Mr. Clavering made some confused inquiries in regard to the pony. "Oh," answered Mavis with a toss of her bright hair, "I make Tony run faster every day, just to see Elena get cross and the stupid village people stare. That amuses me." "Some day you will be thrown out," said Mr. Clavering disapprovingly. "That I tell the signorina, but she will not listen," spoke up Elena, eyeing Mr. Clavering with a slightly lessening hostility. "Be still, tiresome Elena," cried the child. "I will drive Tony as fast as I wish to, and talk to everybody I wish to, and do everything I wish to." Mr. Clavering expected to see Elena's temper fly, but instead she went over to the child and caressed her with murmured words of endearment in Italian. Mavis pushed her away petulantly. "I don't love you, horrid Elena. You won't let me do anything, but just sit here, and that's stupid, and I don't love you." "How can you talk to the faithful Elena, who has watched and tended you all the days of your life?" asked the woman reproachfully. Mavis tilted her pointed little chin in the air. "Bring me a seed cake," she demanded. Elena cast a doubtful look at Mr. Clavering, hesitated, and then hurriedly left the room. As soon as the child saw that they were alone together, she bent toward her visitor, and fixing on him her sharp, bird-like eyes, demanded in a shrill whisper, "Who died at the Manor?" Mr. Clavering started, and was dumb with surprise. "Quick, tell me," insisted the child impatiently. "Elena won't. She says nobody died, but she tells me lies. I saw the funeral carriages winding down the hill from the Manor. I saw them from this window. Look." Mr. Clavering's eye followed her pointing finger and beheld the distant turrets of Portstead Manor rearing themselves above the low roofs of thatch and tile. It gave him a peculiar sensation to realize that under the very shadow of the hoary old manor, this child, so strangely linked to its dead master, had sat curiously watching the passage of his funeral, and not known whose it was. Her intense interest in the manor had dispelled the slightest doubt he had felt as to her being the identical Mavis named in the will. But why had the Earl's death been kept from her? Was Lady Pevensy's suspicion correct? "Who died at the Manor?" broke in Mavis with sharper insistence. Mr. Clavering shifted uneasily. How was he to answer? There might be some cogent reason for her being kept in ignorance of the Earl's death. In the midst of his puzzlement, Elena hastily returned. Her glance, as it flashed from the impatiently waiting child to Mr. Clavering's perplexed countenance, was accurately distrustful. She went quickly to Mavis. "The seed cake, signorina," she said. Mavis struck it from her hand. "I don't want the nasty seed cake. Go away." She turned then upon Mr. Clavering like the little fury that she was. "Stupid, stupid man!" she cried, and much more in rapid, angry Italian. Elena's black eyes, too, blazed upon the unhappy visitor. "You come here to spy? What'd you tell the signorina? What?" Mr. Clavering backed toward the door. He never cared to face an angry woman, and this one was a perfect virago. "Spy!" she hissed, pushing him to the threshold. "You think poor Elena a fool, but she knows you, and she knows that other, the sleek, smiling woman. She sent you here, but you tell her you learn nothing from Elena, and she will never let you speak more to the signorina." At this, the little fury by the window screamed out, "I will speak to him if I wish to, nasty, hateful Elena!" Elena flung wide the outer door. "Go, signor!" she cried, her face livid with rage. And Mr. Clavering went precipitately. As he turned into the lane, he had a final vision of the child in the window, her red hair flying about her shrewish little face, and her eyes flaming and defiant. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cross Purposes. "Did you enjoy your call at Wild Rose Villa, Mr. Clavering?" queried a notably sweet voice that made him turn in surprise. Mary Gray was crossing the lane toward him, having apparently come from Mrs. Jones's cottage opposite. The curious smile that curved her lips aroused the antagonism which he always felt in her presence. "You have done me the honor, then, to follow me?" he demanded stiffly. She shook her head, and her smile widened. "No, indeed. I was on my way to the village, while you and Lady Pevensey were at breakfast. But I knew that you would go to the villa." Mr. Clavering's annoyance grew. He was not pleased that Lady Pevensey should discuss him with this assertive and ubiquitous young woman, as she had evidently done. "Miss Gray," he said, striving to speak with a dignity that should put the young woman in her proper place, "you appear to me to take an extraordinary interest, I may say a morbid interest, in this whole sad affair." "I know that my interest must appear extraordinary to you," she admitted frankly, "but, Mr. Clavering, I am a keen student of human nature. Mankind to me is the most fascinating of studies. I never tire of it, and every day I learn more. In this case, for instance, I find the most elemental types, the most elemental passions." Her frankness was disarming Mr. Clavering in spite of himself. He walked more slowly, at a pace better adapted for conversation. "What elemental passions have you observed in your study of this case?" he condescended to ask. "Love, passionate and unreasoning, and hatred as passionate and even more unreasoning," she answered with conviction. "These, I feel sure, were the motive powers that sent the Earl of Portstead from this life." Mr. Clavering had never heard her speak so seriously before, and he was impressed. Perhaps he had done her an injustice. There was nothing about her now to suggest the adventuress. Still, "You don't quite trust me yet, Mr. Clavering," she surmised, with an intuitive flash of her brown eyes. "I cannot understand you," he confessed. "No one does. I am a very much misunderstood person," she said, with a little moue and a reproachful sidelong glance from under her lashes. Mr. Clavering found himself yielding to the subtle charm that he had long recognized in her, but had been unwilling to admit. Resolved to conquer this weakness, he abruptly shifted the subject by asking if she had ever called at Wild Rose Villa. "Guilty," she conceded, with a smile of reminiscence. "And I was ordered out just as you were. An enfant terrible, the little Mavis. But interesting," she added thoughtfully. "And as for Elena, oof, she's a tigress. There's no taming her." It came to Mr. Clavering then whom Elena had meant by the sleek and smiling woman. The description was not inapt as applied to Mary Gray. "What passions do you think actuate Elena?" he asked, curious to see what she would answer. Mary Gray's expression became enigmatic. "I really shouldn't care to say, just yet. But when she showed me to the door, I thought it prudent to go. You know," with a twinkle in her eye, "what they say about a live coward, Mr. Clavering." Yes, he knew, and he half suspected that she was poking fun at him in her soft, sly way. "How did you know about this Mavis Travis and where she lived?" he asked in a hostile tone. Mary Gray looked at him ingenuously. "Lord Portstead's will was such an interesting document, really illuminating. Lady Pevensey told me all about it, and I had an irresistible desire to see the principal beneficiary." Mr. Clavering viewed her with the old distrust. He had found the will anything but illuminating, and he resolved to advise Lady Pevensey not to make a confidant of Mary Gray. "I met our little friend Mavis quite by accident and in a very unique fashion," that young woman rattled on artlessly. "I was crossing High Street very leisurely and not thinking at all what I was about, when the Shetland pony dashed around a corner and was on me in a moment. I tried to run, but my skirt was made so ridiculously tight," she glanced down reproachfully at the pretty, clinging gray voile in which she looked so slim and girlish, "that I tripped and fell, most ungracefully, I fear, directly in front of the pony." "Strange that he did not run you over," remarked Mr. Clavering unsympathetically. His private belief was that she had planned the whole affair. Mary Gray permitted herself a little sigh of self-pity. "He would have if Elena had not seized the reins and pulled him back on his haunches. That gave me an opportunity to pick myself up. I dare say I looked rather funny, for Mavis was highly amused." "Was Elena?" coldly demanded Mr. Clavering. "No, and just as unconcerned over whether I was hurt or not as you are, Mr. Clavering," she flashed at him with an arch smile. He was growing extremely nettled. and mainly at himself because he did find this impertinent young woman attractive. He thought it best to ignore her coquettish little thrust, and they walked on in silence. She was the first to speak. "I made friends with Mavis on the spot. The little elf interested me. It may seem strange to you, Mr. Clavering," with another fleeting glance from under her lashes, "but she did not distrust me. She evidently took a fancy to me, for she invited me to ride in the back of the pony cart. Of course Elena objected, and quite rudely, but I did not allow that to prevent my ride." "No, I should suppose not," observed Mr. Clavering sarcastically. His sarcasm was apparently lost on Mary Grey. "Never did I have such a ride," she laughed softly at the recollection. "If my teeth had been false, they would surely have been shaken out. I found Mavis a most amusing little witch, and we became such friends that she invited me to lunch, and I dared to accept, in spite of Elena. But while we were munching seed cakes, they seemed to be the child's principal diet, I inadvertently and most innocently made some mention of the manor, whereupon Elena fell upon me like a fury, and I speedily found myself in the lane. I fear I am not a very courageous person," she sighed, "for I have never ventured to face the formidable Elena again." "I presume that the woman who lives opposite is not so formidable nor so uncommunicative?" he could not refrain from remarking. Mary Grey gave another soft little laugh in which there was no trace of rancor. "Mr. Clavering, you are positively delightful. You are frankness itself, and I verily believe you have twice the intuition of our friend Burton." Mr. Clavering could not prevent a flush of gratification, although he tried to appear indifferent. "Do you know of any vehicle we could engage to carry us back to the manor?" he asked, in the blandest tone in which he had ever addressed her. They had come now to the inn, and the long walk back to the manor in the heat of the day seemed to him a Herculean feat. Mary Grey undertook to inquire for some means of conveyance, and being a persuasive and persistent young woman, induced the landlord to harness his own horse and drive them to the manor. As soon as Lady Pevensey had opportunity, she asked Mr. Clavering what success he had had, and upon learning how the child's nurse had received him, was more than ever convinced of the correctness of her suspicions. Burton was still about the house, the inevitable notebook in hand, now questioning the servants, now bullying Robert. He was getting his final report ready for the inquest on the morrow. Lady Ursula stood in visible dread of the inquest, and grew more apprehensive as the day approached. There was still a curious aloofness in her manner toward Meldrum, and yet Mr. Clavering would often find her gazing at him with a yearning intensity. It was as though she were forcing herself to crush her love, and it would not be crushed. Meldrum, obviously pained by her coldness, no longer sought her society, but kept much to himself, and it was to Robert that Lady Ursula clung in these hours of suspense. A change had come over Robert in the past 2 days. He had not tasted liquor in that time, and there was less of the boy and more of the man about him. His attitude toward his sister had altered too. Formerly it was she who had sustained him. Now he appeared the stronger, and his manner toward her was both affectionate and protective. It would seem that in acquiring his brother's title, he had acquired something too of his dignity and strength. "Robert has in him the makings of a man," observed Lord Meldrum thoughtfully, as he and Mr. Clavering stood out upon the terrace that night, watching the moon rise. "He only needs a chance, poor boy." Mr. Clavering was puffing nervously at his cigar. "What do you think will be the outcome of the inquest?" "I think," Meldrum answered with deliberation, "that there will be an indictment. Burton's heart is set upon it. He intends to distinguish himself in a prominent case like this." Mr. Clavering flung away his cigar. He had lost all appetite for it. "You mean that Robert will be indicted?" The moonlight shone softly on Meldrum's grave, calm face. "Not necessarily Robert. Haven't you yourself said there is pretty black evidence against me?" "I said so, but nothing will convince me that you are guilty." Meldrum clasped his hand warmly. "Thank you, old chap." Mr. Clavering looked away, ashamed of the suspicions he had once harbored. "Meldrum," he said contritely, "I confess that at first I did have doubts, but they were unworthy of us both, knowing you as I do. Yet I must say that your conduct is inexplicable in many ways, and to a stranger must appear suspicious. I believe that you either know or suspect who the guilty person is, and it is your duty to yourself to denounce him, No matter who must be the sufferer. No matter who must be the sufferer, repeated Meldrum slowly. That conviction may be righteous, Clavering, but it is piteously hard. Is it any harder than for you to place your life in jeopardy for the sake of shielding some unworthy person? Demanded Mr. Clavering indignantly. Go slow, old fellow, said Meldrum affectionately. I am not of the stuff that martyrs are made, and if I keep silent about certain matters and tell bungling lies about others, it is not to shield an unworthy person, but because I find it the best and only thing under the circumstances to do. Mr. Clavering began to feel provoked at his lordship's perversity. I am afraid such a plea would do more to convince a jury of your guilt than of your innocence, he said testily. I am afraid it would myself, Meldrum answered soberly, especially when added to Harry Brooke's testimony. He is determined to prove me guilty of the theft of those papers, at least. The fact is, Clavering, my constituents would have been hard-pressed if those measures of Portstead's had reached the house before we were prepared to resist them. I certainly had provocation enough to steal them. But you did not steal them, asserted Mr. Clavering. Meldrum stared out over the moonlit gardens. Somebody did, old chap, and I am the only one here who could have had any possible interest in doing so. Brooke's reasoning is sound. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thrust and Parry. The inquest was held in the hall of the school, that building being the largest and only modern one in Portstead village, and it was, of course, crowded to its utmost capacity by curious villagers and sensation-seeking strangers from the city and the neighboring hamlets. It was indeed an incongruous assemblage, where men and women of fashion and title, avid to behold, as a break in the boredom of their lives, the harrowing spectacle of those of their own class, bearers of an ancient name pilloried before the mob, jostled elbows and pushed and fought for seats with gaping yokels and the usual morbid throng of idlers who follow up every inquest that bids fair to be sensational. The case had aroused widespread interest, owing to the prominence of the murdered man and the publicity given it by the newspapers, which latterly had been hinting broadly of the probable implication in the murder of a certain member of the deceased Earl's family. While Robert's name had not been definitely mentioned, it had been so glaringly suggested that the public had already mentally tried and condemned him. Robert, upon entering the hall, seemed to become aware of this hostile attitude toward him, for he at once assumed his old reckless air of defiance, which brought upon him the coroner's frown and the greater prejudice of the spectators. He flung himself down with studied nonchalance between his sister and Elsie Baring, and proceeded to stare out of countenance any curious person who looked his way. Lady Ursula realized the bad impression he was creating, and sought in vain to make him lower his coolly insolent gaze. But although in driving over to the village he had shown her the greatest consideration, he was now doggedly intractable. Elsie Baring plucked once or twice warningly at his sleeve, but desisted when she saw that it only made him angry. Lady Ursula had guarded against the stares of the curious by enveloping her face in a thick black veil, which successfully concealed her features. The apprehensiveness which she had evinced in the hours before the inquest was no longer apparent. She had evidently steeled herself to composure, and sat with a quiet dignity, exquisitely dressed as always, her black-gloved hands lightly folded in her lap. She paid no heed to the ostentatious, half-patronizing bows of acquaintances. Perhaps she did not see them through the meshes of her veil. Lady Pevensey sat upon her left in extravagant mourning. She always went into black upon the slightest provocation, believing that it gave her a distinguished appearance. And indeed Mr. Clavering, in spite of the solemnity of the occasion, could not prevent his thoughts from dwelling upon how handsome and well-preserved a woman she was. He sat across the aisle from her together with Lord Meldrum. It seemed to him that Meldrum looked years older than he had done yesterday. It was as though something of the oppressiveness and sordidness of the courtroom had descended upon him, crushing the boyishness and the exuberance of spirits which he had hitherto kept alive in spite of conventional training and the responsibilities of manhood. The bronzed pink of his complexion had given way to pallor. His eyes were shadowed, their bright blue darkened, and his clean-shaven mouth wore a severe, determined expression. But his bearing was perfectly calm, perfectly correct, as conventionality required, and he was apparently unconscious of the glances of mingled curiosity and admiration bent upon him. Harry Brooks was seated directly behind Lady Ursula, and his nearness to this exquisite woman of the world served only to emphasize his own commonplaceness. Once he ventured to lean forward and whisper to her, a proceeding which seemed to annoy her extremely, and elicited from her a very curt reply. The secretary sank back abashed, but with an angry gleam in his eyes, and turned his gaze upon Lord Meldrum, an unfriendly and vindictive gaze. Toward the back of the hall, Mr. Clavering espied Mary Grey, quietly and tastefully dressed in her favorite color. When she met his glance, she did not smile as usual, but gravely bowed. Then her eyes traveled to Lady Ursula's black-robed figure, and a great pity came into them. Mr. Clavering had never seen Mary Grey in such a mood as this, and it somehow increased his apprehensions as to what would be the outcome of the inquest. The physician who had been summoned on the night of the murder was the first witness called. His testimony was mainly concerning the nature of Portstead's wound. The bullet had pierced the heart, and death must have been instantaneous. The body lay upon its back on the library floor, midway between the garden door and the circular staircase. He believed that the probability of suicide should be eliminated. It was barely possible that the wound could have been self-inflicted, but with difficulty, and the absence of powder marks seemed to prove that the shot had been fired from a distance of several feet. Moreover, the weapon had been missing and only found after systematic search. Mr. Clavering wondered who it was that had authorized Mary Grey, the discoverer of the pistol, to make a systematic search, but the coroner was asking a question the significance of which appalled him. "You have stated, Doctor," he observed, "that the shot was probably fired from a distance of several feet, and that the body was found lying midway between the garden door and the circular staircase. Now, in your opinion, could the shot have been fired by a person standing either by the stairs or by the garden door?" The physician considered before he answered. "In my opinion, Mr. Coroner, it could have been, and probably was, fired by a person standing either by the stairs or by the garden doorway." At this, Robert Sylvester, with white face, suddenly sprang up as if to refute the statement, then set his lips and as suddenly sat down again. His action created a stir of commotion through the hall, and the usher called for order. The report of the coroner's physician came next, and was mainly corroborative of the preceding testimony. The post-mortem examination showed that the bullet had entered the chest in the third left intercostal space, and had taken an oblique course backward, piercing the heart and lodging in the muscles to the left of the spinal column. He reiterated the improbability of the wound being self-inflicted, and in response to the coroner's question stated, as his colleague had done, that the shot might have been fired from the circular stairs or from the garden doorway. "And which is the more likely?" asked the coroner. Robert, excitedly leaning forward, seemed to be hanging on the physician's answer. Conventionality counted not a straw's weight with him. He scorned, or was utterly unable, to mask his emotions. At length the physician's answer came. "That is impossible to say because of the level course taken by the bullet." Robert sat back, distinctly relieved. "That will do, Doctor," said the coroner. "You are excused. Next witness, please." And now it was Lady Ursula's turn. She must face the ordeal for which she had nerved herself. There was an immediate craning of necks and eager whispering as she rose instantly, but without perturbed haste, when the usher called her name. "For God's sake, be careful," was Robert's muttered injunction, audible to Mr. Clavering across the aisle. At the coroner's request, Lady Ursula raised her veil, and a faint color stole into her cheeks as she met the merciless battery of eyes. A limpid, tender look came into Meldrum's as he beheld her standing there, tall, elegant, in the glory of beautiful womanhood. She was still composed, even slightly disdainful of the undisguised inquisitive or coldly appraising stares leveled upon her, but one felt the will-power behind her composure. With a quiet "thank you," she accepted the chair offered her, after having kissed the Bible and taken the oath. Mr. Clavering expected her glance would fall on Robert, whose agitation was so great as again to draw the attention of the coroner upon him. but instead her gaze sought Meldrum's and held it steadily until the coroner, after a few preliminary questions, startled her from her studied calm by asking again when she had last seen the deceased Earl alive. "At dinner Tuesday night," she faltered, now flashing a peculiar glance at Robert. "And not later?" questioned the coroner. "No." "Your ladyship is sure?" Lady Ursula raised her head with a haughty gesture. "I have answered you, sir." The coroner received the rebuke with darkening face, and his voice was hard as he put the next question. "What were your relations with your deceased brother? Were you on affectionate terms?" There was a slight, barely perceptible curl of Lady Ursula's lip. "My brother, the late Earl of Portstead, was not a man to be on affectionate terms with anyone. His was a cold and restrained nature." The coroner tried once more. "Well, then, were you on friendly terms?" Lady Ursula fenced again. "He was my brother, sir. Why should we not be on friendly terms?" The coroner was conscious of a sense of irritation at her refusal to make a direct answer, and something of this showed in his tone as he said, "I don't know why you should not, my lady, but I ask if you were." Lady Ursula seemed at last to become aware that she was alienating the sympathy of the audience by her parries. She took herself in hand once more and replied in an even voice, "I think I may say that we were." The coroner let this pass. "And was your younger brother also on friendly terms with the deceased Earl?" The note of sarcasm in the coroner's voice was not lost on Lady Ursula. In spite of herself, she flushed with anger. "Am I here, sir, to answer personal questions that can concern only the members of my family?" "Your ladyship is here to answer any questions that I may put to you in the interest of the case," replied the coroner sternly. "In the interest of the case, yes," she said haughtily, "but I shall decline to answer any questions that I consider purely personal and entirely irrelevant." "Your ladyship will do as you think best about that," retorted the coroner, giving rein to his irritation. "But I warn you that refusal to answer creates a bad impression upon the jury." Lady Ursula compressed her lips and awaited in disdainful silence the next question, which amazed others as well as herself. "What were the relations between your deceased brother and Lord Meldrum?" The color mounted now in Meldrum's cheeks, but Lady Ursula went white. "They held differing political opinions, as I presume you know," she answered, with lip which would quiver. "Had they any personal quarrel?" persisted the coroner. Lady Ursula struggled to recover her poise. She looked again upon Meldrum's fine face and said, with a proud ring in her voice, which she did not seek to still, "Lord Meldrum is not a man to indulge in petty personal disagreements or quarrels, and my deceased brother, as I have stated, was of a cold and restrained nature." But the coroner was not satisfied. "I am told that Lord Meldrum had a late interview in the library Tuesday night with the deceased Earl. Was it an amicable one?" Harry Brooks bent forward at this and fixed his burning eyes on Lady Ursula. Mr. Clavering, for the second time, had a strong desire to thrash the little secretary. He knew at whose suggestion this question had been put. Lady Ursula studied the coroner's face as though to read his purpose in this last question. Then she answered coldly, "I was not asked to be present at the interview." The coroner abruptly changed his tactics. "Your ladyship's chamber is in the west wing opposite the circular stairs?" "It is." "So that if there had been a quarrel, and the door leading up to the stairs had been open, as it was found to be when the body was discovered, you would have been likely to hear it?" Lady Ursula hesitated a perceptible length of time. Robert was watching her fearfully. "I might have heard," she said finally, "if my own door had been open." "Was it open that night?" "No," she replied in a constrained voice. Mr. Clavering felt that she was not speaking the truth, and it was borne in upon him that the coroner's questions were tending to implicate not Robert, but Meldrum. He dreaded Harry Brooks' testimony. But the coroner had not yet finished with Lady Ursula. "Where was your ladyship when the shot occurred?" "In my room." "With the door shut?" "Certainly." "You heard the shot with distinctness?" An irrepressible tremor shook her. "With horrible distinctness." The coroner's manner grew openly aggressive. "Your ladyship heard the shot with horrible distinctness, even with the door closed," he said harshly, "and yet you have just stated that under the same circumstances you would not have been able to hear the sounds of a quarrel." Lady Ursula bit her lip. "I have said," she responded with hauteur, that neither Lord Meldrum nor my deceased brother would have been likely to indulge in vulgar quarreling. In any case, I think you will admit that a pistol shot has remarkable carrying qualities." The coroner conceded this, but he was determined to press her beyond retreat. "I am to understand, then, that your ladyship heard no sounds from the library, no sounds of voices raised in dispute, until the shot?" "I have given you to understand that, sir." At this juncture, Burton, whom Mr. Clavering had not observed before, hastily stepped forward and passed a card to the coroner. He read it slowly, and turning again to Lady Ursula, asked, "You did not, then, hear your younger brother, Robert Sylvester, when he returned from the country club, entering the manor by the garden door into the library, where the deceased Earl was waiting up?" Mr. Clavering heard a gasp from Elsie Baring, and saw a bitter smile cross Robert's face. Lady Ursula started up from her chair, her eyes flashing like those of a baited animal at bay. The insistent official had at last succeeded in breaking completely through her defenses. She had not even the barrier of hauteur left. "Who says my brother returned?" she demanded desperately. "No matter who says so, my lady. Did he return?" "No, no!" she cried vehemently. It was easy to see that not a soul in the hall believed her. The coroner felt that he could afford not to urge the point. "We will go back a little, my lady," he said, striving to speak in a calm, official tone. "When you heard the pistol shot, what did you do?" I obeyed impulse and rushed down the stairs." "The circular stairs?" suggested the coroner gently. "Yes, that is, no," hastily correcting herself. "I went down the great staircase, the main staircase." Mr. Clavering had the same sensation of doubt and misgiving that he had experienced when she had previously stated that she had gone down the great staircase. There was almost compassion in the coroner's eyes as he asked, "Is it not rather strange that with the circular stairs directly opposite your door you should not descend them, but instead should traverse the entire west wing and go down by the main stairs?" She stared at him, terrified. "I was beside myself with fear. I did not know what I was doing. I did not know where the shot came from." "My lady," the coroner leaned toward her and surveyed her with searching glance, "shall I tell you why you did not go down the circular stairs? Because you were already there, in the library." Lady Ursula swayed in her chair. A wave of excitement stirred the spectators. Lord Meldrum, his correct composure long since shattered, looked as though he could have crushed the pitiless magistrate. Robert's expression was terrible. He shook off Elsie Baring's restraining hand, and springing toward the coroner's desk, cried wildly, "I wish to testify!" End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Under fire. The coroner sternly motioned Robert to his seat. "Your testimony will come later, Lord Portstead. The Honorable Archibald Clavering is the next witness." Upon Robert's angry insistence that he be allowed to testify then and there, Lord Meldrum stepped forward and, taking him by the arm, forcibly drew him back. Meldrum then, with tender concern, assisted Lady Ursula from the stand. It was all done so naturally and so unobtrusively that the coroner gave him a glance of appreciation. When Mr. Clavering took the stand, he found himself in the most uncomfortable position he had ever before been placed in. There was but one idea clear in his head, and that was his determination to shield Meldrum at any cost, though he had little confidence in his ability to do so, especially when the coroner proceeded to trip him up in his simplest statements, and so contort them that he hardly knew what he had said. He judged from the furious glances that Robert directed at him that he was making a bad matter worse. Swiftly, the coroner turned the questioning into the channel he dreaded, and he looked in despair at Meldrum, as admission after admission was wrung from him. The coroner was bent upon proving that a violent quarrel had taken place in the library between Meldrum and the late Earl, with Lady Ursula as the cause, and Mr. Clavering realized that in spite of his best efforts, his testimony was only serving to implicate his friend. Burton apparently did not like the trend of affairs, and he passed another card to the coroner. That official read it with a shade of annoyance. and the inquiry was brought around again to Robert. In response to a direct question, Mr. Clavering reluctantly confessed that he had met the claims of Robert's most insistent creditors, and so saved him from arrest. "At the present Lord Portstead's request?" asked the coroner. "No," said Mr. Clavering in his stiffest manner. "At whose request, then?" Mr. Clavering looked regretfully at Lady Ursula. His innate chivalry revolted at the necessity of again introducing her name. "At his sister's request," he finally admitted when pressed. Here Burton was ready with another card. The coroner, angered at his officiousness, bade him remember who was in charge of the inquest. But nevertheless he asked the question upon the card. "Has the present Lord Portstead, in your presence, or to your knowledge, ever uttered threats or shown feelings of vindictiveness toward his deceased brother?" Mr. Clavering was dismayed at the question, and at a loss how to reply. His mind reviewed with painful clarity that dinner on Tuesday night when Robert had openly insulted his brother. Both words and manner had conveyed a threat. "We are waiting, Mr. Clavering," the coroner reminded him. He contrived to pull himself together. Something had to be said. "The present Lord Portstead is of a, impetuous nature," he evaded. "He may, in a moment of impatience, have been a little, unguarded in his speech." "In short, then, you have heard him use violent speech of his brother, even to him?" Mr. Clavering, alarmed at the pitfall he was rushing into, made a desperate attempt to retreat. "I am unwilling to state that his language was actually violent. I should term it, impetuous, such as any man in a moment of irritation might use." "You mean to imply, then, that the present Lord Portstead is of a highly impetuous, but not vindictive, nature?" Just that, Mr. Clavering assented with hasty relief. For some reason, the coroner was content to let this analysis of Robert's character stand. Mr. Clavering later saw why. "Have you," inquired the coroner slowly, "ever heard any other person use violent, or shall we call it impetuous language to, or in regard to, the deceased?" This question put Mr. Clavering in great puzzlement. What was the coroner leading up to? "I cannot recall that I have," he finally said. The coroner's next question revealed his purpose. He was bringing the inquiry back to the starting point. "You have stated that Lord Meldrum has been actively the deceased Earl's political opponent for a space of 6 years. In that time has he, in your presence, or to your knowledge, uttered threats or shown vindictiveness toward the deceased?" There was a tense silence in the hall. All felt that this question, so abruptly leading the inquiry back to its starting point, and that starting point Lord Meldrum, was more or less in the nature of an accusation. Yet not a muscle in Meldrum's face or body moved, as every eye turned toward him. He continued to gaze steadily and calmly at the coroner. But Mr. Clavering trembled with indignation and fear for his friend. "I have known Lord Meldrum since he was a boy," he replied with heat, "and there is not a trace of vindictiveness in his nature." The coroner favored him with an incredulous smile, and upon this dismissed him. Mr. Clavering resumed his seat with a sense of having utterly failed in his attempt to shield Meldrum. He had made numberless damaging admissions which, while in no way clearing Robert's name, had aroused suspicion against Meldrum, and even involved Lady Ursula as a possible accessory. "Don't take it so hard, old man," said Meldrum consolingly. "You did your best." Colonel Darrell and Sir Gerald Leslie were the next witnesses called, but their examinations were brief and revealed little of interest. Elsie Baring's testimony followed theirs, and was drawn from her with difficulty, and only by dint of persistent questioning. In her endeavors to shield Robert, she answered the coroner's searching queries regarding Meldrum in such a way as to increase the suspicion against him, and she admitted having accused him of complicity in the murder. Burton could not allow her to depart without an attempt to make her incriminate Robert, so by means of another card he forced from the frightened girl the admission that some time after midnight on Tuesday she had from her window seen approach the manor a man who might have been Robert Sylvester. Burton was at little pains to conceal his satisfaction, as Robert was called next. Lady Ursula turned a shade whiter, and Elsie Baring slipped her hand into hers. Robert's attitude was puzzling, a mixture of defiance, sullenness, and fear, in no way calculated to win him sympathy. The coroner wasted little time in preamble, but abruptly asked Robert if it were true that he had returned to the manor Tuesday after midnight. "Yes," admitted Robert, with a scowl at Burton. Lady Ursula caught her breath sharply and cast an appealing glance at Robert, but he persistently looked away from her. "What was the hour of your lordship's return?" pursued the coroner. "I didn't consult my watch," growled Robert. "It might have been a little before 2. "You know as well as I do that it was," asserted Robert surlily. The coroner plainly resented his manner, and his voice was harsh and peremptory as he asked, "Why should you return at that hour? Had you not been practically ordered out of the house by your brother?" "It was not the first time he had ordered me out," said Robert bitterly. "I came back because I needed money." "How did you enter the manor?" "By the garden door into the library. It was open." "Who was in the library?" "My brother." "Was he alone?" "Yes." "Did he remain alone with you?" "Yes," sharply. "You are sure?" "I tell you he was alone with me and remained alone with me," reiterated Robert with a dogged scowl. "Then your sister, the Lady Ursula, was not in the library?" Robert turned upon him with a smothered oath. "What are you trying to insinuate?" "I must ask your lordship to keep your temper," rebuked the coroner severely. "If your sister was not in the library, where was she then?" "How should I know? In bed and asleep, I suppose." "Did you apply to your brother for money?" "Yes." "With what result?" "The usual one. Not a shilling would he give me." The coroner regarded Robert gravely. Did he not realize the bad impression he was creating by his ill-concealed bitterness toward his brother, or was he too desperate to care? "Then what happened?" the coroner asked. Robert's jaw dropped. "What happened?" he echoed, casting a furtive glance at his sister. "Nothing happened. I went away." The coroner consulted his notes. "Where were you, my lord, when the pistol shot occurred?" In the gardens," he said thickly. "Not in the library?" suggested the coroner. Robert flung up his head with a defiant gesture. "What's the use of my denying it? Nobody will believe me." Lady Ursula rose as though in protest, but at a warning look from Robert she sat down again, her slender hands clenched together. The coroner opened a narrow box on the table in front of him and drew out a silver-mounted pistol. "Is this your pistol?" he asked curtly. Robert's mouth quivered. The sweat drops stood out on his brow. "It is my pistol." His voice was hardly louder than a hoarse whisper. "Very well, that will do," said the coroner quietly. The next witness was a young man who proved to be a clerk from a well-known London ammunition store. Robert walked unsteadily to his seat beside his sister, and remained with face hidden in his hands during the whole of the young clerk's testimony, which consisted in proving that the bullet found in the deceased Earl's body had been discharged from a pistol of the size and make of Robert's. The cylinder, with its one empty chamber, was then shown to the jury. Elsie Baring slightly and involuntarily recoiled from Robert, but Lady Ursula slipped her hand within his arm, flashing a peculiarly bitter glance at Lord Meldrum. He responded by one that was reassuring and yet sad. Mr. Clavering felt decidedly nervous when he heard Mary Grey's name called next, but his fears became allayed as he found that she confined herself to the briefest and most evasive answers, and made no mention whatever of the particles of mud on the library floor, her excursion into the woods, nor even her acquaintance with Mavis Travers. He was both relieved and surprised that she should conceal these facts. He, too, had somehow succeeded in doing so. Indeed, she glossed over in every way the evidence against both Robert and Meldrum, to the very visible indignation of Burton, who had been besieging the coroner with cards from the moment she stepped upon the stand, flashing an elusive smile in his direction. She corroborated Mr. Clavering's by no means coherent story of the recovery of Lady Pevensy's necklace, the theft of which evidently appeared to the coroner the starting point of the mystery and crime which overhung the manor. Viewed in any aspect, the return of the necklace was unaccountable. Mary Grey said she should not presume to account for it, but stamped as absurd Burton's elaborate theory, revealed by the questions instigated by him, that Robert was the thief, and that he had lain concealed in the north wing from directly after the murder until a day or so later, and that then, owing to pressure brought to bear upon him, or difficulty in disposing of the necklace, had been induced to return it. Mr. Burton's theories are ingenious and so interesting, she said sweetly, but, with an expressive elevation of her eyebrows, quite impossible. This brought upon her a savage frown from Burton and a stern reproof from the coroner, who informed her that she was there to state facts and not to ridicule the logical theories of an experienced and official detective. She acknowledged her error with a maddening little smile, and then coolly went on to explode others of Burton's obviously apparent theories, without, however, advancing any of her own. The coroner, in despair, finally dismissed her. Not a single new fact had he succeeded in eliciting. Then was called the witness whose testimony Mr. Clavering dreaded above all else, the secretary, Harry Brooks. Mr. Clavering's fears had not been in vain this time. With little or no attempt to conceal his hatred of Lord Meldrum, Brooks dwelt in detail upon every incriminating fact against him. The deceased Earl's well-known objection to his attentions to Lady Ursula, the resultant coolness between the two men, bordering upon open hostility on the day of the murder, the late interview in the library, and Meldrum's presence in the gardens when the body was discovered. He further cited Meldrum's active opposition to the political measures that Portstead was drafting, and the disappearance of these papers following upon the murder. There was no doubt that the secretary's testimony made a profound impression upon coroner, jury, and spectators. He had proved that Meldrum had both incentive and opportunity. Mr. Clavering glanced apprehensively at Meldrum. He was regarding the malignant little secretary with the tolerance of good-natured contempt. Robert had raised his head and was staring at Brooks with bewilderment and indignation, while Lady Ursula, with eyes aflame, seemed to be struggling with a desire to cry out her anger against him. Her attitude had for some time puzzled and distressed Mr. Clavering, and he was inclined to resent her coldness toward Meldrum. He felt that she owed at least loyalty to the man who loved her. Convinced as he was that she possessed secret knowledge of the murder, he thought that she was treating Meldrum with injustice, and that her own conduct was hardly less suspicious than his in the light of what the inquest had brought forth. Yet now, at Brooks's accusations, she was impatient to defend Meldrum and denounce his accuser. Mr. Clavering acknowledged that the ways of women were inexplicable. And now Meldrum was called. As he came quietly forward in response to his name, tension in the hall ran high. There was much craning of necks and jostling one another to obtain a better view of the fair-haired, powerfully built, typically English man stood up there in open court for the delectation, as it were, of the idle and the curious. Meldrum faced that sea of eyes, some mocking or contemptuous, others merely inquisitive, a few compassionate, and some even horrified, not with defiance or a palpably studied indifference, but with a manly composure that won him a certain degree of respect and sympathy, even from that sensation-seeking, irresponsible crowd. But it is doubtful if, in those first few moments, he saw or was even conscious of anyone in the hall, save Lady Ursula, on whose sorrowful, drawn face his calm gaze was fixed. The coroner opened the examination by inquiring whether Harry Brooks had exaggerated the importance of the missing government papers. Meldrum replied that, on the contrary, their disappearance must be a very grave loss to the late Earl's constituents. "But a gain to your lordship's constituents?" pressed the coroner. "I think I may say so, yes," Meldrum replied slowly. "A distinct gain." This admission or avowal cost him sympathy, but though he was aware of it, his composure remained unshaken. The coroner was somewhat taken aback by his frankness, but recovering himself, asked if the interview in the library had had to do with these papers. Meldrum replied that it had not. "With what, then, did it have to do?" "With matters of a private nature," Meldrum answered, with evenness, but none the less with finality. The coroner recognized the uselessness of attempting to press the point. He knew enough of men to realize that under Meldrum's correct civility lay a substratum of indomitable reserve that no amount of cross-examining could break through. He leaned back in his chair a moment and made a rapid analysis of his uncompromising adversary. For as adversaries he had come to regard those who stood before him in the witness box. He saw, as others saw, the typical man of the English upper classes, correct in bearing, faultless in appearance, his face high-bred and impassive. the hair of that fairness of tint which shows gold in the highlights, neatly groomed, the clothes perfectly tailored, and the hands, though large and slightly bronzed from the open-air life Meldrum loved, shapely and carefully tended. But the coroner saw more than this. He saw the severity of the eyes, the rigidity of the mouth, a baffling and inscrutable purpose that he knew would never falter. He had an irresistible desire to fathom this purpose, the more because he was dimly certain that he would not be able to do so. Having measured his opponent, he returned again to the attack. "Was your interview with the deceased Earl of an amicable character?" "Of an indifferent character," replied Meldrum with unruffled placidity. "You parted on friendly terms?" "We parted with civility." There was again a pause. The coroner closed his eyes and stroked his chin. He felt the steel reserve in Meldrum's polite tone. He tried now a deeper thrust, permitting his voice to appear harsh and his manner increasingly authoritative. "Do you assert that you went directly into the gardens after the interview?" "I do not assert it," said Meldrum, to everybody's amazement. "What do you mean by that?" demanded the coroner sharply. That baffling rigidity tightened about Meldrum's mouth. "Simply that I do not assert it," he responded with unalterable calm. The coroner leaned back in his chair in irritated perplexity. After a moment he sat forward quite fiercely, and again began his attack upon that steel composure. He thrust obliquely this time. "How long after the interview was it before you went into the gardens?" Lord Meldrum did not attempt to evade the thrust. "I prefer not to state," he said straightforwardly and without emotion. Lady Ursula dropped her face in her hands with a smothered sob. Like Robert, she had broken beyond all conventional restraint and showed herself what she was, a soul-wrung creature. A gasp went round the hall, a wave of excitement, the indrawing of many breaths. Meldrum alone was quite unmoved. "Lord Meldrum," demanded the coroner trenchantly, "do you realize the seriousness of your refusal to answer this question?" "I think so." Still with that rigid calm. Mr. Clavering stifled a groan. Meldrum was bent on destroying himself. And for whom? There was a nameless dread at his heart. He glanced at Lady Ursula's blanched face. She was staring now at Meldrum with a pitiful intensity. Great heavens, it could not be! A question of the coroner concerning Robert's pistol startled him from these broodings. "Has the pistol marked with the name of Robert Sylvester ever been in your possession?" Meldrum deliberated. There was a tense wait. From all those many people came not so much as a breath. Meldrum was plainly weighing his answer. At last he said, in the same emotionless voice, "It has been in my possession." At this, Robert's face showed utter bewilderment, unbelief. Whisperings rose to loud murmurs, and a girl at the back of the hall giggled hysterically. "Silence there!" cried the usher. The coroner was quick to press his point. If he could not shiver the steel, he yet might chip it. "Was this pistol in your possession Tuesday night?" The poise of Meldrum's head grew more rigid, but there was no tremor of his lids or quiver of his mouth. "I think," he said steadily, "that I am justified in refusing to answer." That ended his examination. There was a commotion in the audience. Lady Ursula had fainted. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Gray surprises Mr. Clavering. The coroner's jury brought in the verdict that Mr. Clavering had feared, and Lord Meldrum was held for trial. Robert was utterly astounded at the turn affairs had taken and showed more indignation over Meldrum's detention than relief at his own unexpected escape. Lady Ursula had been carried from the hall before the verdict was returned, and it devolved upon Mr. Clavering to inform her of it. Lady Pevensey having declared that her nerves were unequal to the strain, and Elsie Baring, in her joy at Robert's acquittal, taking no thought of anyone else. It seemed to Mr. Clavering that most unpleasant things fell to his lot. Lady Ursula received the news of the indictment in exactly the way he had dreaded, and when she learned that Meldrum was already being taken to the jail in Westhaven, the nearest town to Portstead, her grief became frenzied and uncontrollable. It was only by promising to visit Meldrum that night and assure him of her love, but not faith, Mr. Clavering was pained to note, that he succeeded in getting her into the carriage. Robert showed scant sympathy with his sister's grief, did not even ride in the carriage with her, but returned to the manor on foot and alone. Mr. Clavering was puzzled and considerably exasperated by his conduct. The boy was a mystery, and he certainly possessed the faculty of alienating what few friends he had. Mr. Clavering was driven to Westhaven that evening, and after a good deal of difficulty gained admission to the miserable building that did duty as a jail. His distress was so great at finding Meldrum in a wretched little unplastered room, which contained but a single barred window, that the prisoner had to turn consoler, and try to make him believe that he had never been in more comfortable quarters. "You shall not pass many more nights in this unspeakable place," said Mr. Clavering, actually with tears in his eyes. "I'm going to clear you in spite of yourself." "Dear old chap," responded Meldrum gratefully, "don't take it so to heart." "I intend," persisted Mr. Clavering, "to unmask the murderer who is hiding behind your misplaced generosity." The severity came again into Meldrum's eyes, and his mouth tightened. "Clavering, I want you to let this matter rest. I have practically admitted my guilt, and that must be an end of speculation." "I am going to clear you," reiterated Mr. Clavering stubbornly, "and I shall not depend on speculation." Meldrum gave an exasperated smile. "You always were a confoundedly obstinate old man, but don't, if you want to win my appreciation, mix yourself up any further in this case. It's a bad one. I am perfectly comfortable here. I haven't a complaint against a soul. And now that you have brought me Ursula's message, I am happy, very happy. Old chap," he began earnestly, "stand by her. Don't let the detectives worry her. Robert means well, but he's only a boy, and weak." "I will stand by her," Mr. Clavering promised, "and I shall stand by you too, Meldrum." Meldrum gave his hand a strong, hearty grip. "Dear old fellow, you are the best friend, and the most troublesome, that ever a man had." Mr. Clavering rode soberly back to the manor, where he passed an unpleasant and wakeful night. He could not get Meldrum in his miserable cell out of his thoughts, and toward midnight he heard vague sounds of stirring through the house. In the light of what had happened on former nights, he thought it advisable to get up and investigate. But by the time he had donned dressing gown and slippers and stepped into the corridor, there was perfect silence over the old house. Deciding that his nerves had played him false, he returned to bed. Since the discovery of the secret passage, he had had a heavy oak wardrobe pushed in front of the entrance, so he had no fear of intruders. He slept fitfully until a little before dawn, when he was roused by further sounds of stirring, as vague and indefinite in location as the previous. Feeling sleepier then than he had felt all night, he found it easy to persuade himself that it was the servants rising early, and turning over, continued his sleep until the sun awoke him with its brightness. As was his custom, he went down into the gardens for a short stroll before breakfast. His old acquaintance, the head gardener, paused in his weeding as he approached. "Great excitement in the village last night, sir." "Excitement?" echoed Mr. Clavering with interest. "What happened, David?" "Didn't you hear the pistol shots, sir? But no, I suppose you wouldn't, being up here so far away." "Pistol shots?" Mr. Clavering was quite agitated. "Was it, another murder?" David rose stiffly and painfully from his knees. "That's hard to tell, sir. Nobody left to say." "You mean everybody concerned is dead?" gasped Mr. Clavering. "Don't rightly know, sir," said David laconically. "Everybody's gone, somehow. Cottage be empty, now I think, sir. I believe 'tis the very one you was asking about. They calls it Wild Rose Villa." Mr. Clavering waited to hear no more, but set out for the village with speed and resolution. It was not until he reached the lodge, and saw through the open lattice the table spread with snowy cloth and tempting dishes, that he remembered his forgotten breakfast. He almost yielded and turned back, but finally conquered the inner man, and walked briskly down the hill without daring a backward glance. Along a branch of the road, a grassy lane gay with bright hedge-flowers, he heard the soft, quick thud of a horse's hoofs, and presently a familiar chestnut mare and high, yellow-wheeled dog-cart swung into view. But instead of a pompous coachman in the Portstead livery, Lady Ursula was driving, and she was alone, without even a groom to attend her. Mr. Clavering waited until the mare came up to him, and he fancied that Lady Ursula was somewhat disconcerted at seeing him. In any case, her greeting was not over-cordial. It seemed to him that she looked more worn and weary than she had the day before. There was about her a certain tense anxiety, a restless nerve energy. But it was not to be wondered at. She must have passed a sleepless night, thinking of Meldrum awaiting trial in West Haven jail. "You are abroad early, Lady Ursula," Mr. Clavering remarked, trying to say something that should be impersonal and natural. But he felt stiff and ill at ease under her questioning, half-irritated gaze. Somehow this remark displeased her. He could feel her irritation was growing. "The morning air," she said vaguely, and the hand that held the whip tightened. "There's nothing like the morning air for a drive. But come, get in, and I will take you back to the Manor. It must be breakfast time." He thanked her, but declined her invitation, saying that he was on his way to the village to investigate David's story of a disturbance there that night. Lady Ursula's eyes held a curious light, and she snapped at the air with her whip, which caused the mare to curvet. She pulled her down sharply. "David is getting in his dotage. If there had been any serious disturbance, we should have been informed of it. You had best let me drive you back. You will miss breakfast." Upon his declining a second time, she gave the mare a sharp cut of the whip, and she flew up to the lodge gates with a dash and a vim worthy of a certain little Shetland pony. Mr. Clavering stood staring helplessly after them. For the life of him, he had never had the courage to mention the name of Mavis Travers to Lady Ursula, although he could have had no better opportunity to do so than now. She must know that her brother's principal beneficiary was living in the village, and she should know that the disturbance was said to have taken place at her cottage. Then why had he not told her? He angrily asked himself. Unable to find an answer, he hastened forward again, pondering as he went why Lady Ursula, who was a notoriously late riser, should take such a very early drive, and without coachman or groom. Could she have been to West Haven in the hope of seeing Meldrum? It was hardly likely, as she must then have started before dawn in order to be back by now. But, however it was, why had her manner toward him been so curt and irritated? Well, his stay at Portstead Manor had been on the whole very unpleasant, and he thought with regretful longing of his quiet, well-ordered chambers in Mayfair. Were it not for his unfortunate, he felt it now to be unfortunate, interest in things criminal, he might at this moment be reclining in gentlemanly ease in those decorously peaceful precincts, instead of pushing onward, hot, dusty, leg-weary, and breakfastless, toward another scene of violence. Puck's reflection upon mortals appealed to him then as being peculiarly apt. But the drowsy little village, as he passed along its main street, gave no hint of harrowing excitement to be found there. Quaint, placid, sweet-scented as an old-world garden, it slumbered on in the deep blue haze of the summer day. Yet when he turned down the lane where Mavis Travers lived, he saw there a quickening, an excitement, and Wild Rose Villa was the scene of the awakening. The little garden was thronged with a curious crowd of country folk of both sexes and all ages, from the white-capped old grandame to the apple-cheeked toddler, and the roses rioting there were being ruthlessly trampled underfoot. At the flower-curtained window was now no elfish child face, framed in a flying mass of red hair, no formidable Elena in the porch doorway, but in their places round-eyed, excited rustics, all talking at once. In the tiny entry hall, Mr. Clavering beheld a very fat, self-important village magistrate taking copious notes. Mr. Clavering, striving to hide his own agitation under a mask of impressive dignity, made his way toward this functionary, through a group of smock-frocked haymakers, who fell away in admiring wonder before this elegant gentleman with the silk hat and silver-topped cane. But before he could address the note-taking personage, a slim, girlish figure detached itself from a circle of substantial-looking village women and came toward him. He gave a gasp of astonishment. "I knew you would come, Mr. Clavering," smiled Mary Gray. "May I ask," he began, "how you happened?" "You may," she interrupted, "but please don't. You mustn't expect me to take the time now to explain. I want you to come out upon the porch. I have something to show you there." Motioning back the women who would have followed, she led him out upon the porch and pointed to the door, which swung wide. A little above midway in the door were 3 round, blackened holes, slanting downward. She indicated where one bullet was embedded in the porch and another in a post supporting it. Some dark stains upon the flooring showed that one of the bullets, at least, had done execution. A chorus of awed exclamations in rude country speech burst forth anew as Mary Gray, with the businesslike coolness which always characterized her at such times, pointed out to Mr. Clavering these evidences of violence. She was bombarded with questions by the greedily eager villagers, but she broke from them impatiently, and taking Mr. Clavering by the arm, drew him into the garden. "Let us trace the course taken by the person with the bullet wound in the leg," she said. "That bullet traveled too low to have hit anything but a leg or a foot." "But Mavis and Elena, where are they?" demanded Mr. Clavering, as in his bewilderment he passively submitted to being led about by this authoritative young woman. "Fled to parts unknown," she shrugged. "But which of them do you think was shot?" "My dear Mr. Clavering," she exclaimed with impatience, "don't be stupid. Those shots were fired from the inside, presumably by our friend Elena, to keep out some unwelcome visitor. But come, these yokels are listening." Mr. Clavering was beginning to have a certain respect for Mary Gray, so he forbore to rebuke her for the tone she had used toward him, and continued to follow her obediently through the riot of roses. He noticed that the pompous village magistrate, who had just issued into the garden, took off his hat to her with deference as he was about to pass through the gate, and he supposed she had given him to believe that she was one of the guests at the manor. The course taken by the wounded person was not difficult to trace. A trail of tramped-down roses, with here and there dark drops on the velvet of their petals or on the green of their leaves, led around to the back of a small creeper-covered shed. There, in a tangle of high bushes, the wounded person had evidently lain hidden. "He must have had a confederate," observed Mary Gray. "Wounded as he was, he could never have gotten away alone." Mr. Clavering glanced in at the open door of the shed. In one corner was a roughly constructed stall strewn with hay, apparently the abode of the Shetland pony. But where was the pony? Mary Gray answered his unspoken question by informing him that, when a sufficiently long time had elapsed after the pistol shots to enable the Joneses to gather courage enough to come from under the bedclothes, they had heard the unmistakable sound of Tony's hoofs dashing down the lane. "If Mavis and Elena went away in the pony cart, they should be easy to trace," said Mr. Clavering. "Suppose you trace them, then," Mary Gray responded, with her provoking little smile. "I am quite sure that they and the pony have parted company by now, and nobody in the village can account for their whereabouts. But perhaps you could discover." "I think," said Mr. Clavering, resenting her manner, "that the man with the wounded leg had better be traced first. If he is the man I think he is a desperate character." "What do you know about him?" she asked quickly. Mr. Clavering felt that her circumspect testimony at the inquest entitled her to a little of his confidence, and moreover he believed that she, too, had investigated the cottage in the woods, so he told her of the man who had accosted Mavis and Elena, but said nothing of Meldrum's connection with him. "Do you know who this man is?" she asked, watching his face curiously. "He calls himself Thompson," he answered, "and he was Lady Ursula's butler for a few days." He thought she seemed disappointed. "It happens he is being traced by the police," she said quietly. "He is wanted on more than one charge." "Well, you have been in the woods," asserted Mr. Clavering, "and you must know where this man has been hiding. The constable should be sent there with an armed posse." "Where is the constable?" he demanded excitedly. "Now don't agitate yourself on such a warm day, Mr. Clavering," she admonished in an exasperatingly soothing tone. "I sent Burton with a band of villagers to that hut in the woods. Of course I knew the man wouldn't return there, but I thought that giving Burton something to do might work off his spleen against the coroner's jury for failing to indict Robert Sylvester." Mr. Clavering stared at her in indignant wonder. She presumed to address him, Archibald Clavering, as though he were an impatient boy. She had sent Burton. Mary Gray read aright his thoughts, and with her provoking little laugh handed him a card. "Permit me to introduce myself properly, Mr. Clavering." In amazement he perused the engraving upon the bit of pasteboard. "Mercedes Claro, Private Detective." End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Missing Lady's Maid. Mr. Clavering left Wild Rose Villa in a chastened frame of mind. His worship of the heroes of detective fiction caused him to look with awe upon Mercedes Quero, the famous woman detective whose remarkable success in solving apparently unsolvable mysteries had made her the talk of every London club, and he regretted and felt uncomfortable at the memory of the rebuffs which he had thought fit to administer to her in her character of Mary Grey. There was another thing that troubled him. Lady Pevensey had not treated him fairly. She had professed to feel the utmost confidence in the safety of her necklace since he was at the Manor, and yet, even while she was deluding him with false compliments, she had sent for this woman detective. He had one consolation, however. Mercedes Quero had not been able to prevent the theft of the necklace, whether or no she had been in any way responsible for its return. As a matter of fact, he had a second consolation. Mercedes Quero had reposed confidence in him, if Lady Pevensey had not, and had asked him to assist her. While breakfasting at the Portstead Arms, and again while waiting at the railway station for the London train, he drew out with a sense of elation a sheet of foolscap on which were pasted some torn scraps of paper. These bits of paper were portions of a letter extracted by Mercedes Quero from the wastebasket in Robert's chamber. They formed a by no means complete letter, as many bits were missing, in all probability having been swept up from the floor by one of the maids and burned. This letter, scrawled in an untutored hand, had been torn into such small pieces that Mr. Clavering, when they were first shown to him, had been able to make nothing of them. Indeed, the sheet of foolscap presented more or less the appearance of a jigsaw puzzle. It read something like this, the dashes showing the spaces between the pasted bits of writing. 1. BA-ET-ET TH-ROUGH WI-T ASHILL-EEP PROM COME ILLSPEA EASE COME RO. Mercedes Quero, in filling the gaps, said that the first two lines must form the writer's address, and was probably meant to read 1 Barnet or Babbitt Street, the Borough. In this way, calling on her imagination and supplying letters, and in some cases whole syllables, she had evolved the following, a copy of which Mr. Clavering also carried with him as a sort of cipher. 1 Barnet Street, the Borough, without a shilling, keep promise, come, will speak, please come, Rose. Rose, as Mr. Clavering remembered, was the name of Lady Ursula's missing maid, and he agreed with Mercedes Quero's theory that she must have written to Robert, asking his aid and threatening some disclosure. Mercedes Quero said that the mystery overhanging the manor had reached such a point that she did not think it advisable to leave the village for as long a time as it would be necessary in looking up the missing lady's maid, and she suggested that Mr. Clavering go in her stead. "I have a pretty shrewd suspicion," she observed, "of what the disclosure is that Rose threatens, and I only want my theory verified. Otherwise, I should feel obliged to go myself." This remark had served to cool somewhat Mr. Clavering's elation at being chosen the coadjutor of Mercedes Quero, and he had responded, rather humbly for him, that he would endeavor to question the girl with all adroitness. "And don't be too gentle with her," the detective admonished. "Women of this girl's stamp often will tell the truth only when frightened into it." Mr. Clavering had assured her that he would leave no means untried to force the truth from the girl, and said that while he rejoiced at this letter, since it must be a factor in helping to prove Lord Meldrum's innocence, he deeply regretted that it must again bring suspicion upon Robert Sylvester. Mercedes Quero smilingly shook her head. "I am not playing into Burton's hands, Mr. Clavering. You don't read between the lines." "But it is perfectly plain that this girl is threatening Robert with disclosure," he asserted in surprise. A baffling expression came into Mercedes Quero's brown eyes. "Are you sure it is Robert she is threatening?" He stared at her, astonished. "Great heavens! Who then?" She turned away with an impatient little shrug. "That is for you to find out." So it was that Mr. Clavering, with hope and fear in his heart, boarded the London train. Would Rose's testimony help to clear Lord Meldrum, or would it only serve to implicate him further? At Waterloo Station, Mr. Clavering took a hansom cab. He had a deep-rooted mistrust of taxicabs, and was driven through the slums of Southwark, along by the narrow, muddy, and malodorous Bankside. As he had always heretofore kept carefully within the confines of West End London, he felt himself lost in this wilderness of obscure byways and mean houses, and had it not been for the view across the river of the Dome of St. Paul's, he would not have believed himself in London at all. Barnet Street turned out to be a squalid little alley twisting off from the Bankside. At house number 1, Mr. Clavering inquired in vain for the lady's maid. No girl answering the description of Rose Harris was known there. Mr. Clavering was in despair until he remembered that Mercedes Quero had suggested that the figure 1 might be only the last part of the number. He tried then house 11 with no better success, and with a growing horror of the unsavory neighborhood he found himself in. He was some time making up his mind to inquire at number 21, for this had a particularly foul and hang-dog appearance, and the lower floor front was occupied by a dingy tobacconist's shop. Finally, he conquered his fastidiousness, and entering the shop where the fumes of stale tobacco smoke set him to coughing, he inquired for Rose Harris of the frowsy woman behind the counter. The woman eyed the immaculate gentleman distrustfully. "What might ye want with Rose Harris? Mind, I don't say she's here." Mr. Clavering recalled the instructions Mercedes Quero had given him for such a case as this. "I know that Rose Harris is here," he asserted firmly. "She is expecting me." "Oh," said the woman, her manner becoming respectful. "So you're the gentleman she's looking for?" Fortunately, she had turned toward the door at the back of the little shop. Otherwise, Mr. Clavering's expression of mingled amazement and triumph would have betrayed him. "You wait here, sir," said the woman as he prepared to follow her. "I'll tell Rose you've come." The woman was back in a few moments. Her manner now was profusely obsequious. "She says if you go right up, sir, up them stairs, sir, second door from the 'ead." Mr. Clavering mounted the dirty stairs in a bewildered state of mind. What would Rose do when she found her visitor was not Robert Sylvester? While he stood deliberating at the top of the stairs, the second door was opened suddenly, and a flaxen-haired girl in a pink silk wrapper ran out into the hall. "Oh, Mr. Thompson!" she began joyfully, and then stopped short, dismay written on her pretty, insipid features. Mr. Clavering regained self-assurance in the face of the girl's confusion. "I think you know who I am, Rose," he said severely. "Yes, sir," looking all the time as though she wanted to run away. "I have something of a private nature to say to you, Rose," he went on, "and this hall is hardly the place." "There's my room, sir," she faltered. A very wretched little room Mr. Clavering found it, bare and untidy. Rose swiftly and surreptitiously removed some clothing from the single chair before Mr. Clavering could sit down. She herself sat upon the carelessly made bed, swinging her little pink-slippered feet and trying not to look frightened. "Why did you run away, Rose?" was Mr. Clavering's opening question. The girl paled and then flushed. "I've left service for good, sir," with a toss of her pretty head. "You have been given other employment?" he asked coldly. Rose bestowed an admiring glance upon the silver buckles adorning her slippers. "I didn't want employment, sir," she replied with a very disdainful air. "Rose," he said sternly, "you must tell me the truth about the theft of Lady Pevensy's necklace." The girl went white again. "Why'd you ask me, sir?" she whimpered. "I wasn't her maid." "But you stole the necklace," he asserted, obedient to the instructions given him by Mercedes Quero. She had bidden him waste no time in preliminaries, but come straight to the point by directly taxing the girl with the theft. Rose shivered at the directness of the attack and sat a moment silent. Then she flung up her head defiantly. "I haven't got the necklace, sir. You can search every one of my belongings." "I am perfectly well aware that the necklace is not in your possession now," he answered. "But what I want to know, what the police want to know," Rose shivered again, "is the name of the man to whom you gave the necklace." This, too, was at the instance of Mercedes Quero, who had briefly outlined the questions she wished put to Rose. The girl locked her little hands together. She recognized that denial of her share in the theft was useless. She took refuge again in defiance. "I won't tell," she declared. "You do not need to," retorted Mr. Clavering. The man to whom you gave the necklace is the man whom you expected would visit you today. Thompson, Lady Ursula's former butler." Rose quivered, but she stubbornly pursed her pretty, pouting lips. "I shan't never say it was." "What is this man to you, that you should steal for him?" demanded Mr. Clavering, resisting a desire to shake the little minx. A gleam of exultation shone in Rose's china blue eyes. "He is going to be my husband," she announced, with an up-tilt of her rounded chin. "Nonsense," said Mr. Clavering sharply. "The man has been deceiving you." "He hasn't. He daren't." But the girl was all a-tremble. "If he meant to marry you, he would not leave you here in this miserable place without a shilling." "He will come soon," she persisted, but the lines of her face grew pinched. "He gave me his word. His word as a gentleman. He's not really a butler. He's a gentleman, just like you, sir," she added, with another flash of pride. "He's a thief and a probable murderer," objected Mr. Clavering with asperity, not in the least relishing this comparison of himself with Thompson. "He didn't have nothing to do with the murder," she flamed. "It was Lord Meldrum. The papers say so." "The papers will soon tell another story," said Mr. Clavering indignantly. "But he didn't do it, sir," she protested shrilly. "If it wasn't Lord Meldrum, it must have been—" She broke off with quivering lip, as though a sudden suspicion had come to her. "It must have been whom?" demanded Mr. Clavering testily. Tears were very near the girl's eyes, but Mr. Clavering refused to be moved and sternly repeated his question. "Well, then," she cried desperately, "it must have been Mr. Robert Sylvester." Mr. Clavering's indignation was extreme. "How dare you wantonly accuse Lord Portstead, when you have just now written him for aid? Have you no shame, girl?" She began to cry dismally. "I don't know who did the murder, no more than you do, and that's the truth, sir. But it wasn't him. It wasn't Mr. Thompson. He wasn't near the village then." "How do you know he wasn't?" Rose stopped crying and answered loftily. "The very night I came here, he went to Lincolnshire to try and get back his ancestral estate that was took from him. He has been there ever since." "My poor child," said Mr. Clavering, not unkindly, "this rascal Thompson is deceiving you. I know for a certainty that he has not only been in Portstead village, but in the vicinity of the manor for the past 9 days. This statement had an electrifying effect upon the girl. She sprang from the bed. Her whole face was changed, its soft prettiness gone, her pouting lips hard and set, and in her eyes almost a savage look. "Does Lady Ursula know that?" she demanded. Mr. Clavering caught the girl by the arm, and now he shook her. "Who is this Thompson?" "Ask her ladyship," she cried wildly. "Ask Lady Ursula." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mercedes Quero to the fore. "Ask Lady Ursula." That was all Mr. Clavering could anger or frighten Rose into saying, nor would she account in any way for the return of the necklace. In fact, her surprise at learning that it had been returned appeared so genuine that he was forced to believe that she really knew nothing about it from the moment it had passed into Thompson's hands. She did, however, give a rather lame but apparently truthful explanation of how she had come to write to Robert Sylvester for aid. He was always a kind-spoken young gentleman, she said, and had sometimes taken notice of her. She was absolutely penniless and friendless in London. Thompson had not sent her his address, as he had promised to do, so she could not apply to him, and owing to the circumstances under which she had left the manor, she dared not try for another position as lady's maid. In her difficulty, Robert Sylvester had suddenly occurred to her as a possible source of assistance. It seemed she had once approached him on the subject of getting her a place in the chorus of some musical piece, knowing that he had a wide acquaintance among the London music halls and variety theatres. He had promised to look her up a place, and then had promptly forgotten all about it. Rose, remembering his offer, had sought out his London lodgings, and not finding him there, had written to him at the manor. Nothing more than this could Mr. Clavering wring from the girl, but the fact that she was possessed of intense bitterness toward Lady Ursula, for some cause at which she would only vaguely hint, and in which Thompson seemed to be unaccountably concerned, was very evident. It was clear, too, that her trust in Thompson was shattered, and that the disclosure which she had threatened in her letter to Robert referred to him, and would not be long delayed if he did not speedily fulfill his promise to her. Mr. Clavering finally left the girl, still in an excited and bitter mood, and re-entering the waiting hansom, was driven at once to Waterloo Station. There he ate a leisurely lunch, as there was no train to Portstead for a couple of hours. Upon his arrival at the Manor, he was unable to find Mercedes Quero. He wished to consult with her before questioning Lady Ursula, a proceeding from which he shrank, so he wandered through the gardens and park in search of her. He came at length to the pastures where the Manor horses were grazing. From the group of thoroughbreds, outlined against the wide background of cool green meadow, frisked a pony, tossing his long white mane, kicking his little hoofs in the air, rearing on his haunches, and chortling in sheer mad glee. Mr. Clavering almost cried out in his astonishment. He knew that piebald, shaggy little Shetland pony. In answer to his call of "Tony," the meddlesome little creature bounded up to the fence, and stood a moment regarding him with restless eyes glancing fire. But when Mr. Clavering put forth a cautious hand to stroke the velvety pink nose, the pony was off again in frolicsome mad flight. As Mercedes Quero did not return to the Manor that afternoon or evening, Mr. Clavering was forced to keep this discovery to himself. He was very curious to know where the detective had gone, and her unexplained absence caused him to feel that she was on the verge of making a disclosure, and he dreaded it without knowing exactly why. He could not bring himself to question Lady Ursula in regard to Thompson, and he saw that she was as nervous over the detective's absence, her identity was now known to all, as he was himself. She seemed to be expecting some message, and to be unable even to attempt composure. Of Meldrum she spoke several times, feelingly, and with a certain pride. Indignation over his detention she showed none. Her attitude toward him made Mr. Clavering more apprehensive. If she could believe Meldrum guilty, it would be hard indeed to convince others of his innocence. He would have given much to be able to read this woman's heart and find out what she really believed and what she knew about her brother's murder. As it was, he could only wait until Mercedes Quero should return. Robert had spent the day in West Haven interviewing magistrates and lawyers in Meldrum's behalf, and though he had met with utter failure in his attempt to release him, it was his intention to try again the next day. Robert was very bitter against the whole legal profession, and his warm advocacy of Meldrum raised Mr. Clavering's opinion of him, although his manner toward his sister was rather unsatisfactory. He was kind to her, and even at times affectionate, but it seemed that he cherished some hidden resentment against her. Mr. Clavering would often catch him staring at her in a curious, frowning way. She appeared unconscious of this, and whenever she could free her mind from what was weighing on it, treated him as she always had, with a fond and doting affection, the unwisdom of which had helped to spoil him as much as had his father's and brother's harshness. To her he would always be Robin, the little brother to be petted and shielded. Robert spent the evening on the terrace with Elsie Baring, and Mr. Clavering, seeing them so happy and absorbed in each other, was seized with a pang of loneliness, and conquering the little hard feeling he cherished against Lady Pevensey, asked her to play piquet. Perhaps she was somewhat ashamed of the deception she had practiced on him. At any rate, she was extremely gracious and allowed him to win every rubber. In the flush of his victories, he found courage to ask her the question that he had long contemplated. She affected to be overcome by the suddenness of it, and protested that it was so unexpected that an answer at present was fairly impossible. Finally, when urged, she admitted, with much play of fan and eyes, that there was no one in the world whom she so honored and esteemed as she did Mr. Clavering. But, she said, she could not yet bear the thought of putting anyone in dear Eustace's place. She did not offer to be a sister to him, but instead promised to set apart 2 nights a week for playing piquet. Mr. Clavering went up to his room rather forlornly, but an hour's reflection did much toward convincing him that possibly things were best as they were. If Lady Pevensey had chosen to marry him, he would have had to give up his treasured flat in Mayfair, probably the invaluable Jenkins, since Lady Pevensey and the valet cordially disliked each other, and of course his clubs, the deceased Eustace had been obliged to. It was doubtless pleasanter to have a dictatorial woman like Lady Pevensey for a friend than for a wife. Consoled by this reflection, he summoned Jenkins to prepare him for bed, where he was soon asleep and dreaming of playing piquet with the deceased Eustace. The next morning, as he was coming from the breakfast room, he heard the sound of wheels on the driveway, and hastening to the door, saw Mercedes Quero alighting from a fly. She wore a traveling suit and carried a small bag. She looked tired. Her pallor was more noticeable than usual, her features a little drawn, but her eyes were positively brilliant, a sign that she had successfully followed up some clue. "You have been to London?" demanded Mr. Clavering after a brief greeting. "I was there last night," she answered in quick, incisive tones. "So you couldn't trust me to question Rose?" he said disappointedly. "I haven't been wasting my time on that silly little fool," she said impatiently. "Where is Lady Ursula? I must see her at once." Mr. Clavering rang for a footman, who finally discovered that her ladyship was in the south garden. On the way there, Mr. Clavering, who was bursting with the importance of the clue he had come upon, informed the detective that he had seen Mavis's Shetland pony in the Manor pastures. "Pshaw!" shrugged Mercedes Quero. "I knew he was there before I went down to the village yesterday morning." Mr. Clavering was too crushed to ask how she knew, and he preserved an abashed silence until they caught sight of Lady Ursula among the roses, a shade hat upon her bright hair, and on her arm a garden basket filled with the flowers she had been gathering. When she saw Mercedes Quero, an expression of unqualified terror flashed into her face. "I am sorry that you have had difficulty in finding me," she remarked, struggling to subdue her emotions. "But I wanted to pick these flowers myself for Lord Meldrum. I had intended driving to Westhaven this morning." "You will not need to, Lady Ursula," said Mercedes Quero gently. "I have just come from Westhaven. Lord Meldrum has been set free." Mr. Clavering feared that Lady Ursula was again going to faint, but she recovered herself by a sheer force of will. "Lord Meldrum freed?" she repeated in a dazed manner. "What can that mean?" There was almost horror in her tone. Mr. Clavering viewed her with a righteous indignation. Here he was, simply a friend, hardly able to contain his joy at Meldrum's unexpected acquittal, while she, the woman on whom Meldrum had lavished the unselfish devotion of years, exhibited no emotion save dismay. "It means," answered Mercedes Quero in her quiet voice, "that I have convinced the authorities that Lord Meldrum is not your brother's assassin." "You know who is?" Mercedes Quero looked pityingly at Lady Ursula's anguished face. "Yes, I know." Lady Ursula shook, but she spoke no word. "My lady," said the detective very gently and sympathetically, "do you feel able to take the 11 o'clock train to London? Sir Julian Travers is dying." "Sir Julian Travers!" Mr. Clavering echoed the name with almost a shout. How stupid he had been! It all came to him in a flash. Thompson, the butler, whose frowning visage had seemed so vaguely familiar, was Travers, the sporting baronet, whose spectacular crimes had driven him from England some 14 years ago. He wondered now how he could have failed to recognize him, changed though he was by the passage of years. Lady Ursula showed no surprise at the name of Sir Julian Travers, but her face hardened and her mouth assumed a bitter curve. "Is it necessary that I go?" "He has asked for you." Lady Ursula put her hands to her throat as if she choked. "I will go," she said with an effort. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys Edson Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sporting Baronet. On that hurried journey to London, Mr. Clavering rode in the compartment with Lady Ursula. "You knew, Julian," she said, "and I must have someone go with me." It was an unpleasant journey. Lady Ursula did not speak from the time she boarded the train, but sat motionless in her corner of the compartment, glooming out over the flying landscape. She did not rouse herself until the deep, multitudinous roar of the monster city they were plunging into made itself heard above the noises of the train. "London!" she exclaimed with sharply drawn breath. She was among the first to alight from the train. but Mercedes Quero was already waiting on the platform. She had ridden in the carriage behind. "We had best take a taxicab," she said to Lady Ursula, in a voice which had in it a ring of pity. "We have some distance to go." "Very well," responded Lady Ursula dully. "We will take a taxicab." Mercedes Quero, with business-like celerity, engaged the cab, Mr. Clavering appearing somewhat stupefied. In obedience to her injunction, the chauffeur made what speed he could amid the stream of traffic. At every halt, the detective visibly chafed. Suddenly, Lady Ursula spoke. "Is he really dying?" "Yes," answered the detective gently. "I am afraid we may be too late." A shudder racked Lady Ursula. "Is it the bullet wound?" "Yes. Blood poisoning has developed rapidly from exposure and neglect." "He is not fit to die," said Lady Ursula, a dry sob escaping her. "But Elena should not be blamed. She was doing only what she believed her duty, protecting Mavis. He would have taken the child away. He had tried before." Mr. Clavering was too bewildered by all that had happened, and all that he felt was still to happen, to remind Lady Ursula that only a few days before she had affected to disbelieve the existence of Elena. She was now speaking as though Mavis and Elena had long been paramount issues in her life. He found it impossible to collect and analyze the doubts and suspicions that whirled through his head. He understood only that Mavis Travers stood in some close relation to Sir Julian Travers, toward whose deathbed they were hastening, and that Lady Ursula knew, and had long known, and was somehow connected with them both. The taxicab was winding now among the slums of the East End, mean houses, mean streets, swarming with children and noisy with the bawls of the costermongers. A strange setting, mused Mr. Clavering, for the last scene in the life of Sir Julian Travers, scion of an ancient family. He noticed that a second cab appeared to be following theirs through the devious mazes of the East End, and he wondered if it could possibly contain Burton. The taxicab stopped finally before a block of lodging-house buildings, where was a beer shop at the corner, bolstered up by a group of rough-looking men. Lady Ursula hurriedly alighted, and with white face and lips set tight, followed Mercedes Quero into the grimy house, stale with the reek of cooking food. Mr. Clavering, hastening after, stumbled over a couple of exceedingly dirty children playing in the doorway, and felt his whole being revolt at the ill-odorous surroundings he was again forced into. Mercedes Quero pushed up the stairs through more children, and a knot of tousled, unkempt women, gaping at the elegant lady in mourning who followed, and led the way into a wretched, disordered room. On the bed a man lay, tossing restlessly and muttering. The district nurse, a middle-aged woman with a sad, motherly face, came from the bedside and spoke to the detective. "Dr. Blair has just gone. He can do nothing more. It is only a question of minutes." With a wondering and pitying look at Lady Ursula, who was steadying herself against the door, the nurse went softly from the room. Mr. Clavering plucked Lady Ursula by the sleeve. I don't think I would go in," he said nervously. "This is hardly the place for you." "Why not?" bitterly. "Have you not guessed what Julian Travers is to me? He is my husband." "Your husband?" he echoed blankly. "My husband," she repeated without emotion. "Should you not say my place was with him?" At the sound of her voice, the dying man hurled himself up from the bed. "Ursula, you came! I didn't think you would." Lady Ursula's bitterness melted at the sight of the pitiful wreck before her. She went over to the bed, and slipping an arm about Travers' thin shoulders, eased him down upon the pillow. "I am sorry, Julian." The glazing eyes stared up at her resentfully. "No, you're not. Why can't you be honest? This is a lucky release for you. For years I have been a millstone around your neck. You told me so yourself." "I am sorry," Lady Ursula repeated, smoothing back the damp black hair. "Very sorry. For you. For us both." There was a world of compassion in her tone. With his little remaining strength, Travers pushed her away. "Cut that rot," he bade, in his hard, gasping voice. "I haven't lived like a saint, and I'm not going to die like one. I didn't send for you to hear a deathbed repentance, or to preach one. Hang me if I know why I did send for you. You've no love for me, and God knows you've no reason to have. You won't water my grave with your tears, and I don't ask you to. Meldrum will console you." The leer on the face of the dying man was ghastly. Lady Ursula turned away that she might not see it. When Travers spoke again, it was with greater difficulty, but his old bitter bravado stood by him on the very threshold of death. "I shan't lay any injunctions on my sorrowing widow, but there's something I'll ask you. Mavis, she's a rum little filly. I like her. Don't let her know much about me. There's no need." They were his last words. Lady Ursula fell on her knees by the bedside, sobbing. Mercedes Quero stepped softly to the door and beckoned to someone down the hall. A moment later, a big blond man came quietly in. "Ursula," said the kind voice of Meldrum. She rose from her knees in slow wonder. "Ursula," went on the kind voice, "let me take you home. He is at rest now." Meldrum passed his arm about her, and she clung to him, sobbing as though the pent-up anguish of years had at last found vent. "Ah, Wilford, the pity of that wasted life." "He is at rest," Meldrum repeated with infinite compassion, and gently drew her from the room. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Clavering learns more of detective methods. While Lady Ursula was making arrangements for the removal of Travers' body, Mr. Clavering and Mercedes Quero waited outside in the cab, and he ventured to ask her how she had come to suspect the identity of Thompson, the butler. "From the first I was interested in the servant's description of him," she answered, "but I had difficulty in making them talk. Lady Ursula had commanded them to preserve silence in regard to him. Still, we detectives have a persuasive way when necessary, and I learned that he had apparently forced himself into the household. Lady Ursula had sent to London for a butler, then suddenly wired the man not to come, and the next morning presented Thompson as the butler. No one knew where he had come from. He was palpably ignorant of the duties of a butler, behaved in an arrogant manner to the servants, was insolent to Lady Ursula, and openly contemptuous of Lord Portstead's orders. None of the servants had a good word to say for him, but her ladyship's silly little maid was said to have been infatuated with him. "It did not occur to me to question the servants in regard to Thompson," said Mr. Clavering, chagrined at his failure to do so, and evidently believing that he could have persuaded the servants to talk as well as could the detective. "In fact, I did not see how Thompson could have had any connection with the case, since he left the manor some hours before the necklace arrived." "But he did not leave the village, Mr. Clavering. That afternoon he was drinking at the Portstead Arms. Rose joined him there later, and evidently brought the stolen necklace. It seems to have been no secret that Lady Pevensey had sent for it, and he must have planned the details of its theft before he left the manor, as the result of a violent quarrel with Lady Ursula." "But," demurred Mr. Clavering, "I cannot understand why he should return the necklace, nor how it was returned." Mercedes Quero shot a glance at Mr. Clavering from her luminous brown eyes, expressive of her wonder at his slowness of comprehension. "That explains itself. Lady Ursula suspected that he had stolen the necklace, and on the night of its theft she sent Lord Meldrum, you begin to understand, to his hiding place in the woods to beg him to give up the necklace. Travers had occupied the woodcutter's hut before he played at being butler. He knew that the police were trailing him. He evidently offered to restore the necklace on payment of money, for Lord Meldrum went to him again on the next night, directly after his interview in the library with the Earl, and I am convinced that he carried with him the money from the Portstead rents which Lady Ursula had that morning received. You will recollect that only 3 days later she was without money, and was forced to appeal to you to satisfy her younger brother's creditors. Moreover, I discovered that Lord Meldrum had instructed his bankers to transfer from his account to Lady Ursula's, without her knowledge, a sum exactly equivalent to the revenue from the Portstead rents. There you have the explanation of Lord Meldrum's suspicious actions. Lady Ursula, of course, could not return the necklace openly without entering into explanations. This she was unwilling to do, and so, apparently at her wit's end, she came through the secret passage into your chamber and replaced the necklace in the dressing-table drawer, hoping that it would soon be discovered. The detective's tone bore the ring of conviction, but Mr. Clavering was still a little puzzled. Lord Meldrum knew, then, that Thompson was Travers, Lady Ursula's husband? He may have suspected, but I feel sure, that he did not know the whole truth until his interview with the Earl. I believe that Lord Portstead summoned him to the library in order to tell him that Lady Ursula was Travers' wife. Of course he did, agreed Mr. Clavering, viewing the detective with unbounded admiration. But I cannot yet see how you came to discover Lady Ursula's marriage and Travers' identity. Mercedes Quero gave a superior little smile. Incidentally, I first discovered Mavis, before you even knew of her existence. I made a shrewd guess as to whose child she was, and the more I observed Lady Ursula, the more convinced I became. I knew that Thompson had some hold over her, and granting that there was a union between them, regular or even irregular, the Earl's excessive opposition to Lord Meldrum's attentions to her was comprehensible. But I admit it was the will which really showed me the truth. There was given Mavis's surname, which I had not been able to learn, and her former place of residence, if not birth. I wired an Italian detective to search the marriage and birth registers in the vicinity of Teggiano, and he found records of the marriage of Lady Ursula to Sir Julian Travers, and of the birth of their daughter Mavis. I next sent to Scotland Yard for a personal description of Travers. I knew him well enough by reputation, as I fancy every tracker of criminals does. The description tallied with that of the supposed butler, and I was also told that Travers had been seen recently in England. The police had been on his track, and then he suddenly dropped out of sight. Of course you will understand that during the period of his disappearance, he was in the vicinity of the Manor harrying Lady Ursula for money, and attempting to gain possession of Mavis, for he knew that if he had the child, his hold on Lady Ursula would be strengthened. Lady Ursula very unwisely removed Mavis from the north wing of the Manor to Wild Rose Villa, but it was hard to keep the child secreted in the north wing. Before the house party she had had the run of the Manor, and of course could not understand why she must be locked up now. Elena was a strict jailer, but occasionally Mavis would escape her vigilance and go roaming about the house. One night, as you know, she fell downstairs. She bruised herself rather badly, and Elena, to prevent any further roamings, broke her little crutch, and hid it in the truckle bed where Burton found it. "Her crutch?" echoed Mr. Clavering in astonishment. Mercedes Quero looked astonished in her turn. "Didn't you know that Mavis was a cripple?" "Why, no, I only saw her twice, once in the dog-cart, and the second time sitting in the window at Wild Rose Villa." "I wonder that Elena allowed her to be seen there so often," remarked the detective, "when she knew that Travers was trying to get possession of her. But I suppose she had confidence in her own ability to protect the child. She certainly showed herself an excellent marksman 2 nights ago when he tried to break into the villa. He was so maimed by the shot that he could do no more than drag himself into that tangle of bushes behind the shed. While he lay hidden there, Elena harnessed Tony, and with the child drove to the Manor. I am fortunately a light sleeper, and I heard them drive up. As Elena is provided with the key to the library door, Lady Ursula trusts her implicitly, and the woman is devoted to her, they did not have to rouse the servants. At sunrise the next morning, Lady Ursula drove them over to the railway station at Westhaven, where they caught the early train for London. She evidently considered Belgrave Square a safer residence for Mavis now than Portstead village. She could not foresee that Travers would go up to London on the very next train. He was driven to the station by the village ne'er-do-well, who had brought him food while he was living in the woods, and was waiting down the lane with a wagon when he tried to break into the villa. Mr. Clavering looked very grave. "Travers led a bad life from the time he was expelled from Eton. I often wondered at the fascination he exercised over Lady Ursula. He was several years older than she, and steeped in vice while she was still a schoolgirl. Her father did his best to break off the attachment, but opposition served only to increase her infatuation, and at the time of his public disgrace she was brought into unpleasant prominence. From then until her father died, she lived abroad. He never forgave her for bringing the old name into such painful notoriety. He was a very proud man. So evidently was his heir, commented Mercedes Quero dryly. Proud and cold and hard. He did his duty by his sister and her child, as far as maintaining them went, but it was with the stipulation, as the clause in his will shows, that Lady Ursula keep her marriage a strict secret, and he exacted payment for what he considered his magnanimity by forcing her to live under a system of constant espionage and merciless criticism. She must have lived in continual torture, hounded for money by a husband she was ashamed and forbidden to own, obliged to hide her child from the world, and subjected daily to the petty tyranny of a man who would never permit her to forget his sublimity and her own abasement. I wonder that she endured so long. She must indeed have led a wretched life, agreed Mr. Clavering. I do not wish to speak ill of the dead, but Lord Portstead had an exaggerated idea of his own righteousness, and Travers was a man of unspeakable degradation. Yet it is hard to think of him as being the murderer of his wife's brother. As a matter of fact, he was not, remarked Mercedes Quero quietly. Mr. Clavering gaped in amazement. But I thought... Why, everything points to him. On the contrary, replied the detective with her enigmatic smile, I have indisputable proof that at the time the murder was committed, Travers was in Westhaven, gambling away the money that Lady Ursula had paid him for the necklace. Mr. Clavering fairly bounced up from his seat. Then who? Mercedes Quero sat straight and determined, and her eyes burned into his as she said, I hope to make the guilty person speak before this day is over. Until the truth is declared, suspicion will hang over those who are innocent, and while there may be extenuating circumstances, the guilty person must not be spared at the expense of others. Yet although I am morally certain who committed the murder, I have no actual proof, and unless I can force a confession, I must admit myself beaten in the case, as Burton has been obliged to do. Mr. Clavering sank back with the old nameless dread in his heart. What did she mean by extenuating circumstances? Who could have killed Portstead under extenuating circumstances? Who but... He voiced the question, but Mercedes Quero had slipped on the mask of reserve, and she would say only, I will not accuse where I have no proof. You must wait developments. Just then, Lady Ursula and Lord Meldrum emerged from the lodging-house. Meldrum courteously but firmly made a way for her through the gaping crowd blocking the steps and sidewalk, and assisted her into the cab. He gave the direction, Belgrave Square, and the car with a warning honk shot forward. Lady Ursula kept her veil down, and now and then she caught her breath with a shuddering sigh. Meldrum appeared deeply moved. At a stifled sob from Lady Ursula, his fine face contracted, and he laid his hand on hers in silent sympathy. Arrived at the mansion in Belgrave Square, he led her up the steps with tender solicitude. At the opening of the door, there sounded a brisk tapping along the hall. In the shadow of the tall footman, Mr. Clavering caught sight of a little red-haired, sharp-featured girl balancing herself on a tiny crutch and peering curiously at the newcomers. Lady Ursula, throwing back her veil, went quickly toward the child, and stooping, gathered her in her arms and kissed her. The child suffered the embrace, but soon freed herself. I know that man, she cried gleefully, pointing to Mr. Clavering. Lady Ursula turned to Meldrum. Wilford, she said anxiously, and her cheeks went faintly pink. This is Mavis. Meldrum advanced to the child with hand outstretched. I am glad to know Mavis, he said heartily. Mavis put a thin little hand into his and looked up into the kind face. How do you do? She responded eagerly. I am glad to know you too. I watched you playing bowls one day from the window in the north wing, when Elena was downstairs. I think it's a very interesting game. You always win, don't you? You are so big and strong. Meldrum's eyes were very kind indeed, as he smiled down at the wisp of a girl, balancing herself on the crutch. I have pretty fair luck, he said gently. Sometime you shall watch as many games of bowls as you like. Mavis clapped her hands and laughed an elfish laugh. Then suddenly she frowned. Will she let me? With a jerk of her head toward Lady Ursula. I think she will, Meldrum responded gravely. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Confession. That evening, Mercedes Quero informed Mr. Clavering that she desired him to be present at a conference she had arranged in the library. "I have sent for Robert Sylvester, Lord Portstead," she said, "and for the secretary, too. I thought Brooks could take down in shorthand anything of importance that is brought out." Mr. Clavering felt sure that she had had some ulterior purpose in sending for Brooks, and he said so. She gave a low, amused laugh. "Really, Mr. Clavering, you are very discerning. You don't like Brooks, do you?" "Do you?" he retaliated. That baffling expression came into her eyes. The late Earl placed confidence in him, she fenced. "Ah!" as a bell clanged loudly through the house. "That must be Lord Portstead and Brooks now. Mr. Clavering, will you kindly ask Lady Ursula to come to the library?" "Surely you are not going to torture that poor woman with questions now," he expostulated, "when she has just come from her husband's deathbed?" "I must." But there was real regret in the detective's voice. "I have been retained by the late Earl's constituents to bring his murderer to justice, and the sooner the suspense is over, the better. After all, as I have no actual proof, I may fail in the experiment I have planned, but I hope to succeed, and I have purposely chosen tonight because Travers' death must be a decided shock to every member of this household, and concealment is not easy when the emotions run high. You are not more sorry for Lady Ursula than I am. I am a woman, and I can appreciate her sufferings. But it would not be right for me to let this matter drift on and continue to involve those who are innocent. Don't you realize that in the eyes of the world, there are just 3 people who had incentive and opportunity for killing the Earl of Portstead? You know who those 3 are, Mr. Clavering. Lord Meldrum, Robert Sylvester, and Lady Ursula." "Not Lady Ursula!" he cried, the more sharply because of his growing doubts. "Please call her," Mercedes Quero said quietly. He found Lady Ursula in the music room with Robert. The boy was white and agitated. They were talking of Travers, but stopped abruptly as Mr. Clavering entered. Lady Ursula shivered slightly as he gave her Mercedes Quero's message. Robert put his arm about her with a new and manly tenderness. "See here, Clavering," he burst out indignantly. "I won't have my sister bullied by that detective woman. You go tell her that Lady Ursula doesn't choose to come to the library." "Hush, Robin," reproved Lady Ursula gently. "We will come directly, Mr. Clavering." He led the way to the library, increasing dread in his heart. At the threshold, he paused in astonishment. There at the far end of the long room, leaning forward in a big leather chair, sat Mavis, and opposite her Lord Meldrum. Between them was a chessboard, and both were so intent on the game that they did not look up. Mavis's small crutch had slipped to the floor. Her sharp little face was flushed with excitement, and her red hair gleaming in the light of the pendant lamp above her. Meldrum was studying a move. "I'm going to put your king in check soon," he laughed as he advanced his knight. Mavis shot out a nervous little finger and played the threatened king to the queen's bishop's square. You can't, she cried with shrill glee. "I've castled my king." Meldrum laughed again with easy good humor. "You little witch, I'll checkmate you yet." It was then that he glanced up and saw Mr. Clavering, Lady Ursula, and Robert in the doorway. Advancing down the hall were Mercedes Quero and Elena. He colored in some confusion. "I thought there would be no harm in a few, quiet games," he said apologetically. "Mavis wanted to play. We both did, in fact." Mavis frowned at the intruders. "Go away," she said angrily. "We don't wish to be disturbed. It's your move, Lord Meldrum." Lady Ursula went over to the child. "Mavis, dear," she began gently, "you must put up the chess pieces and go with Elena. We shall use the library for business." Mavis spread her hands protectingly over the chess pieces. "Shan't go," she cried defiantly. "You never let me do anything I like. You are unkind and cruel. I don't love you." Lady Ursula quivered, but, "Go at once with Elena, Mavis," she said, with a sternness that reminded one of Portstead. The child shrilled out a second defiance, and Elena advanced toward her with the evident intention of carrying her bodily from the room, when Meldrum interposed. "You want to play again tomorrow, don't you, Mavis?" She nodded vigorously. "Well then, you'll have to let me stop now so I can get through this business here. If it isn't finished tonight, I can't play tomorrow." Mavis studied his face shrewdly. Slowly she withdrew her hands from the chess pieces and allowed him to sweep them into the box. "I'll go," she said at length. "That's a sensible young woman," he avowed, with a smile of approval. He picked up the little crutch, helped the child from the chair, and stooping his tall form, gave her his arm to lead her from the room. Mr. Clavering saw Mercedes Quero's eyes grow misty as they followed the big, boyish man, accommodating his usual stride to the limping steps of this scrap of a girl. At the threshold, Mavis shook hands with her squire in quaint, grown-up fashion, and very politely wished him good night. "Tomorrow I'll capture all your pawns," she called back from the hall. "I'll see you do it, young woman," laughed Meldrum. "By Jove, she's a shrewd little lass," he said heartily, turning to Lady Ursula. "You just saved me from getting badly beaten." Lady Ursula smiled wanly. "She has taken a wonderful fancy to you. I never could win her love. I have always been so situated that I was obliged to curb her wishes, and she bitterly resents it." "She will learn to love you," Lord Meldrum responded confidently, adding in a tone meant only for her ear, "She couldn't help it, you know." Lady Ursula's face went softly pink, then paled again as Harry Brooks entered the room. He bowed to her with a passionate appeal in his eyes, but she ignored his salutation, and her expression became cold and hostile. The secretary showed anger at her rebuff, and glowered at Lord Meldrum with all his former vindictiveness. Mercedes Quero stepped quietly to the door and closed it when Elena would have left the room. "This will be a very trying hour for Lady Ursula," she remarked. "I think that you had best remain." Robert surveyed the detective with indignation, and Elena viewed her savagely. Of a sudden she caught Lady Ursula's hand and kissed it passionately, murmuring endearments in Italian. Lady Ursula smiled at her reassuringly. "I am very well, Elena mia," she said affectionately. "You must not worry about me." At this juncture, Mercedes Quero placed a chair for herself near the center of the library, and her action caused at once a tense silence to fall upon the room. Elena took her stand near Lady Ursula, her great black eyes devouring her mistress's white face. "I have asked you all to come here," Mercedes Quero began in a low, though clear and thrilling voice, "because I am going to tell you now, as the result of my investigations, the truth about the theft of the government papers and the death of the late Earl of Portstead." She paused, perhaps naturally, perhaps for effect, and looked about her. Lady Ursula had steeled herself to composure, and there was a marble-like rigidity to her features. Lord Meldrum, standing over her chair, showed only solicitude for her, but in the faces of Robert and the secretary was undisguised fear. Elena still looked as though she could annihilate the girlish, gray-clad figure on which every gaze was bent. Mr. Clavering, standing constrainedly by the tall mahogany bookcases, felt a sense of relief when the detective spoke again. "I am able," she resumed, slightly raising her voice, "to detail with a sufficient degree of accuracy the movements of every member of the household at Portstead Manor between the hours of 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. on the night of the Earl's death. Lord Meldrum went to his appointment in the library at 10, and he remained there until 11:30. There was an unseen listener at this interview. Mr. Harry Brooks was concealed in the small bookroom leading off the library and separated from it only by a curtain of old tapestry, as you all know. Now don't trouble to deny it, Mr. Brooks," as he was about to make a vehement protest, "or to suggest that you could not have entered the room without the Earl having seen you. Along the wainscoting on the left wall of the long gallery, which leads through the main part of the manor, is a sliding panel giving admittance into this bookroom. It was through this panel that you entered. The secretary's whole little frame was a-quiver, but he struggled to control himself. "There may or may not be such a panel," he said thickly, "but you can't prove that I used it, or even knew of its existence." "Pardon me, Mr. Brooks," interposed the detective smoothly. "You left a telltale behind you that night." Apparently unconscious of his threatening glances, she opened her silver mesh bag with elaborate precision and drew forth a small bit of dark tweed cloth. "I found this caught tightly in the sliding panel, Mr. Brooks. You recognize it?" The little secretary looked capable of any violence now. "I do not recognize it," he asserted surlily. "Strange that you should not," murmured Mercedes Quero, stroking the cloth with her slender fingers. "Your discarded house jacket is of this material, and there is a piece torn from it, which exactly corresponds to this interesting little sample." Just there, Brooks lost complete control of himself. "That's a lie!" he shouted, and would have bounded at the detective, had not Lord Meldrum seized him by the collar and flung him back against the wall. "Be careful, you little beast," he warned. Brooks leaned a moment against the wall, cringing under Meldrum's stern eyes. Then he straightened up with sullen defiance and addressed the detective, who sat regarding him with a smile of contempt. "You will never prove that I killed the Earl of Portstead," he challenged. "I haven't accused you yet, Mr. Brooks," she reminded him quietly. "But if I were you, I should not suggest that idea to others." "What are you trying to insinuate against me?" he demanded hotly. "I am making a charge against you of theft," she answered steadily. "Theft of government papers, on which your employer was working when Lord Meldrum came to the library." The secretary burst into a violent denial, but she cut him short. "When Lord Meldrum left the library by the garden door," she resumed with perfect confidence, "the Earl went up the circular stairs to summon his sister down. Am I right, Lady Ursula?" Her ladyship was gazing at the detective with eyes of wonder and fear. "Yes," she admitted in a scarcely audible voice. "In that short period of the Earl's absence," pursued Mercedes Quero with a little air of pardonable pride, "you, Mr. Brooks, came out from the bookroom and stole those papers, because you hoped that suspicion would thereby be thrown on Lord Meldrum, which was exactly what did happen. When the Earl returned and found the papers gone, he no doubt concluded that Lord Meldrum, being the person most interested in their suppression, was the thief. It was easier for him to believe this since he found the garden door open, as though Lord Meldrum had returned and hastily gone out again. Really, Mr. Brooks, that was a clever thought of yours, opening the outer door." The secretary was getting himself in hand now. "That is a very pretty little theory of yours," he returned with a show of scorn. "But what about the motive? Why should it matter to me whether Lord Meldrum were considered a thief?" "Because," she said directly, "you wish to discredit him in the opinion of Lady Ursula. I think I need not dwell upon the absurd hopes your presumption led you to cherish." Lady Ursula evinced no surprise, but the scorn in her eyes grew. The secretary's features convulsed with rage. He went precipitately to the door. "I wouldn't be in a hurry to leave the room, Mr. Brooks," cautioned the smooth, even voice of the detective. "There is a police inspector in the hall, waiting to serve a warrant which I have sworn out against you. Knowing this, you may prefer to hear the end of my theories." Brooks threw himself into a chair by the door and contented himself by scowling at the cool young woman. "To come back now to what happened after Mr. Brooks so cleverly stole the papers," she continued, with a satirical smile in his direction. "The Earl naturally communicated to Lady Ursula his suspicions of Lord Meldrum, and I think I am safe in assuming that her ladyship refused to believe in his guilt." The rigidity of Lady Ursula's features relaxed, and she smiled up into Meldrum's grave face. "Lady Ursula returned to her room," pursued the detective, "and the Earl remained in the library, waiting until Lord Meldrum should come back. The Earl knew that he had gone on a mission for her ladyship." A sharply drawn breath from Lady Ursula and a sudden tightening of Meldrum's lips showed that the detective's surmise, if it were no more, was correct. "At about 1:45, she continued, "Lady Ursula, unable to endure longer the suspense of Lord Meldrum's absence, he had gone on such missions before and returned much sooner, determined to go in search of him. The Earl had extinguished the lights in the library, and she supposed that he had gone to bed, and that she could leave the house without detection. Lady Ursula, suddenly flashing a glance in her direction, "You will set me right if I overstep the truth in my deductions." Lady Ursula sat in stony silence, and the detective, resuming her story, said, "Her ladyship's way would lead her into the woods, and she dared not go there at that hour without a weapon of some sort, so she procured her younger brother's pistol." Robert seemed about to cry out in indignation, but managed to control himself. Elena moved nearer her mistress. Mr. Clavering was sure that no bit of byplay was lost on Mercedes Quero. Her great brown eyes, darker now and more brilliant than he had ever seen them before, flashed from one tense face to the other, and her ivory-pale cheeks glowed feverishly. It must have taken willpower to keep her voice low and even, as it was. "As Lady Ursula descended the circular stairs," she was saying, "she heard the sound of angry voices. Her brother Robert had returned." Robert dropped his face in his hands and groaned aloud. Mercedes Quero, with a pitying glance at the young bowed head, went on. "In the altercation, Lady Ursula took her younger brother's part and drew the Earl's anger upon herself. Suddenly, Lord Meldrum appeared in the garden doorway. The Earl taxed him with the theft of the papers. Recriminations followed, and Lady Ursula raised the pistol she held and fired." The silence in the room was intense. Mr. Clavering was numb with horror. Robert lifted his face, haggard with despair, and struggled to speak, but no words came. Then suddenly a terrible cry rang through the room, and Elena sprang in front of Lady Ursula, who had half risen from her chair. "You speak lies, signorina, lies! It is not my lady who kill. It is I, Elena. The Earl, he will drive my lady out into the night with so cruel words. And I take the pistol from the stair where my lady has dropped it, and I kill, yes, and I am glad." Before the inspector, summoned from the hall by her cry, could cross the threshold, steel flashed in Elena's hand, and she fell at Lady Ursula's feet. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Off for the continent. Months had passed, and Mr. Clavering was lunching at Claridge's with Mercedes Quero. He had formed a kind of Boswell-Johnson friendship with the young detective, whose fame had been enhanced by the Portstead Manor case. She still sometimes yielded to the temptation of making merry at his expense, but on the whole, as she appreciated his sterling qualities, she was kind to him, and when in a particularly gracious mood, would listen to the laborious theories he propounded apropos the cases she was engaged upon. Born and bred a gentlewoman, a sudden turn of fortune had thrown her upon her own resources, and as her life since had been lonely, her profession precluding her from former friendships, she was probably grateful for the honest admiration of this very estimable gentleman. A quiet little wedding, which Mr. Clavering had attended in Belgrave Square that morning, had brought to the minds of both the tragedy at Portstead Manor, and Mr. Clavering again expressed his wonderment at the detective's cleverness in discovering the guilty person. "Why, it was all so simple," she deprecated lightly, "that I am surprised that even Burton failed to guess the truth. I always work through the process of elimination, and it was particularly successful in this case. I studied singly the three suspects, Lord Meldrum, Robert Sylvester, and Lady Ursula, all of whom had equal motive and opportunity. It was clear from the first that Lady Ursula suspected Lord Meldrum, and so I at once eliminated her, for of course her suspicion proved her innocence. Then, when Robert Sylvester appeared, I soon discovered by the same reasoning that he too was innocent. He suspected his sister. There remained then Lord Meldrum, and his innocence was equally clear. He suspected Robert, but was generous enough to let suspicion rest on himself in order to save the boy for Lady Ursula's sake. After I had eliminated these three, I endeavored to reconstruct in my mind the scene that took place in the library at 2 a.m. From my investigations, as I have said, I knew pretty accurately the whereabouts of every member of the household at that hour. I took especial pains to inquire about Harry Brooks, but I learned from two of the servants, who had been kept awake by him, that he had spent the hours from midnight until the shot occurred pacing his room unceasingly. I next considered the possibility of Elena's guilt. I knew that she was of a violent nature, and it was likely that her intense devotion to Lady Ursula would make her bitter and resentful toward the Earl. No one could know better than she the bondage under which he held his sister. The more I studied Elena, the more convinced I became of her guilt. But, granting that she had motive, how was I to prove her presence in the library at 2 o'clock? I began by questioning Elsie Baring. I had always felt that she was withholding information, and that her importance as a witness had been very much disregarded. I was more successful than I had expected. When I made her realize that I was not trying to incriminate Robert, I found her surprisingly communicative. As her room was next to Lady Ursula's, she had been awakened by the Earl when he came to call his sister into the library. From the tone of his voice, she knew that he was in an unpleasant humor. Fearing that Robert was the cause, she became so nervous and worried that she was unable to sleep. She heard Lady Ursula return to her room, and for over an hour sob and moan. Miss Baring was about to go to her when she heard her unlock her door and hurry down the corridor. Anxiety prompted Miss Baring to follow her, and she saw her go into Robert's room, come out immediately with something in her hand, which she suspected was Robert's pistol, and then go up the stairs into the north wing. You see, Mr. Clavering, Lady Ursula knew well where her brother kept his pistol. She was in the habit of lending it to Lord Meldrum when he went on his night missions for her. He did not possess one of his own until the day after the murder, when he sent up to London for it. So he told the truth at the inquest when he stated that Robert's pistol had been in his possession, though, of course, his refusal to answer whether it had been in his possession on the night in question was intended to divert suspicion from Robert to himself. To come back now to Miss Baring. After she saw Lady Ursula vanish into the north wing, she became so fearful of what might happen that she lingered about the stairs, expecting some tragedy, and yet not daring to follow Lady Ursula further. It was from the hall window that she beheld Robert Sylvester return to the manor. Lady Ursula remained in the north wing about a quarter of an hour, and then she came down, accompanied by Elena, whose existence Miss Baring had never before suspected. Neither Lady Ursula nor Elena noticed Miss Baring, who was hiding behind the tapestry which lines the walls of the corridor, and they hurried down the circular stairs into the library. Miss Baring crept after them, and from the head of the stairs heard the voices of Robert and the Earl. Robert was in a passion. Then she heard Lady Ursula pleading for Robert, and the Earl sarcastically and cruelly upbraided her. Miss Baring crept far enough down the stairs to see that the library was in darkness, and that a man was entering by the garden doorway, whom she recognized by his voice when the Earl taxed him with the theft of the government papers, as Lord Meldrum. Of what happened next she had only a confused notion. There were bitter recriminations, and suddenly a shot rang out. She had no idea who fired it, and remembered only rushing up to her own room and locking herself in. But she suspected either Robert or Lord Meldrum, for she believed that Lady Ursula had given the pistol to one or the other. I made a diagram of the library and the probable positions of those present at the time of the shot, in order to understand how it was possible for three people to suspect one another. I decided that the Earl was standing in the center of the room, Lady Ursula at the foot of the circular stairs, Robert between her and the Earl, and Lord Meldrum by the garden doorway, since Robert knew that the shot came from the circular stairs, and it did not occur to him to suspect Lord Meldrum. Lady Ursula was too overwrought to have any idea of the direction whence the shot came, and I doubt if she could even have told where Lord Meldrum was standing. But as she had been in the habit of going down the circular stairs to give the pistol to him, I believe that in her terror and bewilderment she thought she had done so this night. Such cases of mental suggestion through terror are not uncommon, and Lord Meldrum subsequently said nothing to disprove her belief. Miss Baring has stated that Elena remained standing on one of the spirals of the staircase, and I believe that no one in the library, save Lady Ursula, knew of her presence. In the confusion following the shot, she must have escaped into the north wing unnoticed. Robert, in his horror at what he believed his sister's act, fled from the manor, and Lord Meldrum went in pursuit of him. But he soon turned back, probably to stand by Lady Ursula, or possibly he had some half-formed idea of shouldering for her sake what he believed to be Robert's responsibility. He could not have known then that the shot was fatal. You will remember his exclamation when he came into the library and saw the Earl stretched upon the floor. "My God, he is dead." In the meantime, Lady Ursula, obeying mad impulse, had rushed from the library, locking the door after her, and fled into the front of the manor. Elena must have come down later, after the coroner had gone, and hidden the pistol behind the cushion of the chair where I found it. Now, Mr. Clavering, I think I have explained everything as far as I can. "It was a deplorable tragedy," said he with a deep sigh, "but at least it has made a man of Robert Sylvester, and I believe he will do well in the government secretaryship Lord Meldrum has procured for him." "I believe he will," assented Mercedes Quero. "And now, Mr. Clavering," consulting her tiny silver watch, "if you intend to reach Charing Cross in time to see Lord Meldrum and Lady Ursula off for the Continent, you must call a taxicab, and at once. A hansom will never get you there." Mr. Clavering rose in a flurry. "Will you not see them off too?" She shook her head. "No, my presence would only bring back unpleasant memories to Lady Ursula. But they have my best wishes for a very happy tour. They are to be gone 2 years, I think you said?" 2 years, responded Mr. Clavering gloomily. He would miss Meldrum at the clubs. He shook hands gravely with the detective, apologized for leaving her so abruptly, arranged for another little lunch in the near future, and stepping into a taxicab, much as he disliked them, was soon whirled to Charing Cross. As he flurriedly made his way through the great station to the Continental train, he beheld Lady Ursula, tall and elegant in her dark travelling suit, the centre of a little group composed of Robert, Elsie Baring, and Lady Pevensey. The latter was kissing her effusively. At the window of a first-class compartment he saw the red hair and elfish face of Mavis. The child was greedily nibbling chocolates and beaming down at Lord Meldrum, who was talking to her from the platform. Meldrum turned as Mr. Clavering approached. "By George, old chap!" he cried jovially. "I thought you were going to be late for the first time in your life." Lady Ursula detached herself from the little group and came toward Mr. Clavering with hand outstretched. "Wilfred doesn't tell you," she smiled, "that he almost made us late because he would stop to buy Mavis more candies. He is spoiling the child and ruining her digestion." Meldrum laughed boyishly. "Oh, I'll do better in a few days, Ursula. You'll have to make allowances for a while. I'm so awfully happy, you know." She smiled into his glowing face. "So am I awfully happy, Wilfred," and her slim gloved hand sought his a moment. Just then the guards blew their whistles. Robert threw his arms about Lady Ursula and gave her several loud, boyish kisses. "Goodbye, and best happiness, you dearest of sisters." Lady Ursula clung to him fondly. "Don't forget, Robin, that you and Elsie have promised to spend part of your honeymoon with us." "That we won't," he answered with a choke in his voice as he helped her aboard the train. Then he turned and wrung Lord Meldrum's hand. "Goodbye, Mel, old chap. Keep Ursula smiling." Mr. Clavering was beginning to feel strangely downhearted when Lord Meldrum caught his hand in a warm grip that crushed. 2 years is a long time away from old England and old friends, he said in a husky voice. "You'll not fail to join us in Germany at Christmas, eh, Clavering, dear boy?" The carriage doors were slamming. Lord Meldrum sprang aboard, and Mr. Clavering, with a sudden tightening of the throat, stood gazing after the departing train, and the blonde head leaning from the window. Lady Pevensey touched him on the arm. "Come back to my flat, Archibald," she said with a little sniff. "We'll have tea and play piquet." End of chapter 27. End of That Affair at Portstead Manor by Gladys, Edson, Locke.